Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? After watching Asman on Upper Reactions as a Marine getting his arm snapped. Oh, God. Yeah, fuck, man. There's genuinely nothing I have left to say about Asmongold. I don't even think there's a point in, like, reacting to his content anymore, because you know what you're gonna get. You know, when you watch an Asman video, you know, or you watch even a reaction to an Asman video, you know what you're gonna get. It's not gonna be anything based in fact. It's not even gonna be something that he, like, stands by. It's not even gonna be something that is what he truly believes. It's just going to be something that's gonna piss you off. Like, he's been engineered by an algorithm. It's perfect stupidity in a lot of ways. El Salve, thank you for subscribing for 2 months in a row. Terribilly Gene, thank you, goodness gracious, for 20 months. I cannot even believe I've been doing it that long. Like your jacket, thank you. This jacket is actually a bit of a, there's a story behind this jacket. It's a very personal gift to me from, I don't know, it's a weird part of my life. It was before I was really out or transitioning, but it was a gift from a, I guess I can talk about it now because she passed away a couple years ago. A very eccentric local antique store owner who I worked for a while, who was a wonderful and unique person, but not to work for. And so, like, there was a 6-month period where my life was kind of hell, because of this old lady, but I don't know. It was like I said, it's a weird time, hard to hold it against somebody, considering who that person was. But yeah, this is a jacket with a story, and I don't wear it a whole lot, but I love it. Canada Goose, thank you for 3 months. Hi Vesper, happy 3 months sub. Hoping your partners are doing well. Okay, are doing well today. Koa, how are you doing? Koa says they're good. How are you doing? Insect Hoofs on Lassie. What did the Roachman say this time? Just like, yeah, that's what you get. Like I saw a brief clip of it and I rolled my eyes and I carried on, because genuinely, who the fuck, anybody who gets their news or their opinions from Asman at this point, you can throw their opinion out the fucking door. Like, genuinely. The idea of watching him, somebody who's never fought for the country in any way, I wouldn't even say in any way that matters, because he's never, like, done anything out of lockstep with the stupidest, most racist, sheltered existence possible. But no, his entire thing has just been, yeah, we're totally gonna win this battle. We're just absolutely gonna bomb them. Yeah, we're just gonna, like, murder everybody in and around. And yeah, totally. And then to the Marine who put his life on the line, you know, whatever you want to think of that narrative. But to people like Asmongold, the narrative is, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, when a Christian completely misinterprets or misses the point of a Bible verse, you know, when a Christian talks about how, like, oh, like prosperity gospel shit, and then you go like, hey, what did they say about, what does that part in the Bible say about, you know, it's easier for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven than camel to go through an eye of a needle, or whatever the fuck. And they'll be like, oh, you know, or they'll come out with this thing, the hate church reminding me of this. They'll come out with, well, you don't even believe that. Like, I shouldn't take any criticism from you because you don't believe that. And it's like, yeah, but that's not the point. You don't believe that, but you say you do. I'm not the one lying about believing that. Erebus, thank you very much for $5. I had Taco Bell. Now my Tom hurts. You look kind of like Grace Ashcroft. Oh, thank you. That was unintentional. She does have a red leather jacket, doesn't she? No, it's more of a brown. But yeah, I just restarted 9. I did my standard run. Now I'm doing the classic run with the limited saves, and then I'll do Insanity. It's a good ass game, y'all. Good ass game. Yeah, I really enjoyed my time with it. The story isn't what I kind of was hoping it would be, because I was hoping, honestly, for more of a... I don't know. In one way, it kind of is. Like, in one way, it does actually feel like a conclusion to an arc. Like, it feels like it is concluding everything since 5. Or at least teeing it up for a what will inevitably be called Resident Evil X. NBTNC, thank you very much. Guys, DT is live. That means day better. Aw, thank you very much, NBTNC. Oh, Velvet Fire, you're totally good. You're totally good. Thank you very much for stopping by the stream. Vesper looking like they're going to tell you how to mod your 3D house. Anti-Dom, I used my new name, Hannah. A Taco Bell guy called it out, and he had an awkward look at me when I came up. That'll happen. Yeah. But yeah, Resident Evil 9, real good. If you haven't played it yet, I knew they were cooking. I knew it would be. Like I said, like they have been nothing but consistent since 7. Everything they've dropped has at least been decent, if not fucking amazing. Thank you, Magar, for $5. I remember my pastor told us some story about how the Eye of the Needle was some narrow pass on the way to a market. Should have been my cue to leave. Jesus Christ. Pastors be saying anything, dog. That's narrow pass on a way to a market. That's nuts. Where's Ada Wong? Where's Ada? Where's Chris? Are you talking about 9 or no? Erebus $2. Oh, thank you very much, Erebus $2. Kamerv Hestia, I kind of like the story, especially where you go to spoiler alert. Yeah, like that. The stuff that, and you know, here's the thing. I've gotten so used to obligatory overemphasis on fan service, where every little thing needs to be a fucking reference. Everything, you know, it's like prequel syndrome, Star Wars prequel syndrome, where you have to fucking explain the background story of every glup shitto ever, where you have to be like, oh, and this person actually was this person's cousin, and this person invented R2-D2 and like all that shit. But what? Okay, this cat will not stop. I will be right back. I will be right back. Give me 1 second. This cat is so hungry right now. Yes, I know. Yeah. That's for you. Yes. It's for you. Yeah. There you go. Alright, good girls. Yeah, it was, so what was I saying before? While we're still waiting for everybody to get in here, I'll keep giving my thoughts on Resident Evil 9. It was really well done. Like the callbacks and everything, it wasn't nearly as cloying and like, given that you have, because everybody knows that you go back to Raccoon City, that's like basically the fucking selling point, or one of the major selling points of the game, and the marketing and everything. But it is not, given what they had, especially when you consider that you've gone to Raccoon City in 1, 2, 3, well, technically not 1, but like, if you want to look at the Raccoon City saga, so to speak, you have to work with 0, 1 remake, 2 remake, 3 remake, and then Operation Raccoon City, and you know, other stuff from that era too. So there's a lot of games that they could have just made non-stop references to, but they really, they were classy with it. They did a Ryugaga Toku, which I appreciate, where it was stuff that was building on the remakes, which were already really, really solid reinterpretations of the originals. So it doubled up in a lot of ways, and I thought it was phenomenal. I was kind of disappointed in the bosses, I'll say, without getting too much into game design stuff and, you know, spoiling the boss fights. There was a point when I was playing it where I was like, this is good, but I say this as somebody who's played every Resident Evil game, every main series, and maybe that's on me. Maybe it's because I've played, you know, I played Resident Evil Dead Aim. I've played through Gaiden on the fucking Game Boy. I've played through both Revelations games multiple times. I've played through Gun Survivor, for goddamn sake. Like, I never finished Operation Raccoon City. For obvious reasons, because it's not a good game. But I don't know. There were points where I was just like, okay, we're, you know, the reason I loved 7 so much is because it felt fresh the whole way through. And I understand, like, you're bringing Leon back. You want to go to some underground laboratories. You want to go to, like, you want to do the mansion thing in a different location. I will say I am surprised at the locations they picked because they are very creative. Creative, but also unexpected that we haven't done it before. And this isn't even a spoiler, but you go to a kind of like hospital environment. And I won't say anything more than that. But I was sitting there thinking, and like outside of, I think there's one in one of the Outbreak games, and you know, like medical facilities and Veronica and all sorts of shit. But outside of that, you've never had like this big main dedicated puzzle box area. But there have been at least 3 Resident Evil games set on cruise ships. It was just bizarre. Anna Kaylee, thank you for becoming a member for 2 months. Gather around ye, congregation of the dead. I have had... Oh, you're fucking right. There is a big hospital in 3. Shit. No, you're... God, doy. Especially, yeah, that's like the entire last third of the incredibly short remake. No, you're right. I was kind of meaning more like a classical mental hospital, you know, like a Evil Within type hospital. Because I feel like they didn't want to encroach too much on, even though it wasn't the same kind of hospital. It's not really a mental hospital, but like that very 1950s style of psychiatric hospital care that we see. And I think seeing like maybe they just didn't want to step on like Silent Hill's toes. Hairless Grizzly, watched Jacksepticeye play it. I think it was awesome. I feel like Xeno was kind of a missed opportunity. Victor, so here's the thing. I have a long-standing dislike of most Resident Evil antagonists because I think they suck. Like, I think a lot of the side characters get way too corny and cheesy. Like they aren't campy in a fun way like Wesker is, where I think they're trying too hard. It was the little weaselly dude with the fucking accent in Resident Evil 5. Fucking hated, which I understand he was supposed to be like a little weaselly annoying character. Loathed that motherfucker. Resident Evil 6. How are you going to give an antagonist a bolo tie and expect them to be like follow up Wesker? Fucking bolo tie, get the fuck out of here. And then, you know, 2 has the Birkins, and 2 is classic in its own way, but for 2 and 3 you're largely fighting. Well, Nikolai in the remake was really good. Nikolai in the original, not a lot of characterization. In the remake, is a pretty fun villain, but he, you know, fun in like a Steven Seagal bad guy kind of way. Oh, Steve and Code Veronica. Fuck, man. Look, I do hope, I think they're remaking Code Veronica, and I've said for a while that Code Veronica is probably Zero, but Code Veronica, next to Zero, Code Veronica is the kind of original era Resident Evil game that could do the most benefit, because that game is fucked unbalanced. Like, that game is insane. Like, that game is still pretty tough, but it also has multiple points where you can just save lock yourself and be fucked forever. Most infamously on the, which, hey, you know, I did it too. The Tyrant fight or whatever it was with Chris. Spoilers for Resident Evil Veronica. And Lord Sadler, see, and Lord Sadler always bummed me out because I liked, like, Lord Sadler has vibes, but you're done with him like a third of the way through the game, if that. And I always thought that was kind of a bummer. I like an antagonist. It's the thing I really liked about Nemesis in both versions of Nemesis, in 3 and Remake, is that that's a motherfucker that keeps coming back. Bitch can't even swim. And yeah, 4 Remake, like Krauser is like, again, Krauser is kind of a nothing burger. Then you have 5, which, you know, Wesker, Excella. Excella's hot, but like there's nothing there. She never fucking, nobody ever mentions Excella again. You have the, I don't even remember who were the baddies in fucking Revelations 1. And then Wesker's sister, no, I liked Wesker's sister in Revelations 2. I wish they actually tied that shit together more. It was fun when there's a note you pick up in well, I guess I'll let that, I don't want to spoil anything for 9, but and then who was 8? 8 was Mother Miranda. And like, yeah, Mother Miranda, like I like the Donna Viento. Of course, you know, Dimitrescu is really fun. I think those are fun, campy. But when a bad guy is just like, oh, brr, I'm gonna get you. You have no idea what you've done. We will rule the world. Like that shit. Which is why, like, yeah, the what was his name? Zeno. Looks way too close to Wesker. Like, I don't know if they were trying to bait out, like, fan-based conspiracy theories. I don't know if they're trying to be like, ooh, Wesker's still alive, because I kind of didn't listen to any of the marketing or any of the hype because I knew I was just going to play the game. But Zeno, real big... I kept waiting for a fucking reveal that it was like, oh, he was a Wesker clone or something, because the dude just looks like Wesker. He just does. And there's one line that was alluding to that, where somebody says something to the effect of like, you're just an imitation or something, but it doesn't expand beyond that, which is a bummer. I really like who I would call the main antagonist of this game, and he's so fun to watch. That's one of the things I really enjoy about the RE engine, and the case I think that there is still to make for better motion capture, because a lot of people have talked about, and I've talked about this before, where like motion capture and this emphasis on graphical fidelity, it's anathema to like actual innovation and good gameplay, and I don't think that's true, because it can still bring you into an experience in the same way any other aspect of presentation can. So when you have motion capture that's really, really... Victor Gideon, is one of the new antagonists, which again, not a spoiler. And because you get 5 minutes in and you learn the name Victor Gideon. I just restarted the game last night. And he's so fucking fun to watch. Like I've seen a lot of people praising Grace, and Grace puts like... there's a lot of stuff in there that makes you realize that, like, wow, damn, really good acting, really good performances can elevate some real cheeseball material. Like, it super can. And like Victor Gideon is just fucking, it's one of the first times that I've had the feeling of, and I think it's I think it's a dual thing, because I just also finished watching the Daily Wire wannabe Game of Thrones series, The Pendragon Cycle. And that thing is a fucking nightmare mess. But there are, every now and then, there's a side character, because there's a fucking billion side characters in that thing. And there's a side character who is actually, like, chewing the scenery. And they're not amazing, but they are fun to watch. And it makes you realize, like, God, I wish everybody in this was overacting. I wish everybody in this was overwrought, because that's so much more fun to watch. And it's like, I think that's the most fun part about it, is that we're finally bridging that gap with performance capture, where a performance in a video game, it's like, there's always been ones that are fun to listen to, but now they're actively fun to watch. The actual performance comes through. Yeah, give me 1 second. I gotta turn the AC on. Hello, kid. Hello, man. Your back, girl. Everyone been complimenting. Yes, everybody is complimenting on the jacket. Thank you very much for $10. Erebus, if you could have any weapon from Resident Evil, what would it be? I have to say probably Chris's Samurai Edge, since I already own a VP70 Leon's gun from RE2. I'm trying to think of like my favorite ones. I really like the multi type grenade launcher from Remake 3. Probably that minigun backpack from 5, the secret weapon for Chris. The minigun backpack, always really fun for me. Infinite rocket launcher would be nice. What is the shirt? It is Chapel Roan. Yeah, yes, I am. Kamara Hestia, I watched... Oh, I fucking watched the whole... I watched the whole series. I finished it today. Of the Pendragon Cycle, the Daily Wire Game of Thrones fantasy series that Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Daily Wire's company spent... I'm curious about the numbers on that. I'm curious if they'll ever come out because holy fuck. It's one of those things where it makes you realize like, damn, this looks cheap, but it could not have been cheap. Like it looks like shit, but it also probably did cost millions. And it makes you realize what a big investment really good grand fantasy is. Brett Cooper, it's going to surprise people. Brett Cooper plays a main role in the show, cannot act for shit. And she goes between a, like, offensively fat bastard Scottish accent. Like, when she starts, she'll be, "Hi, how are you doing? Oh, hello, my name is Brett Cooper." Like, she talks like that. And then she'll go to just talking like regular person. And then occasionally she'll talk in a more Britishy accent. And she is in a constant state of flux between all three states. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, what a dumb nightmare butt ass shit of series, man. It's baffling in so many ways, but none more so than how they decided to tell the story. Because you can take the story beats they have, and I'll give you a perfect example of this, because nobody's going to fucking watch this show. Episode 5, there is an entire... they do a lot of flashbacks for the show, which is its own problem somehow. But episode 5, Merlin, the main character, goes to this king who he has history with. And it's this kind of like tug of war between them as you find out. You don't actually learn really what happened. But Merlin gets put in a dungeon. The king tries to execute him. There's this whole fucking thing. And you're constantly wondering, like, what the fuck happened between these people? And there are these, like, what are meant to be, because this is all adapted from a book. And what are meant to be, I imagine, really emotional beats. However, episode 6 is an entire flashback explaining everything that happened. And the problem with that is that you already know by the end of episode 5 what happened. And so not only is episode 6 any dramatic tension fucking gone because you know where the story goes, but additionally, you lacked that dramatic tension for the emotional beats that were needed to make anything land in the previous episode. So you've got these 2 episodes where you're just sitting there watching stuff and going like, why do I care? And that's in a nutshell the whole fucking series. It's bafflingly told to the point where I think they realized they couldn't do all the battles or all the magic or all of the like littler moments, so a lot of it's been truncated into random talks in front of kings, and there's a new fucking king in a court every goddamn scene where it's like, oh, he's gonna go talk to this regional ruler. Who's this person? I don't know. They'll probably be gone next episode. And the most baffling and annoying part of it is how, like, so little fucking happens. It's crazy how little happens across the whole fucking thing. Yeah, I've got an advertiser for the video. I will be putting out a video on it. But yeah, man. Dexter Bunko, thank you very much for $2. Love the Carmen Sandiego jacket. Just need the hat. Yeah, it's not that long, but that'd be a cute little fit. Adam 201028, thank you for $5. I hope Zach Kreger's Resident Evil movie is great. Really loved Weapons. I thought I was down. Weapons was fine. I didn't love it as much as other people. I actually just bought, because I think it's out of production, but I just bought. Oh, that's mine. No, what the hell is that? Oh, it's my water bottle. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah. Anyway. It's also weirdly hyper violent. Like there are multiple big battle scenes that will have like, I don't know. It's this weird again thing where they very clearly didn't have budget to have, you know, they're not gonna have all the gore effects, and they can't CG in all the blood that, you know, a Game of Thrones or something could, but they do. It's just amateurish in so many bizarre ways where they can't resist their most frat bro urges, despite the fact that they are ostensibly making something they've branded as being family friendly. And so they've had, you know, they have this, I'm sure, this very approach to like, well, this is what fighting was really like back in the day. This is fucking, you know, fucking cool and shit. And so they have this, you know, there's a battle scene towards the end of the series where they actually have a decapitation, like a full frontal cut somebody's head off. But it is cut, the way it's directed is like a kill in a classic Friday the 13th movie. You know, like it is paced and everything like Jason just came along out of nowhere and lopped off somebody's head with a machete. It's a perfectly one of those like clean cut decapitations and blood splurts out. And it's like, no, I saw that exact same trick. Like that was in Jason Goes to Manhattan. Like I know that. Yes, Iran tricking AI by painting aircraft on the ground. I think they're just tricking regular bombers. Are there pens and or dragons? There is a pen dragon, like technically, I guess. Was it worth a hate watch? No. No. Straight up. It's no, like, because it's not even, here's the thing, while it may sound entertaining bad, it's mostly not. Like, it is a lot of, it's a lot of stuff that I feel like, okay, I can tell this is from a book, but then the dumbest shit on top of it is occasionally laughable, but it's mostly just inept in how it tells its story. It's mostly just a really bad telling of a story, because there are things throughout that I'm like, yeah, okay, you know, this would be a place for a protagonist to grow, or this would be a good time for character growth. And like there are beats and stuff that I'm like, okay, this very clearly was not the work of Jeremy Boring. This must be from the book. But for a lot of it, it plays kind of like a self-insert fantasy because much like in Lady Ballers, if there are creative comparisons you can make between this and Lady Ballers, and there are shockingly many, one of them is that at all points, the protagonist will win, and there's never any doubt about that. And everybody thinks they are super cool. People fall in love with them super easily. People always want their attention. They can just like command any room they're in. There's never any real question of whether the main characters, and by extension, the people around them, are in danger, which is boring. It makes it very, very boring. Like the entire time. As soon as you understand the beats of, okay, Merlin is going to go to a place, he's going to talk to a king, he's going to fucking do some force powers and convince them, and everybody's going to fall in line and love him and trust him and lead, you know, be like, oh, lead us to the free world and all this shit. And it's like, well, then what the fuck am I watching for? I know they're just going to win, dude. Saw a list of 6 Americans that news channels on YouTube were labeled as killed in Iran. Jesus. Oh, I guarantee. Oh, no. Caranel, I finished it today. I finished it. Yeah, the 7th episode is out. I found it on a different website. Turns out, by the way, Daily Motion, dog shit. Is there an 8th episode? No, don't fucking tell me there's an 8th episode. Oh, no. Yeah, I found a place. He's the dark-haired English twink, Nehemiah. Because, I mean, it's... So, again, the other thing that's kind of, like, interesting, as somebody who... I didn't really grow up with Arthurian legend. It wasn't my bag, really. But the way that they tell the story is... Again, I can see, like, okay, this would be an interesting book because it is a... You know, it's like a twist on all the legends and stuff like that where... Merlin has this great power and he's going through ostensibly trials and tribulations. But yeah, man, it's fucking, if I was going to be so mad if there was another episode. I was like, I was out. Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. My stained glass Chapel Roan shirt. I think I got this on like Temu or some shit. Because for a while, they weren't selling, like you couldn't find official Chapel merch.
Tell them about your Fortnite shirt.
What was that, babe?
Tell them about your Fortnite shirt.
Koa wants me to tell everybody about the I bought the Chapel Roan Fortnite shirt. Yeah, oh my god, aura farming is the aura farming in that fucking show goes insane. And there are one or two shots where I'm like, okay, no, they actually cooked here. Like on like fair dues where it is, there are okay shots. The problem is it never gets above okay, and at worst it gets pretty fucking bad. Like it feels like a student project in a lot of ways. Yeah, it's incoherent. It really does not make a fucking lick of sense. Emote wheel is officially open. All right, chat. Let's go and see what do we got cooking today. We have quite a bit to get to. Oh, Quartering is in complete meltdown after being caught creeping on Melanie Mac despite being married. I think we watched this on stream, not this, but the creeping on Melanie Mac a couple weeks ago. Goes on an unhinged rant about he wasn't being a sex pest because her breasts are too small. Normal dude. So for those who don't know, the Quartering is back doing Magic the Gathering content. Because he got banned from going to Magic events for 8 years for being a sexist piece of shit and a pig. Canadian Goose. Another two schools bombed by U.S. near Tehran, according to Al Jazeera. Additionally, the largest U.S. military hospital abroad, located in Germany, is suspending all labor and delivery services via a memo dated... Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. I've been saying since the beginning that we are not seeing... When you are seeing the size and volume of artillery and bombs that are being dropped by Iran, there's no way there's only 6 people dead. Like, what? Are those battleships fucking autonomous? Like... Oh, yeah, Rise Again. Atlantis. Yeah, Atlantis is apparently fucking off the coast of Britain in that show, and all the Atlanteans are the fair folk, so they're like these blonde Aryan Adonises. It's fucking crazy. Hi, Elric. It's insane what a public lolcow he is, despite having millions of subscribers. Ted Domain, the military nerd side of me is going, oh cool, military tech in action, while the humanist side of me is crying and screaming. I think we shouldn't want to see any military tech in action. Like, it's... I can understand that. Like, because I've always been fixated or fascinated by military. I used to have those books as a kid that I think my grandparents got me where they were, you know, like European weapons and medieval warfare, and it's just, you know, here's museum shots of a bunch of like axes and knives and weird before people figured out, hey, how do we do swords right? And they would be like, yo, what if we put like a fork in the middle of one to somebody can catch your blade maybe. Love that shit. Very good. So I do understand that stuff because it is interesting. I find that stuff super fascinating myself, but it is, I feel we've reached a level of innovation where it is no longer innovation. It is just speeding up how quickly we can kill people. Yeah, Piccolo the Goat. You love those weapon books. See? Yep. There's a fucking... Yeah, he's been a Jute. See? You know it. Well, are you thinking of Ajite? Electra Descending. Hello. Halberd is goated. I can confirm. Look, few things will teach you the value of long weapons like pole arms. The few things will teach you the value of that, like entering in a fake medieval weapons tournament at the Ren Fair, which I did last year, and I did okay with my sword and shield against another sword and shield. I made it past the first round. Second round, well, in defense, the second round I went up against the dude who won the whole thing, who was like fucking serious. He was like fucking serious about it. Like he showed up in like authentic armor and had like training and shit. Like he was, and he fucking got me, dude. Like he straight up got me with his pole arm. I was like, oh dog, no, I can't do shit. I can't get in at all, man. Like what the fuck? It was fun because it got the fighting game part of my brain working again, which I haven't like really worked in a long time, where I was sitting there and being like, okay, oh no, no, they're gonna throw a projectile. Okay, can I bait this? Nope. Okay, that's not gonna work. But yeah, it's rough. Yep, see, you got it. Eminomenon. I do LARP and polearms have so much area control it's impossible to face with a sword. No, it really makes you think like, oh, okay, no, if I was fighting in medieval eras, I'm going with spears and shit now. Because that's awesome. Like, that just works. Was his name David or Clark? I don't remember. He looked... he looked more like Pacific Islander than anything. Oh, speaking of which, there is a very funny moment in the Pendragon cycle where Brett Cooper, first off, she just looks like Ben Shapiro. It fucks me up every time she's on screen. It's like, you can look at a picture of Brett Cooper and be like, oh, that's Ben Shapiro in a wig. But then when you actually see her in movement, and like she makes, it's not just the eyebrows, she makes the same like squinty faces he does. It's bizarre. And there's a moment where she goes to attack like a bandit raider, and she has a prop spear that she always carries with her. But first off, the spear is like a comical... Was that you? It's okay. I just didn't know what that was. It's like a caveman spear, like you would get at Party City for a Halloween costume. It's ridiculous. but there's additionally a moment where she like goes to ram somebody and the guy just grabs it, but it's a wide shot of her because it's like this battle scene, and the guy grabs it and like pulls her towards him, but because it's a wide shot and like just the fucking, an experienced filmmaker would know not to do this, because you can clearly see the focal point of the shot is the spear in the middle of it that they're pulling over, and you can see it because it's the focal point. You can even easier see that the spear is just incredibly bendy, so it looks like he just grabs this fucking pool noodle and they're just shaking it for like 2 seconds. It's so funny. Yeah, I'm actually kind of curious if anybody, I'm sure there will be people in my audience who read the books, but like, man, it seems fucking rough. Rough. Why did Cuttering not update his channel trailer yet? That is a wonderful question. Girly Girl 314, there is no hope, the world is going to end. Well, that's not a very cash money attitude to have. Just watch the series for the Arthurian lore. Yeah, I would say if you are a big fan of Arthurian stuff, maybe it's worth a hate watch, or go into it, you know, with an open mind. Like I could see if you are a like diehard fantasy fan. I know I've gone through, because I'm like, God, what are other people thinking about this? And so I found like some fantasy book or TV Reddits where people are discussing it, and everybody has their own. I think the biggest complaints, and I might have to go through and look through some of them, because it like when you get into fantasy nerds, there are people who know their shit. And so when they talk about like, well, actually they're mixing this material wouldn't have been used until the Bronze Age, and this actually is from the post-Roman era. Like that level of detail, they obviously did not have like a historical coordinator at all, because one of the major complaints I see, and I use this term lovingly, but from nerds on the internet, is how the sense of aesthetics is non-existent. It's all fucking over the place. Like they are gathering styles of armor and weaponry and like hunting and living arrangements. They are just fucking scooping it all up from a good 1,000+ year period across multiple different cultures, and then just like throwing it where the fuck ever. Travenoy, why did Daily Wire make a fantasy show anyway? Just trying to get people in the door. I think so. It is supposed to be like an advertisement for Daily Wire Plus, which because to get the Daily Wire Plus subscription, you have to pay like $100 annually. So it's not like a you know, fucking Disney Plus $6.99 a month thing. You can't really do that to get access to the series, which again, the whole thing is on Daily Motion right now, so they also aren't doing a fucking great. Listen to Chapo's review. That no, they didn't. Like, well, it's passively conservative, and in a lot of ways, it's weirdly monarchical. Like it's a Christo-fascist show, essentially, because the entire point of the show is, they explicitly state it multiple times, to unite all of Britain under one religion and worship the one true God. Which is crazy. Hey, miss, could you stop screaming at me, please? I love you. She's fine. She has food. Yeah, versus it's the fucking Brian McGinnis. So that's what I was talking about earlier with Asmongold being like, well, yeah, that's what you get for Brian McGinnis, the veteran who fucking broke his arm, and people were like, well, I thought you libs hated vets. And it's like, no, you don't hate vets, but also you are the ones who are supposed to support vets, and you don't. Like, that's the hypocrisy. How many backflips can I do? In the back in the day, I could probably do 1 or 2. Oh yeah, there are no black people. I guess I just realized that. Yeah, it's very... what it reminds me of, in terms of production value, it reminds me of the Polish Witcher TV show, which I know some people in my audience will probably be familiar with. I think it was early aughts, early 2000s, which is not great, but it has a charm to it that this one lacks, you know? I think that's the other problem, is that, like, it's so gormless. It has no sense of, like, charm or whimsy. It's supposed to be, like, it's supposed to be dark and gritty, but it's mostly so incredibly toothless because it is also from this Christian production company. So there's, like, one swear word the entire show. There's no scenes of sex. There's no, like, real, like, there are battle scenes, but that's the extent of it. Like, even when they're trying to depict, like, Morrigan, the Dark Witch, the bloody, gory, like, ritual stuff they have is so tame that it, for the most part, is just like a PG-rated thing, but with none of the actual grit of, like, I don't know, it... Like, fucking imagine if Narnia was directed by a film school Christopher Nolan. Like, it's this bizarre mishmash that nothing really connects the way I think anybody thought it would. Alrighty. Let's talk about, because a lot of people have been talking about Kristi Noem being out, and it's not as great of a thing as people want to say, for 2 reasons. One, the person she's been replaced with, Mark Wayne Mullins, is a pile of shit. Threatened to beat up witness. Yeah. But 2, she is not, like, being ousted from the government. She's being moved to point lead on another imperialist, interventionist project that will see us trying to expand our territory over South America, undoubtedly. Oh, no, I don't think... No. Electra's descending. I don't think Mullins will be more competent. I think he will be far, like... I think he's going to be way more stupid. I think that Trump is just grasping for straws on people who will sycophantically fall in line, and he's grabbing for anybody who's in his fucking orbit at this point. I do hope that they continue, whatever House Oversight Committee, whoever's digging into her shit, I hope they continue to do it, because, Jesus, if she implicated Trump in crimes on the stand, if she lied under oath in any way, it's just another pall that needs to be held over Trump's head and everybody in this associated with this administration's. Silas the Raccoon, Didi, I feel like you generally like Matt Bernstein's new episode, maybe one of the best on the show, which says a lot. He and his guest dunk on Gavin Newsom, and Hassan makes a cameo during his coverage. I would love to. Why are all their officials either incompetent or evil? If they were competent, all right. If they were intelligent, they would already be in the orbit. Like, if they were intelligent in a way that was conniving and self-centered, like a Stephen Miller, a Steve Bannon, a Roger Stone, they're already in the orbit. Largely, that's Kristi Noem. Although Kristi Noem, I think her evil outweighs her competence. If they are not, then they are unwitting and stupid and don't understand the role that they are playing in other people's political ambitions. So that's when you get the incompetent people. That's when you get the pencil pushers and the people who will just go lockstep, the Doge employees who will just go lockstep with whatever ideological agenda you give them because they don't really believe anything except what they're being told or what they know is popular to believe. Yep, Canadian Goose. Mullins is the guy who challenged the Teamsters to a fight. Democrats vowed to probe Noem's time as Homeland Security Secretary if they took back power. Ooh, let me see, actually. Come on. There you go, New Yorker. That'll work. Hateful as hell. Hey, corporate carrots. There we go. Gonna be a little bit cut off, but we'll go through it. So this is the fireball offenses of Kristi Noem from thenewyorker.com. Late last March, after being held incommunicado for nearly 2 weeks in a mega prison, a group of Venezuelans learned that Kristi Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security, had arrived to tour the facilities. Quote, "We were happy when she got here," a 29-year-old refugee named Roger Molina Acevedo told me. He thought she might be interested in knowing that prison guards were torturing the detainees. Perhaps the information Noem collected would prompt the government, which had sent him and 251 other men to prison without due process, to reverse course. Inside the prison, Noem wore a Navy baseball hat, a tight... Her name is so... like, it blends in with other names around it. I think it's because of the two vowels right in the middle. That's... I was just like, what the fuck just happened there? And I think it's because... I don't know. It's this weird sludge of a name, even. A tight white long sleeve shirt, $50,000 Rolex watch. Just before, God, it's so annoying how tacky they all are, right? It's like, I need to get, when I inevitably set up the soundboard, I need to, first off, I'm going to have, I'll probably keep it off because I like it off, honestly. But I was thinking of doing like one of the guitar riffs from the Hate Church theme song that they made for me for like a Call of Duty style. Bam, 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 when somebody signs up, you know, like when you level up in a Call of Duty game. I probably won't do that. But what I would love to do is I need that one sound clip from School of Rock of the one kid being like, "You're tacky and I hate you." I need that. So I can just be like, just fucking press that whenever I talk about people like Kristi Noem. Yeah, D's Boy Ed, we've just been talking about, I finished Resident Evil 9 and the fucking Daily Wire wannabe Game of Thrones show. Haven't gotten to too many political things. We're just starting on Kristi Noem's ouster and her history of being a horribly shit person. She didn't speak to anyone, he said. Instead, Noem addressed the cameras. Quote, "I want to thank El Salvador and the president for their partnership with the United States of America to bring our terrorists here." She said, quote, "I also want everybody to know if you come to our country illegally, this is one of the consequences you could face." What a just... Kristi Noem gives me the same visceral feeling as Stephen Miller now. She didn't at the time. When I saw her at CPAC, I called attention to what a very obvious and blatant corruption hazard she was, but I didn't recognize the same callousness, the same coldness. And I think it was maybe because, you know, when I went to CPAC, we had already seen Stephen Miller in, you know, around Trump in the previous administration. So we were already familiar with what a piece of shit he is. But she gives me the same feeling of just a like I think I said it, used the term automaton of cruelty. And that's the only thing, like she is just on autopilot to render the most suffering possible by her position. That's all I can really see. All right. Try and slim this down so I can fit it on the page. There we go. All right, give me 1 second. I need to go get some more water, and I'm gonna try and figure out what Miss wants. What do you want? Oh, you're just meowing at me. You just want me. What? Oh yeah, you want more food? More food? Here you go. There you go. Now leave me alone. Leave me alone. Alrighty. Bondi gives me the same vibes. Bondi does a little bit, but I think Bondi is like way like I don't think Bondi would do the shit that she's done as far as like the very callous and cruel nature of like going to a fucking prison for a photo op. Like Bondi doesn't have it there. I think Bondi does have I think Bondi seems like the kind of person who goes home and cries herself to sleep for like the psychological damage she does by completely cutting off her emotions to do her job. Like that is what I see in Bondi. And granted, I don't know any of these fucking people. I'm just speculating based on like the things I recognize in human psychology, but I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist. I'm not qualified to do that. That's just my read. Yeah, I think that's the difference, Comer of Hestia, is that, like, Noem seems to enjoy inflicting punishment and death. Like, she seems, like, again, like, she doesn't have that morality in her brain. Like, the way in which she, you know, even describes killing a dog in the picture, I'm like, or in her book, I'm like, that's somebody who just has no attachment to things. Like if you can just a creature that is dependent upon you for training, for life, for nurturing, who gives you nothing but unconditional love and support, and if you can just say, well, this is an inconvenience to me, not I'm going to rehome it, not I'm going to find somewhere else to put it, I'm going to just kill it. Like that's somebody who doesn't have any kind of like heart, morality at all. Okay. White House staffers told the Wall Street Journal Trump was annoyed. He demanded to know where she got the money for the junket. Oh wait, no, here we go. She dressed up in Coast Guard fatigues and in green uniform of Border Patrol. She posed in flak jackets, demanded that ICE agents record their arrests for social media videos. In one case, as part of a $220 million ad campaign, $220 million, she recorded a message on horseback in front of Mount Rushmore, wearing a cowboy hat and tasseled chaps. You cross the border illegally, we'll find you. Break our laws, we'll punish you. The ad was shot on the second day of a government shutdown. She really, it was one of the things that was so shocking to me that was just like flipped right over was the fucking Kristi Noem shit. Like she jumped hard, quick, fast to put her face fucking everywhere in like airports. Like if you've been to an airport in the last year, I went like when I went to LA last year to cover the ICE riots, the anti-ICE riots and protests. Fucking, I couldn't walk through any airport without hearing, "I'm Kristi Noem. Don't forget to do this and this." Like, it was like genuinely dystopian shit. Ugh. Agnostic sister, yes, can confirm. Yep. They've started taking her off the screens now. So funny. And here's the thing, Mark Wayne Mullins. The thing about Kristi Noem is I understand why Trump would pick her because, and to them, she works good on camera. It's same as Pete Hegseth. Is that like, in that basic aesthetic is what matters most to Trump, is how good are they at speaking eloquently on camera? How much can they lie to the public and be convincing about it in speeches and shit? Like, that's the first rubric that they have to pass. You cross the border illegally, we'll find you. The ad was shot, second day government shutdown. White House staffers told Wall Street Journal Trump was annoyed. He demanded to know where she got the money for the junket. Turned out, according to ProPublica, that the political consulting firm that landed the contract had extensive ties to Noem and members of her staff. Oh, wow. Thursday, Trump removed Noem from her posting on Truth Social. Her next role would be as special envoy to the Shield of the Americas, a new initiative with no governing power. So remember when I talked about how it's not necessarily better where she is? I think that is a terrifying idea, because you are already seeing all of, like, nothing keeps stopping Trump, and this is yet another reason why the Democrats are fucking unbelievably useless. He just gets to, while still being president, just gets to put himself as figureheads of any random foundation or initiative or like a Shield of the Americas. Like, just these unilateral commissions and agencies and shit that are completely unaccountable. And guess what? Because he can do it once and nobody's stopping him, he's just going to keep fucking doing shit like this. He's just going to keep doing this board of peace type bullshit. Ugh. Yeah, it's giving we're coming for Canada and South America. That's exactly what it is. It is the terrifying part about this. Board of Peace seems to be nothing but a pretext for just destroying whatever remains of Gaza and letting Israel put up whatever chintzy Dubai chocolate coated fuck ass skibbity toilet EDM rave garbage they want to. Like, God, what a so many problems. People keep posting videos out of Dubai because a bunch of the rich fucks found out that, oh my God, there's actually war in the world and we can't just live in a walled off city and it won't affect us. You know what Dubai is giving? And because I was actually thinking of doing what made me think of this? I was thinking about George Romero movies. I was thinking about political movies. What was I thinking? Okay, this is a weird A to B to C. Hideo Kojima talked about Knight Riders with George Romero. I looked into watching Knight Riders. I did not watch Knight Riders, but I went down a rabbit hole of George Romero because I love George Romero movies. And I started thinking about how a lot of his movies are very political. And that got me thinking about probably one of his most political movies, Land of the Dead, which is a movie I have a deep love for. And by the way, Land of the Dead holds up pretty damn good, not gonna lie. Really fun special effects. But for those who don't know, Land of the Dead was a movie made at like very much satirizing Donald Rumsfeld, Dick Cheney, the Bush administration, their war on terror. And what it is essentially about is, you know, after the zombie apocalypse, all of these rich fucks decide to just live in one big walled-off city. That, you know, the rich district of town. And they get all the best stuff to themselves, while the military, cops, workers, people who grow their food, the people who go out and actually get and scavenge supplies are left with scraps, disease, crime, human slavery, all this shit. And meanwhile, because everybody is living in ignorance. Nobody believes reports of what's happening beyond the walls. The zombies have begun, which is its own kind of like critique on capitalism, which, you know, was the whole impetus behind Dawn of the Dead being put in a mall. And there's that whole monologue in the beginning where people are talking about like, well, why so many come to a fucking mall? And it's like, they're just doing what they remember. They are on autopilot. And, you know, at the time, malls were a massive, booming commercial enterprise in America. Now, the equivalent would be, you know, looking at your screen or something. That's a little too fucking Reddit coded, I guess. To be like, oh, wow, we're like chained to our, wow, it's crazy. It's like screens make us zombies. Like, that's, you know, a little heavy handed. But in Land of the Dead, the zombies begin to not gain, they begin to regain some of their human sentience. And one of them, Bud, who is one of my favorite zombies. And Bud, like, basically leads a kind of like zombie revolution overthrow of the rich and wealthy. And so the last half, it's a pretty damn good movie. I'm not gonna lie. It has John Leguizamo is killing it. Dennis Hopper fucking chewing up, somehow not a zombie, still chewing up all the scenery. Fun time. There's some there's some jokes in there that I think were a little bit okay. This was, you know, mid 2000s, but other than that, Land of the Dead, go check that out for an idea of what should happen to Dubai. And a lot of Romero's movies are heavily political. If you haven't seen, incredible film. I think it's on Tubi, The Amusement Park, which fascinating story behind The Amusement Park. I'm a little bit of a George Romero head. The Amusement Park is an amazing film. Like, it is a truly harrowing, heartbreaking film, because it is a horror movie that was originally made for a Lutheran, it was originally made for like a charity association to be a film about the dangers of kind of elder abandonment and elder abuse and the need for proper care and, you know, habilitation for people as they age and as they go through degenerative disorders and stuff. But if you haven't seen it, it is it's a fucking horror movie. Like, it's a Lynchian without being derivative of Lynch, because it came out in the 70s, but it is a nightmare of a film about a old man getting lost at an amusement park in so many words. And it confronts head on the reality of like why a capitalist society and why the society that is so fueled by and obsessed with consumption so quickly and harshly discards people who, you know, have worked to keep it alive for so long. Yeah, and then I also have another good one. Actually, I'll be right back. I think there's somebody else who is a big Romero head in chat. I think you'll dig this. Where I have a VHS copy of George Romero's Season of the Witch. And this is, if you don't know this one was originally, God, what was it originally released at? It was originally released as like a, I'm going to have to look it up now, because the fucking, the title was ridiculous. It was called like Lonely Wives in Heat or some shit. It was insane. Made under the title Jack's Wife. There it was, Hungry Wives. Another fascinating, bizarre story is that the original release was like, Hungry Wives. The original release was chopped and screwed by the company to make it like kind of a late night skin flick, is kind of what they expected. And George Romero, what you get is actually a very like dramatic. It reminds me in a lot of ways of Possession, the movie with Sam Neill, where it is this. It's not as manic. Like that movie is fucking nuts. It's not as manic as that, but it is this kind of like hysteria-driven study of just dull suburban life meeting psychosis. Yeah, I like Season of the Witch quite a bit. If you haven't checked it out, do. It's a bummer because it's a weird movie because the distributor put it out as a porno, basically, or like a skin flick. And it's not that. So the people who wanted to see it at the time, based on that, were disappointed with it. But it's also not like since then, every time it's been advertised like this, where it's like every night is Halloween, like it's, you know, George Romero. And it's also not like a very gory, like if you're expecting Dawn of the Dead or anything, it's not that. But it is still a quintessential and really just, it's a Romero film. God damn. Have I seen Monkey Shines? Long time ago. I saw Monkey Shines a long time ago. Anyway. Reminds me of that Rob Zombie slasher flick is the vibe I'm getting. Are you thinking of Lords of Salem? Well, no, Lords of Salem was more the Giallo. I mean, like, most of Rob Zombie's movies are slasher flicks, I feel, in one way or another. That, yeah, man, 31. What a pile of shit. Sorry. I love Rob Zombie. I love his style. I really, truly, honestly do. We need as many exploitation filmmakers out there, because right now, if Rob Zombie stops making exploitation films, the only guy we still have really hoisting that banner is, well, I mean, there's some other people, but like Eli Roth has kind of been the and like I don't fuck with Eli Roth. I don't fuck with that dude. I don't fuck with Zionist shit. I don't fuck with his torture porn bullshit. Yeah, Trauma. Well, and Trauma because, I mean, Lloyd Kaufman is getting fucking up there. Lloyd Kaufman is getting up there, and they revitalized some of their stuff I was gonna say a couple years ago, but I was thinking like Return to Nukem High was like over a decade ago. Fuck, man. Damn. That's crazy. Ace Gun, have I heard of Voltaire upcoming film Demonatrix? No, but that sounds right at my alley. Hello, Christian Garcia, Robert Eggers. Yeah, I kind of wish Robert Eggers would go more buck wild with it, because there's stuff I really like about his movies, but I find them so dull. And I understand the realism and the authenticity is what people really, and I like his movies are fun to watch. They're engaging. But the style, it's not that it takes me out of it. It never brings me in, I guess. And that's a personal thing, because I know people that fucking, and I'm glad for them. That's just not my vibe with that. Terrifier films kind of hit that beat. Also heard they pulled a Sharon Stone on one of their actors. What do you mean? What do you mean by pulling a Sharon Stone? Yeah, and John Waters hasn't made a movie since. I would love to see John Waters make a movie. And in fact, kind of one of the scripts I'm working on right now, because I'm still going to finish the script for Cathode. That way I have it in my pocket. But I have started a script for anything that I will be able to have a fucking insanely low shoestring. Speaking of exploitation films, my first movie will probably be an exploitation movie. And it's very John Waters-y, kind of. But yeah, last movie John Waters did was Cecil B. Demented, which is fun, but it's not eh. Has anyone confirmed Kaufman isn't Mel Brooks' long-lost brother? Has anybody confirmed Kaufman isn't just Mel Brooks? Has anybody ever seen Lloyd Kaufman and Mel Brooks in the same room together? Like Mel Brooks just started Trauma because he wanted to do shit he could never, like Gene Wilder would not let him drop a bunch of goop on his head. Oh, Jesus. One of the actors claimed they shot nude scenes of her without her consent. That sucks. I didn't know that about Sharon Stone. That's fucking insane. That's additionally fucking nuts to learn. Brother of GC, thank you very much for subbing with Prime. Gene Wilder wouldn't appear in Nuketown. Oh no, you're right. It was I know the one you're talking about. It was about sex addicts. It was like, because it was rated, it was like rated X or some shit. Oh, yeah. Hey, Christian Garcia, 300 Rise of an Empire. Not bad. Not bad. I'm not going to lie. Look, you can say 300 is as chud-coded as you want. Absolutely. 300 Rise of an Empire. There is a... Okay, first off, I cannot be mad at almost any movie that has a fight sex scene. Here are my ranking of top 3 fight sex scenes that I've seen from 3, 2 to 1. Okay, number 3, Drive Angry, Nicolas Cage. Amazing turn by William Fichtner. Lowest because it has Amber Heard in it. Number 2, Shoot 'Em Up. Clive Owen, Monica Bellucci. If you haven't seen Shoot 'Em Up, oh, it's one of my favorite movies ever. Hey, babe, we got to watch Shoot 'Em Up. Okay. Oh, so good. Monica Bellucci, amazing. Number 1, best fight sex scene is in 300 Rise of an Empire with whatever the fuck the main character's name is and Eva Green, who are beating the shit out of each other while also having the angriest rivals to lovers sex on screen. Incredible. Don't ever fucking come to me and tell me that sex scenes in movies aren't necessary after that. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, no, exactly. Prez Rigger wasn't a fan. Eva Green is. It's one of those movies that everybody's having a fucking fun time. It's just fun. Ooh, I would love to, Aubrey Plaza. Aubrey Plaza is like made for a John Waters movie, honestly. That's especially after God, what was that fucking movie where she stalks somebody? I forget the name of it, but you know that one. Who is asking? Oh, somebody asked about Craig Z. Lawler. Or S. Craig Zoller. Saul Lawler. Zoller. I understand the appeal. I like, you know, he's a good filmmaker and he gets good performances from his actors, but he kind of just makes in various shades the same movie over and over. And I think that is boring. I thought, you know, Bone Tomahawk was really good. Fucking everybody saw, like, it's a hard movie to not think is good. I saw Brawl in Cell Block 13, I think was the one with Vince Vaughn. Again, I love getting a really good dramatic turn out of a comedic actor. It's why I love the Becky movies. Those Becky movies are so fucking fun because you get like Kevin James playing the leader of a neo-Nazi cult in the first one. That's so good. And he's legitimately scary. Like good shit. But then like the one he did with fucking like Dragged Across Concrete, it's gratuitous in a way that's like, no, I get it, dude. Like I get it. Like I feel like Zoller is analogous or kind of concurrent with a Nicholas Winding Refn, where Refn also has a lot of those very gratuitous, violent, look at how fucked up and dark this is instincts. But Refn has so much style and is constantly expanding that style and repertoire with his stuff. And so I would kind of like go more towards that side of things. I think his shtick is kind of just boring. Or Alexandre Aja. Well, God, what was the last? Well, no, because Aja did. It's so weird that you bring up Alexander Ajak, because I was just thinking about rewatching that Hills Have Eyes movie. And then I was thinking about, like, what the fuck? What was the last movie he made? But I think he made Crawl, which was a really fun creature feature a couple years ago. Didn't who make the Puppet Master puppets? Yeah, you might be thinking of Charles Band. Charles Band does Full Moon, which is commonly confused with Trauma, but Full Moon is not Trauma. Oh god, yeah, Fightin' Hobbit, sheer amount of puns and shoot 'em up, just a Bugs Bunny cartoon with more violence. That is a movie that everybody involved is having so much fucking fun with. Paul Giamatti is having the goddamn time of his life, just delivering the most batshit ridiculous lines possible. Oh. He did Crawl, also did the Martyrs remake. See, and that's another thing, is like, I don't need to see a remake of Martyrs. I don't need to see a remake of Martyrs. I don't need to see a remake of Audition or Sallow or fucking Serbian Film or Philosophy of a Knife. I watched those already. I'm good. I'm good. My faves are Wishmaster and... Oh, fuck. Ooh. Talk to me about Wishmaster. Talk to me about Wishmaster. I fucking... Andrew Devov... Fucking icon. Make your wishes. He's so fucking good. The Wishmaster is one of my favorite slasher villains. And it is a crime that A, they got rid of him for the fucking Power Rangers extra actor in 3 and 4, which, by the way, Wishmaster in 3 and 4, unwatchable dog shit. I say this as somebody who will gladly write or watch all of the Leprechaun films. I will never watch Wishmaster 3 and 4 again. Zoller wrote Puppet Master the Littlest Reich? What? Like, in a way... In a way, I don't think I've seen any Puppet Master past 10. I think that might have been the Littlest Reich. There was... Oh my god, holy shit. Oh, holy fuck. Casey Tron, thank you for rating with a party of 453. We are talking about Kristi Noem being let go forever, or at least move to another position and what that means. And we have gotten slightly off track, where we are now talking about horror movies. Xena Girls, I've never seen Puppet Master. I would say the first 3 are decent and worth watching. I tend to think the third Puppet Master is the best. I think they hit a really good balance of special effects and storytelling in that one. The problem with, and I understand why people would be mad that they made Toulon's puppets Nazis, because they killed Nazis in the original. The thing is that, like, man, by the time you get to like retro Puppet Master, and there are like a few multi-part arcs where they start getting like Egyptian demon gods worked into it. Like, the lore is stupidly it's so complicated. It's the Viz. How has Wishmaster not done more voice acting? Andrew Devov voiced Dragovich in Call of Duty Black Ops, which is one of my many dumb fun facts about Call of Duty Black Ops. It's Dragovich is voiced by Andrew Devov, who played the Wishmaster. Jesus Christ. Littlest Reich is like the 15th Puppet Master movie. No, B. Parker, because you get to... If you watch the Puppet Master movies, like, if you're like, okay, I'll sit down, I'll knock them all out, you do burn out fast on those things. You burn out. I've tried multiple times. You get past 1, 2, 3, you're like, okay, we're having a good time, we're having fun. And then you get to, like, Revenge of Puppet Master, Retro Puppet Master, fucking the ones with the little Egypt pyramid head little fuckers. And it just gets... It's like watching Freddy's Dead quality repeatedly on purpose. They take a fucking nosedive. Yeah. Dragovich, Kripchenko, Steiner. Oh, what a fuck. Oh, I've been playing a little bit of Black Ops for a video I'm making on just like the real world history behind Black Ops. And it reminds me, man, what an iconic game. Like they truly don't make Call of Duty games like that anymore. There's been a recent conversation around Modern Warfare 2 because of apparently Department of Defense intervention in the storytelling after, like, I guess nobody on the DoD payroll was paying attention during Infinity Ward's development of Modern Warfare 2, where they made the bad guy the United States false flag general, and which is so fucking funny because, man, like, even as a kid, I played that and I was like, oh, military recruitment. Oh, shit. Damn. That's crazy. Watching the bad guy be the United States and the United States character being like, tomorrow there will be no shortage of volunteers. No shortage of patriots. And being like, what? It's a false flag? No. Yeah. Was No Russian still in the game? Hell yeah, No Russian still in the game. In the remake or the old one? Like, yeah, they wouldn't have taken it out. Remember, No Russian. Like, yeah. Somebody said Hellraiser marathon. Yeah, that's another one that, like, you get to... What a fucking roller coaster of quality that shit is. Because you get out of the territory of 1 to 3, which 3 is... I loathe 3. I really do. It is such a departure from everything that made 1 and 2 so unique and tactile. It just makes it a fucking generic Freddy-ass slasher movie. And the problem is that it still looks really good because they had a fucking budget. And then through the 90s, what happened with Hellraiser is that basically Harvey Weinstein and Dimension or Miramax would take scripts that they had bought or optioned and put Pinhead in them. So there are like several Hellraiser films, and you can absolutely tell there are several Hellraiser films where they just write Pinhead into the movie retroactively. And one of them actually ain't half bad. One of them was like it's God, I always forget if it's Deader or Hell. It's not Hell World. Is it Hellseeker? There's one dog shit one in the early 2000s that is just like Eurotrash underground rave garbage. But there's one that's basically a Silent Hill movie. It's very Silent Hill too, but it's pretty good. And then Hell World, man. Young Henry Cavill, Hell World, another dog shit movie. And yeah, I liked the remake, and I liked not Revelations, Judgment. I thought Judgment was pretty fun. Judgment is a movie that, like, damn, if that crew had money, if they had access to an actual fucking budget, that they could have done something really good. Hell on Earth is 3. Maybe Inferno? I think, yeah, Scott Derrickson. Yes, I believe it was Inferno, actually. Yeah. And you know what? The Auditor was in Judgment. And Inferno was solid. And you know what? I actually like Bloodlines too. Bloodlines is not a great movie. Look, Bloodlines is no Jason X. If we're talking about, okay, first off, we talked about my top 3 favorite fight scenes or sex fighting scenes in film. Here are my top 3 favorite slasher movies. What they done put the serial killer in space. And they are as follows: Jason X, Leprechaun in Space, Hellraiser 4, Bloodlines. Because, like, in fairness, like, Bloodlines is only in space for like a third of the movie or whatever. I haven't watched Bloodlines yet. It's better in 3. It has at least. So that's the thing, is Bloodlines is wacky. Bloodlines is so fucking 90s. It's very weird, but it is also telling this like multi-generational story, and it has a very fun. Let me see if I can find a fucking picture of Adam Scott, by the way. Leprechaun in Space. That is a movie. Look, the Leprechaun series caught on early to why people watch that movie, and it's not for cinematic mastery. It's because it's a movie about a murderous fucking leprechaun. So there's like Leprechaun in Space. They knew exactly what they were fucking doing. Same with, by the time you get to Leprechaun into Hood, come on, you know what you're signing up for. If you rent a movie Leprechaun in the Hood, what are you expecting? Like, you're not expecting Tarkovsky, you know? And then, of course, you've got the follow-up classic Leprechaun Back to the Hood, which is funny that it became its own sub-series. What was I looking up? Adam Scott. Let me see if I can find a picture of him in his fucking goofy-ass wig. Yeah. Here's baby Adam Scott was in Hellraiser Bloodline, for those who don't know. Anyway, sorry. I've gotten so off track. Hi, everybody. I'm so sorry. I was in the middle of a tangent. I do that a lot. It's the ADHD. I apologize. Thank you very much for joining. We are going to now continue on. New initiative to governing powers. There are two ways to summarize Noem's disastrous tenure. One, as a tragicomic story. I hate the word tragicomic. Story of vanity, vacuousness, and self-obsession. The other is a grim account of how the department has imploded under her leadership. In either case, she will be remembered not only as the most incompetent secretary in the department's 23-year history, but also the person who succeeded where many progressive activists failed in discrediting much of the DHS. You know, while that stings, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel so many unforced errors are going uncapitalized by progressives, by Democrats right now, where we, as people who stay up to date, sometimes annoyingly so, with the goings-on and the horrors of the world, we are already inundated with all of these happenings. We already know this is happening. The problem is that culturally, I think we have such a short memory span that by the time it comes around to voting, to getting elected representatives and stuff, we're going to see things as being more important than, hey, let's disband ICE. Hey, let's disband this. Part of that is just the nature of liberal capitalism. Part of that is just the nature of constantly keeping people engaged with other things so the system can repair itself and continue working mostly uninhibited, right? The problem is that people need to hold these things in their mind, because what we are seeing, Anarchale, do you think Noem had to surrender her flak jacket to Kash Patel? I wonder if they get to keep their flak jackets. Anyway. I think about Uvalde all the time. Yeah. I mean, it's stuff like that. That is... The cultural memory fades so quickly. And it's really a fucking bummer. It's a lot to keep in your head all the time. And it is a lot to try and... It's a lot to keep in your head all the time. It's a lot to stay up to date to and understand. And then it's a lot to also put enough importance on to act on. Like, that's the thing that they hope everybody won't do. That's why people talk about how, you know, Trump is flooding the zone to distract from this, to distract from this, to distract from this. And it's because they are hoping that by getting engaged in so many things, one on top of the other, you're going to forget about all the other shit. But I think they have gotten so reckless and careless with how they manage that tactic that every mistake they're making is crumbling down on top of them, and they need to they need to be held accountable. And especially when we're going to talk about the Epstein file thing, because I said it a couple weeks ago when we were looking at the other Epstein files, that the rumored FBI interviews, I said this, people who were here will remember this. I'm not doing a fucking Alex Jones thing where I'm gonna be like, I predicted this and it's all in the documents, folks. Like that's not my bag. For the new people here, I also do a lot of funny voices, so throw out a voice if you want to hear it. And it has now been revealed, the four, they're still redacted, but the 4 interview summaries the FBI did with somebody who accused Donald Trump of assaulting them when they were a child. And the reason why they've been withheld was because, specifically, they are probably the most damning thing we've seen yet, as far as proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that at the very least, the FBI under Trump believed that they were credible. Because, and people have brought this up, but they're not, the fucking FBI is not going to interview somebody 4 times. I have such sights to show you. The box, you opened it. We came. No more tears. It's a waste of good suffering. Dante, please. I see. Ruben Langdon doesn't have like a. He doesn't have enough of a. That's just Ruben Langdon's voice. Honestly. Socialist cooning be like, we came. The judge. Oh God, I can't believe Casey Tron viewers, by the way, we have a Jarch. If y'all don't know. Real Jarch hours up here. Tangled virus, can we stay on topic? Yeah, yes, I'm sorry. Here we go. Previous governor of South Dakota frequently mentioned his potential running mate, which she was clearly fucking angling for. The angling for being the running mate at CPAC was crazy. Who had been previously governor of South Dakota. 5 years earlier, Corey Lewandowski, Trump's former campaign strategist, began advising Noem on how best to ingratiate herself with the president. 5 years earlier. She's been working on this shit for 5 years. That's crazy. That's ridiculous. Like just like sitting there, how can I get in the most position of like the power pot? They're so conniving and craven. Her prospects seemed solid until the publication of a political memoir in which she recounted in explicit detail how she killed her family dog, Cricket. Quote, it's not a pleasant job, but it had to be done. Trump was reportedly disgusted by the story. Quote, even you wouldn't kill a dog and you kill everything, he told his eldest son, according to Alex Heisenstadt's 2025 book, Revenge, the inside story of Trump's return to power. That's fucking insane. That is a insane thing to say to your child. Can you imagine having a child so murderous? Well, it's because Eric and Don Jr. go on like safari hunting trips where they will murder like giraffes and lions and other majestic animals for no fucking reason, because they don't value life and they think everything in the world is to be subjugated to their whims. Like that's what that means. Like Trump is realizing that, like, you know, even Eric, he'll kill anything, but he wouldn't kill a dog. No. Like, fucking disgusting. Ugh. After Trump's re-election, the incident was said to have struck the president as an example of the sort of tough-mindedness that would be important for Homeland Security Secretary. As John Oliver recently put it, Noem didn't bring a lot of non-dog murdering experience to the job. I say it as much as I can, like Johnny. Oh yeah, they kill endangered species. Yeah, of course they do. DHS is the third largest federal department. Past secretaries from Republican and Democratic administrations used to complain that immigration enforcement tended to overshadow and undermine all of the department's other work, which includes cybersecurity, disaster relief, and the Secret Service. I wonder how they fucking feel about that now. Ugh. Quote, immigration is overheated and overpoliticized. Jed Johnson, who served under Barack Obama, once told me. It has overwhelmed DHS. With Trump in the White House given both his obsession with the issue and his expectation of total fealty, it was virtually impossible to create a veneer of gravitas and impartiality at the department. Noem seemed almost gleeful at dashing whatever pretense may have remained after Trump's first term. In her inaugural address, she walked out on a country song called Hot Mama with the chorus. No, I know the song. You turn me on. Let's turn it up. Turn this room into a sauna. Why? There is something about the MAGA woman mind that just makes them want to sexualize themselves in the largest public forum available. Why? For why? For what? For why? Even before Noem took over the department, there were rumors that she and Lewandowski were having an affair, something both of them had denied. Noem's leadership was inextricably tied to Lewandowski. He reportedly signed documents as Noem's chief advisor, despite not being a member of the department. Technically, he was a special government employee, a status reserved for private citizens who can consult with the federal government for no more than 130 days a year. Department officials nevertheless described Lewandowski as a ubiquitous presence. He traveled in a private cabin with Noem on... Come on, dog. Come on, dog. You're not... You're saying, no, there's nothing weird happening here. Traveling in private cabins on a 737 that the department leased and is seeking to purchase. Parenthetical, this was nearly double the cost of each of 6 other commercial planes Noem had the department buy to carry out deportation flights. This is what your tax dollars are being used for. As you're getting ready to pay taxes, by the way. This is what your tax dollars are being used for. Karenelle, to be fair, you have an OnlyFans. Yeah, but my OnlyFans is not like... I barely advertise my own OnlyFans. Do you see the pic of the full-size bed on the plane? No, I did not. Let me look up the... Jesus Christ, dog. No fucking way. No fucking way. Hey, give me 1 second. OF sucks, Fansly good. I know. I actually just started, is this Mark Wayne adopting the bed or the chair? I actually just started getting all my stuff uploaded to Fansly, so I will be making the transition, so to speak, over to Fansly, because yeah, fuck OnlyFans. It's a lot of work to find and go through all my old, because I want, you know, if somebody signs up for my Fansly, I want them to have all the same photos, so I have to go through and organize everything, and ugh, yeah, it's a whole thing. But Jesus Christ, you're gonna tell me that you're rocking beds like this on flights, and you're gonna sit here and say you're not fucking? You're not even just a little bit. Not even just like see, again, this is a reason I would never be a sitting representative, because I would be sitting there asking Kristi Noem in front of the whole world, just being like, you're going to look at that. I would be one of those performative motherfuckers that like prints it out on a giant Kinko's like poster board and put it up behind me and be like, you're going to tell me you weren't at least doing like a little bit of hand stuff? Like you're going to tell me you didn't at least do a little third base action, that you didn't pull a Bobert in Beetlejuice? Come on. DD, do I lift? I do lift. Not very often. I mostly run. I mostly do like cardio and calisthenics stuff. What did OnlyFans do this time? OnlyFans has direct ties to like funding the IDF and shit. And like, no, not the IDF, APAC, sorry. That's a sex bet. I know. Hey, I may not know a lot in this world, but listen to me, Fry Man, I know a sex bed when I see one. Hello, Joey. Traveled on a private jet. At one point, hey, babe. Hey. You're not gonna let me hit that? That's a little bit. If you want, it's fine. It's no big deal. $2. Thank you, Rise again. So what you're saying is he got some Kristi Noem. Hey. No.
No, actually.
Koa just said no. Pump the brakes. Never mind. That's no.
Pump the brakes.
That wasn't funny. That definitely. See, again, this is why we can't have kids, because kids would be saying the dumbest shit, and I'd be like, ha, up high, and you'd be like, no, they can't say that. I'll be like, your mom's correct. Yes. Listen to your other mom, not me.
She's 2/3 fleshlight as it is. Oh yeah, the Weetabixy dog.
Don't make me laugh. I'm just choking. That was audible on stream. What was? Zenit Girls, do you know where an NSFW artist should promote their art? Yeah. Twitter.
No, get off Twitter. DM me your art. I'll buy it.
Twitter. Twitter's the best way to do it.
Fuck Twitter.
Unfortunately, like straight. Well, yeah, like Twitter is it's because you can't do it on like wait, what are you gonna fucking network through LinkedIn? Look up what flavor Celsius? This is the raspberry peach. I think it's a new one. It's okay. It's fine. Hitting the wacky tobacco. The 2/3 comment was audible. Oh. No, she was talking about Koa was reading a comment that somebody else made. On I don't know if it was on Twitch or YouTube, but it was in the comment feed. Do what? The comment about her face being 2/3 something.
Oh yeah, someone said that she was 2/3 fleshlight already in chat, and I read that out loud because I was like, damn. Some things have to be said twice. That was one of them.
That was one of them.
Someone said it. I said, let me run that back.
Yo, DJ, run that back. Alrighty. At one point, according to the Wall Street Journal, Lewandowski fired a Coast Guard pilot who forgot to fetch. Fetch is an incredible word to use for Kristi Noem, by the way. Fetch Noem's blanket from an aircraft, and he often avoided swiping into department buildings to stay under the service limit as a special government employee. Christ, man. Lewandowski's influence appeared to be about consolidating power and control. It's like, oh, what took you so long, idiot? Noem created a policy requiring her to personally sign off on any department expenditure that was more than 100. It's just you go through life pinching pennies. I took a big step today, chat. I took a big step towards reclaiming my space of physical media. I canceled almost all of my subscriptions today. I finally did it. I finally sat down and went through, and I cut off, and I even canceled PS Plus because I'm only playing PS2. I'm not playing anything online, right? I'm only playing PS2 games for the rest of the year. I canceled PS Plus. I canceled all sorts of shit. And I had a sweet bundle on like HBO Max and Disney and stuff. Gone. Because I'm sitting here and I'm running numbers and I'm doing my taxes and I'm going through being like, okay, I don't need this. I don't need this. $20 here, that could be food here. That could be, savings here. That could be paying off debt here. Because that's what I am constantly cogitating, right? And it's so dark. It's darkly funny in a way. To spend so long, where now you multiply that times millions. I don't pirate stuff. I mean, not for the PS2. I've been playing on like regular PS2 stuff. Like a PS2, but also like backwards compatible. Whatever. Don't want to get off on a tangent here. And so many people in the country spend their days, especially with tax season, especially right now with the economy and gas and everything is in flux and mostly going up or burning down. You spend a lot of time thinking about how you need to save money, how you need to spend less, how you don't need this thing that you're spending money on. Like, that's a thing that gets me. That's the thing that gets me is I love a little treat. I love a little treat for me on a hard day. Damn. And it just... It's so disheartening to then read that all of our tax dollars, all the money we're paying, that's supposed to go to roads and public services, that people can't get health care. People can't afford their drugs that they need to live. People can't get education. But we've got like, hey, if you spend more than $100,000, make sure you get mommy's permission first. And that's our government. And their entire purpose behind that is the cruel delocation, deporting, assault, rape, murder, trafficking of human fucking beings. That's fucking... Thank God for street markets and bootleg DVDs and Blu-rays. Now you're talking. I wish I had more... and I wish I had gotten when I was... Last time I was in LA, or next time I'm in LA, I'm going to get some like street vendor bootleg DVDs. Because I failed last time. I just didn't have cash on me. Anyway, almost immediately the agency's work ground to a halt. No shit. Policy coincided with hurricane season and relief efforts in state... Jesus fucking Christ, man. Relief in states such as Missouri, North Carolina, and California were delayed, angering the public, in many cases, their Republican representatives. Quote, people are hurting in western North Carolina from the most significant storm they've ever experienced. Tom Tillis, Republican North Carolina senator, told Noem at a recent hearing. It begs the question, why? Kevin Kiley, California Republican, citing a $2.5 million grant that has languished since June, told her, quote, my constituents are not being well served by your department. No shit. Like, and that's, I think the other thing I hate about this is that, putting aside other ideological disagreements, I am sure there are people, Republican representatives, who do care about their constituents. I don't think every representative, even on the Republican side, I don't think they're all as just openly power hungry as somebody like Kristi Noem. But at the same time, they cannot go after her with the fervor and fire of a Democrat, because they still need to stay in the overall administration's good graces. And that she is still protected by that ideologically. It's so, like, frustrating. I wish there were more Thomas Massie, right? I wish there were more people like that who can just say, no, fuck you. Fuck Trump. Fuck Noem. Fuck all of them. I don't give a shit. Like, stand up for what they actually believe is right, insofar as any of them seem to believe anything. I don't, maybe that's the problem. Cassie Graceface, thank you for following. Stormcrow Honk, thank you for following. Thank you for following. That honk came out way better than I thought it would. I'm sorry. It's the blank check administration. It is. No, it truly is. And so many people have not been holding their feet more to the fire for that shit. Like, as much as we heard that's what launched Elon Musk's whole dumbass Doge initiative last year. This time last year, what we were all caring about and hearing about and thinking about was Elon Musk being like, yes, we're going to, my friend Big Balls, his name is Big Balls, you see, he's going to save everybody a lot of money, and we're going to save everybody money, and we're cutting wasteful spending, like on useful research in Africa and things that people will die without, but we're going to save the taxpayer a lot of. We might even pay them. We might even get money back for tax. Who knows? Who knows? Have you seen my son X? Have you seen my son XAE? It's a meme reference. It's very, very based. And everybody just like wanted to just take his head, because look, chat, I'm not gonna lie, things are real bad. Things are real rough out there right now. But at least we don't have to look at Elon Musk as much as we did this time last year. At least we don't have to, we can walk down the street and not have to think about that bizarre avocado-shaped incel 50-year-old terminally online, no game playing ass bitch. Right? You gotta remember the little things. Little things. He's been weirdly quiet these last few weeks. He hasn't been, actually. As somebody who's been using Twitter to keep tabs on everything, his shit keeps popping up for me. He won't shut the fuck up. He's just mostly on Twitter. Like, I think he's literally, which, you know, good riddance, I hope. I hope he spends his days stewing. Everybody's been so mad about Viv lately, and it's so fucking funny because it's the most busted bitches. It really is. Like, so Vivian Wilson was in fucking, I'm so, like, it's a weird feeling having, like being proud of a kind of, you know, very casual friend like that, but like having talked to them and seen them like grow, and knowing like what a genuine person they are is really cool. But it also brings with it, because of, you know, who she is, it brings with it this extra layer of scrutiny by, you know, largely, when you look at it, people who just, I think, are really fucking jealous. Like, you're gonna sit there and tell me that Ollie London is gonna be throwing stones at Vivian Wilson? Come on now. Why are people mad at Viv? Some footage came out of her voguing at Paris Fashion Week. Like, she was voguing, she was modeling, she was posing, she was doing voguing, which she does not only as that, but also she does like a lot of, she loves drag. She's fascinated by it. So or fixated by it. And it's like the way in which conservatives purposefully, and it is purposefully, they know what things are in the fashion world, but the way that they completely always try to misrepresent fashion and the fashion industry and fashion shows, the way they try to completely misrepresent them as these like dadaist, absurdist, avant-garde, hoity-toity affairs. And it's like, y'all have been running in all of these same money, high society fashion circles the entire time. This has been the fashion world for 60, 70 years. Like, can you not, like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? I don't have hope for the future because of Iran. Girly girl, I don't know. I'm kind of feeling hope for the future because of Iran. I'll be so honest. I'll be so honest. The people, hey, there are a lot of things in this conflict to take into consideration. Not Iran. Iran is protecting their sovereignty. Iran is doing the world a favor by pushing American interests currently out of the entire Gulf. I'm critical support to Iran. Anti-dome Vivian is so problematique. Oh, you know what? I bet she will get a cameo in the Helliverse. Oh, yeah. I mean, Brandywine, I get that. I think at 55, I'm just war tired. I'm so sick of it. Has America not been at war or trying to drum up a war? Well, there's that famous, I don't remember what off the top of my head, I don't remember what the statistic is, but there is that famous, like, for a majority of, since the founding of America, since 1776, we have been at war in some conflict or another. Like, it is post-World War II U.S. interventionist policy. Like, it was a worldwide, in a lot of ways, what the CIA did and the networks they engineered for soft power, for explicit hard power, through, our USA-backed diplomacy and dictators and all sorts of shit, from that to capital strategies and banana republics, and it really was a global takeover in the shadows to give us as much advantage over the rest of the world as possible, or at least that was the idea, that was the attempt. And it came with it a unknowable, uncountable body toll, and probably most scathingly and important, now that we are several generations into this cycle, it gave us people who know what U.S. intervention means. Like, we've seen, we've seen already people in Iran who are trepidatious about, like, any support for the U.S. action, because while Ayatollah, I was thinking of Khamenei, sorry. While Ayatollah Khamenei was despotic and brutal in how he suppressed civilians and, like, executed people and, like, not a good leader, they also understand from 50, 60 years of watching Western interventionist politics in the Middle East, what heavy price tag comes with accepting U.S. help. And like, that's I need to stress this part. That currently is regardless of who's the president. Because that shit has been happening. It doesn't matter if it was under Nixon or Reagan or Bush or Carter or JFK, or it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what letter was next to it. When people in the Middle East got bombed, when people in South America who had fucking gangsters learning torture techniques from the CIA to get out communists, because that shit has happened under every presidency. And it truly feels like it's catching up to us. I was reading one of the books I've been reading as a kind of break from the Fort Bragg cartel, which I want to get back to. But on recommendation from a friend, I started Kurt Vonnegut's Cat's Cradle. And there's a conversation that two characters have about, I think I'm over halfway through. Yeah, I am over halfway through. Where one of them says to the other, you know, it's talking about Americans being so offended when people don't like Americans, and that being part of why people don't like Americans. Because Americans expect to go in a broad generalization, but it's you know, it's a very witty book and it's written very well. So I'm certainly not doing it justice, but talking about how Americans just expect to be liked everywhere they go. And then they're like, well, why don't you like Americans? And they take it so fucking personally. They make it into this big fucking thing, when really the natural state of humanity is that, like, you're going to go some places and not be liked it, or not be liked there. Yeah, I fuck with Vonnegut. Why? Whoa, what is... Okay, sorry, my mouse is freaking out. All right, let's get back to Kristi Noem. There we go. In Noem's defense, I don't think she needs that. Marginalization of the Federal Emergency Management Act was a goal shared across the administration, which it sought to systematically redirect federal resources to immigration enforcement. So the other thing that is so fucking funny right now is seeing Trump. He had an interview, was it today or yesterday, where he was talking about, like, look, and folks, some people aren't going to be deported, folks. Some of them are very hard workers. We've discovered this. They're very hard workers. And it's like, so he's now pitching soft winding down of immigration enforcement. But that was the racism factory, which has been a fucking disaster of an initiative headed by mostly Noem and Stephen Miller, has been so not only broadly unpopular, has been a massive drain on time and money and things like this. But it has been the reason that people have continued to stick by him through thick and thin. You've seen dipshits on Twitter like Captive Dreamer, Megyn Kelly being like, well, I don't care if there's pedophiles in the Epstein files. I don't care if they're in the government. I just want people deported. And like, that was fucking Nick Fuentes' line before he, by the way, okay, side tangent to a side tangent. Stop fucking retweeting shit about Nick Fuentes. Stop it. Stop spreading it. Stop commenting on it. You do not have to hand it to him under any circumstances. Because Nick Fuentes doesn't actually believe anything he's fucking saying. If you think when he is saying, like, I'm going to have to vote for, I guess I'm going to have to vote for a Democrat because Trump is not really as based as we thought he was, guys. And look at how in the pocket he is for Israel. Like, when he is doing this bullshit and talking about voting Democrat, he is doing it so that people will incredulously go, "Buh?" And retweet him and be like, oh, look at this. He is doing it so that people will be like, oh, so look at how we're in a crazy time where even Nick Fuentes is making sense, right? And you are not funny for making the same fucking joke 10,000 other people did. All you are doing is giving him more attention and continuing to legitimize him, and right now help him reform his fucking image. God, I hate... Oh. I need to squat lower in my chair. No, I do. I need to. If I were to squat in my chair like Nick, I would just, because it would be all the way down. Like if you ever watch him, this is like how he sits in his chair. Like he just fucking doesn't care about living or life anymore, bro. And he just, which, you know what? Hey, Nick, I have, yeah, you call a, I can't say that. But yeah, no, he just like will just sit like this, and he's so fucking depressed when he does it. There's a difference between a streamer being tired. Like I've been eepy. I've been eepy sleepy on Streampy. But like Nick Fuentes is clinical. If you ever watch those brief clips, Nick Fuentes is like, if he was in public being like that, people would call it a check-in. Damn, yo, we made sure he became short. Was that Jewish magic? God, I cannot believe how, like, a lot of anti-Semitism rolling around. I'm seeing way too many Nazis on Twitter is not a new thing. I'm seeing way too many people credulously retweeting Nazis. This goes for Nick Fuentes particularly because he knows what he's fucking doing. He grew up knowing about the algorithm, knowing what things he can say to get the most attention, being as incendiary as possible, and knowing how to use it. But then you have people like Jake Shields. Then you have people like fucking Stu goddamn Peters, that pimple-headed little fuck. You need to, like, don't retweet them. Don't share their stuff. Go before you share shit right now, especially about a war in the Middle East. Especially, you need to check who these people are at the very minimum. Like just go to the profile. I had to unfollow 2 people that were being weird about the files. Yeah. That's another leftist saying Zio gives me the ick. Yeah, all the shit. Oh, fucking Jackson Hinkle, Richard Hanania. Yeah, Razor Renji. Oh my God, the amount of people I see engaging with Richard fucking Hanania. That, all I see is who's the? He looks just like that one fuckhead from Aliens, the corpo dude. I forget what his name is. Yeah, it's not coming to me. Jake Shields is the former MMA fighter. Jackson Hinkle is fucked around with Haz, I think. What's his Zio? It's not a. They use it like a slur. It's not a slur. I don't think it might be a slur. Whatever. It is so. Or if you see Zog, that's another thing you need to fucking like just block some. If they are such a dullard to use the term Zog, get the fuck out of here. Zog is Zionist organized government, and it is a globalist conspiracy. That's where, by the way, if you hear somebody call things globalist, that's another dog with, doesn't always mean Jews, but a lot of the times it's really damn close. Paul Reiser, yeah. Yeah, no, anti-Semitism is not tolerated in this community at all. Nope. There is no form of exclusion or bigotry unless it is to exclude bigotry. Yeah, Zog Sinus, we are really getting the roaring 20s. It brings me back to, like, this is the shit that people were spreading in basements in Canada with fucking Ernst Zundel and, like, public access TV broadcast back in the 80s. It's like really crazy conspiracy shit. All right. Speeches baselessly villainizing immigrants as violent criminals, routine threats, and insults still managed to alienate potential allies inside the government. Noem and Lewandowski elevated Greg Bovino, rough, now disgraced Border Patrol commander over more seasoned agency heads to carry out violent arrest operations in American cities. She also found herself at frequent odds with noted human thumb Tom Homan, Trump's so-called border czar. When Homan appeared on television, Noem reportedly demanded to know how he got booked instead of her. What a petty... Like, come on, man. Like, how... Why I get booked in YouTube? God. Oof. Hey, Koa.
I heard. I was holding back.
Oof. Thank you, baby. Good baby. Filming arrest operations was both disgraceful and counterproductive. Yeah, no shit. According to reporting by CBS, she had agents arrest protesters so that they would appear in cuffs on social media spots, only to release them afterward without charges. Is that not a crime? That feels like it has to be a crime, right? Like you... Or is that just one of those things that nobody had really done it before? So we haven't had to think about, hey, what if we have a completely sociopathic, horrible nightmare person, half made of plastic and lip filler, running our door-to-door Gestapo operations? And what if she tells people to fake arrest them for social media clout? Should we make a law on that? And nobody thought about it. Nobody thought about the eventuality that we all just find ourselves in right now. One of the ironies of her obsession with cameras was that videos of abuses perpetrated started to go viral. So it came out today that Trump apparently didn't anticipate that attacking Iran would impact global oil markets. And between this and that, it really does underline the running theme of these last couple years, and that's just like vibes, man. Like there's no plan. There's no plan. It's vibes all the fucking way down. All right, when Trump demanded answers, Noem blamed others, including those who'd cautioned against the very policies she pursued. Oh, man. Beginning of the end for Noem was the killing of Renee Good and Alex Purdy, two American citizens. Both of them clearly posed no imminent threats to law enforcement agents. Noem didn't hesitate to call them domestic terrorists. When pressed by journalists and lawmakers, she doubled down. This was a lie, but also a bad political bet because although Trump's chief advisor, Stephen Miller, has said the same thing, she quickly became the face of both the department's aggression and mendacity. Great word. Under Noem, immigrants, agents have arrested, assaulted, killed civilians and non-citizens alike. They have patrolled American citizens and non-citizens alike. Patrolled American cities wearing masks. We all know. Racially profiling is virtually a stated part of the department's strategy, and ad campaigns have openly espoused white nationalist rhetoric and talking points. Immigrants with legal status have been deported. Others have been arrested at immigration courts during routine administrative interviews. Federal judges have issued hundreds of orders to block the department's actions, but Noem and her staff have ignored them. Jesus Christ. DHS is currently under a partial shutdown after congressional Democrats refuse to appropriate further funds without certain checks on power. See, and this is what I'm talking about when I call the Dems fucking useless right now. Abolish it, dog. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, we're not going to pay you more until we get, fucking body cams on everybody so you can watch American citizens being shot and killed in 4K? Like, what the fuck are you? Oh, man. Political demise is... Egregious actions seem to have been the reason she was ultimately fired. What triggered Trump's displeasure was the feebleness of Noem's responses to mounting criticism. The story, in other words, had become about her, the shameless ad campaigns, alleged affair, and earlier this week, her shambolic appearance before Congress. Smelling blood, Republicans circled, accusing her of self-promotion and corruption. Her answers were canned and defensive. In Trump's place, or in Noem's place, Trump has nominated the Oklahoma Senator Markwayne Mullin, a former MMA fighter with a thin resume and an excess of bravado. Great. So our first Homeland Security Secretary with brain damage. In a Senate hearing in 2023, Mullin challenged the Teamsters president, Sean O'Brien, who was giving testimony to a fistfight. Quote, "Stand your butt up," Mullin said as he rose from his seat. Bernie Sanders, who was chairing the hearing, ordered Mullins to sit down. You're a United States Senator, he told him, though Mullin continued to issue taunts. If Noem had a male counterpart, Trump deserves credit for finding him. Okay, so yeah, let's talk about Mark Wayne. God, he looks like the smudge tool on Photoshop. He looks like somebody just took like a generic Skyrim starting face and just went... Eh. If he is confirmed by the Senate, that should be a fun hearing. Cattle rancher, owner of multi-million-dollar plumbing business, Mullin has never shielded from the rough and tumble of from the rough and tumble of Washington politics. Most notorious moment. We just talked about this. Yeah, let's watch this.
Mr. O'Brien himself, his behavior, as everybody knows, and it's here. And the last time, him and I kind of had a back and forth. Appreciate your demeanor today. It's quite different. But after you left here, you got pretty excited about the keyboard. Pretends like he's self-made. What a clown. Fraud. Always has been, always will be. Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me. Any place, anytime, cowboy. Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on. Oh, stop it.
Is that your solution every
Hold it. No, sit down. Sit down.
Okay.
You know, you're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Active.
Oh, okay.
Sit down, please.
All right.
Can I respond, Mr. Chairman?
Hold it. If we
Then
can't,
let's do this, because I did challenge you, and I accepted your challenge, and you went quiet.
No, I didn't go quiet.
hold on.
You challenged.
This is, oh my God, the fucking macho posturing bullshit from this guy. Like, and you went, he's like trying to psychoanalyze him after he invited him to a fight by the fucking swing set after school. It was like, you went quiet, and the other guy's like, no, I didn't go quiet. I was giving you an ocular pat down. And the other guy's still, no, you went, no, Dad, because you're a beta. You're you're looking at an alpha right now, obviously. Like, I'm totally fucking look-mogging you, bro. Meanwhile, in the background, you just got poor Bernie Sanders being like, yep, this is hold me back, Bernie. The argument had started on Twitter months before. The pair have since reconciled and become friends who speak regularly. So they're just fucking idiots, then. That's what you're selling to me. You're telling... They're so dumb. They're so dumb, dog. Mullin told Axios that Trump intervened and told them to work this out. Teamsters Union made a historic decision not to endorse the Democrats. The only U.S. senator without a university bachelor's degree, Mullin had been tasked with turning around Trump's failing poll numbers on immigration before November's midterms. His predecessor was criticized for her response to the shooting of two protesters in Minneapolis, faced questions over the private life following an alleged affair with Corey Lewandowski. We saw that bed. Come on now. I don't give a fuck about his name. No, okay, wait, no, I do care. Mullen owes his unusual name to his mother's indecision about whether to call him Mark or Wayne, eventually combining the two and never getting round to amending his birth certificate. I mean, at some point, you got to embrace being born that stupid, right? Like, if you know that's the story of how you got your name, like, do you just buy your own dunce cap? It can't skip generations. If you're dealing with that, you just gotta, like, it's like when you roll a new character and you're like, okay, well, I guess I'm stupid maxing for this run. I guess I'm just tanking fucking being a dum-dum. Married to his high school, yeah, I don't care about that shit. His website claims 5 wins in his MMA career. He was inducted into Oklahoma Wrestling Hall of Fame. Adds that he continues to coach his children and other young athletes. He owns a ranch in the Ozark Mountains and has 6 children, including adopted twins. The plumbing business they inherited, grown into a company employing more than 300, and he is estimated. Great, 66 million. I wonder how did this rich white man get into office? It's truly a mystery. Trump celebrated the appointment of an undefeated MMA fighter. That's it. Christ, man. Mark Wayne. All right. Oh, wait, no. I don't care about that. Cage fight. Capitol rioters at chamber doors. On January 6, 2021, Mullen was one of 2 GOP Congress members who confronted rioters at the chamber doors through shattered glass. Later visited dozens of law enforcement officers wounded, including one with an eye, quote, literally gouged out. Mullen described a group of rioters that broke away from the protesters, quote, they had evil intentions. They had evil in their eyes. So this is another case of, like, when fucking, God, none of these people actually believe anything. When JD said that Trump was going to be America's Hitler. And it's like, oh, but if you get invited to the party, suddenly you're fucking showing up, aren't you?
In this whole situation, this shouldn't have happened.
Representative Mark Wayne Mullen says they started hearing a commotion while in the House chambers, violent protesters attempting to enter. This video shows him getting close to those at the doors. He says glass broke, but no shots were fired.
I started talking to the protester and said, you almost got shot. Do you realize you almost got shot? Is that worth it? Is that worth it? And they said, what? And I said, is that worth it? You almost died. And they quit beating on the door, except there's always the agitator, which is what brings, a protest into a mob. And this one little protest or agitator started in his way, and he started saying, it's our house, it's our house, it's our house. I said, it's our house too, and I'm not going to let you come in here.
Mullen did an interview with a local radio station Wednesday morning prior to the events.
There we go. I'm going to finish this, and then I will look at that stuff. I'll just look at that right now, actually. It's short.
Why the death of Iran's supreme leader made some people extremely happy and then extremely upset is not what you think. Over $50 million had been wagered on whether Iran's supreme leader would be out of power by March or April 2026. This was done on Kalshi, a prediction platform similar to Polymarket, but regulated by the CFTC. So when the news of the supreme leader's death started circulating, some people started celebrating their huge payouts. But then the unexpected happened. Instead of paying out the winning bets, Kalshi said that they can't, because the derivatives market in the US is not legally permitted to offer contracts on assassinations, and that pissed off a lot of people who hadn't read the fine print. Why the death of Iran's supreme leader...
That's fucking funny. Good. Fuck you. Tussle with Sanders. Mullen got into another verbal tussle on the Senate floor with Bernie during a confirmation hearing for Surgeon General.
The ranking member wants us to talk about all the death that is supposedly going to be happening because of President Trump and Secretary Kennedy, because how dare they look at a healthcare system that is broken and unaffordable and try to make changes, but yet the definition of insanity.
Oh yeah, I know he fucking he's got the brain worms. He's got the I'm just gonna repeat whatever. Yes, sir, Mr. Trump. I'll repeat whatever you say. Tell me to say. I'll lick it up real good, Mr. Trump.
Is what? Doing the same thing, expecting different results, so we should just sit here and accept it? And how dare we look into vaccines to just simply look to see if maybe vaccines may be a partial cause to autism when it's rising at a rate faster than any country in the nation? How dare us look at science? Oh my goodness, science is supposed to be perfect? I thought science was always supposed to be studied. I'm for looking into it. As the father of 6 kids, yeah, I want to look into it. I want to know what's causing it, and I will turn over every stone. And so, Dr. Me,
the way that's phrased sounds like, as a father of 6 kids, yeah, I want to look into science. I don't know. That's where just the way he layered that was, he was still talking about science when he was like, yeah, as a father of 6 kids, of course, I want to look into science because I want to know more about how I keep having kids. I don't know what it keeps happening. Huh? That's just the fucking way it sounded. That's so funny.
thank you for saying I want to turn over every stone. Good on you. I'm not a doctor. I'm not sitting here trying to say we shouldn't do something. I'm saying let's go after it. Let's look at it. Let's question what we're doing. Let's look at the healthcare system. We can agree on that one. I just don't want to socialize it. But we can agree that it is absolutely not affordable. 100% not affordable. Yet it was supposed to be affordable. That's what we sold by Obamacare. So how about we work together and say, hey, so scrap ACA, admit it doesn't work, admit you guys made a mistake, and let's work at something with President Trump to make affordable health care healthy and affordable for everybody. But there's zero chance you guys could do that. Zero chance. Yet everybody we bring up here, you guys chastise for trying to make changes. God forbid we change and go after and try to fix our broken system. Anyways, I ranted too long. Let's talk about some...
Yes, you did.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask your opinion on that. And if I cared about your opinion, I would ask you. But I don't care about your opinion.
Well,
you're part of the system. You're part of the problem. You've been sitting here longer than I've even been alive. This is your...
Yeah, oh my God. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, if I was your mama. Oh. Sign snatching at the State of the Union. Oh, he's the one who fucking tried to rough up Al Green. Oh, no, he's a good little lapdog. I see. No, I see why he's getting this far. Yeah, I think he is very much Nancy Mace.
Sir, this is a time, this is a place.
I fucking hate him. Mullen received widespread criticism after a recent appearance on Fox News in which he described the smell of war, despite never having served in the military. Quote, war is ugly, it smells bad, and if anybody's ever been there and been able to smell the war and it's happened around you and taste it and feel it in your nostrils and hear it, it's something you'll never forget, and it's ugly. Fucking crazy dog. Who never went to... Never went to war. Man. All right, let's talk finally, get into the Epstein files of today. What? Hey, what? Would you plug my phone in, please? Thank you. I love you. Taco, thank you very much. I cried at work. Now I don't feel like a man anymore. Why? Justice Department posts FBI interview memos related to Trump's sex abuse allegation. Related to unverified sexual assault allegations that have been missing from a treasure trove of Epstein files. If Trump had a conscience, we might all be lucky enough to see fucking, hey man, nice shot. Bud Dwyer, Jesus Christ. Damn, why can't we do something more enjoyable like watch Matt Walsh? You're sick for that. CNN analysis discovered dozens of witness interviews were missing, all of which were memorialized in so-called 302 memos laying out what an interviewee told FBI agents. 302s do not include other corroborating information or agents' opinion. Among the missing records were 3 memos about interviews with a woman who told agents that Epstein had repeatedly abused her physically and sexually decades ago, starting when she was 13 years old, and who also accused Trump of sexually assaulting her. Trump has constantly denied wrongdoing. In a statement Thursday, Carolyn Leavitt described the claims from the FBI interviews as completely baseless accusation backed by zero credible evidence. She also questioned the credibility of the accuser, whose name is redacted in the files, pointing to her criminal record. So they are, like, doxing... Again, if the name is redacted and is currently unknown, how are you going to talk about either you're just making that the fuck up entirely or you're giving identifying information out? Christ, man. Quote, the total baselessness of these accusations is also supported by the obvious fact that Joe Biden's Department of Justice knew about them for 4 years and did nothing with them because they knew President Trump did absolutely nothing wrong. Oh, fuck, I fucking hate that. I fucking hate that that's a not bad... I mean, it's a bad cover-up because... Or it's a bad cover because Joe Biden was riding high on the, let's just move on, man. Let's, get together and reach across the aisle. I went Clinton with it. I don't know why. FBI agents conducted 4 interviews with the same woman, but only one memo memorializing the interview in July 2019 was available in the DOJ database. That was made public earlier this year. In that interview, the woman alleged she was repeatedly abused by Epstein when she was a minor living in South Carolina. She did not make any allegations about Trump in said interview. Newly released FBI interviews cover 3 additional interviews conducted with the woman in August and October 2019. The second interview, she described additional abuse by Epstein and several of his male associates. She said that Epstein drove her and or flew her to New York or New Jersey. Sometimes she was between 13 and 15, taken to a very tall building. It was there, she said, Epstein introduced her to Trump. Trump asked everyone to leave the room and, quote, mentioned something to the effect of... All right, let me see if I can... I want to get... Yeah, there we go. All right, here we go. This is the whole thing. Obvious content warning, by the way. Advised the blank high school yearbook. She was a freshman. Photographs approximately 15, 16. So she has memories of her high school yearbook, all this stuff. Also provided the interviewing agents with 2 photographs undated that include her at approximately 13 to 16. First photograph included 2 females lying on a bed. Believe this photograph may have been taken prior to her meeting Epstein. Second photo shows 5 individuals sitting down as a group and an additional individual sitting approximately 2 feet away. All right, so these are identifying information and corroborative elements. All this photograph was most likely taken after she met and was abused. Solo cups inferred they contained alcohol. Party atmosphere would have occurred after she met Epstein. She advised how she felt comfortable enough to provide details, not only Jeffrey Epstein, but also certain individuals associated with him. So this didn't start as a Trump thing. The interview didn't start about Trump. Huh. Advised that she met Epstein, referred to as Jeff, through fraud and misrepresentation, took advantage of her mother. Blackmailed her mother through explicit photos, which resulted in her mother embezzling from her real estate company to pay him, saying that her mother, quote, tried to buy back the photos in secrets. Named Jim Atkins, a friend of Epstein, blackmailing the mother. Atkins also sexually assaulted blank on more than one occasion. Described Atkins as a white man with gray hair, big ears, and hairy body. Atkins was possibly in his 50s in the early 80s, lived in Ohio. Somehow associated with Ohio University, he may have been the dean or the money guy at the school. Atkins either owned or rented residence on something island. Christ. She met not long after Epstein began assaulting her. She estimated she met him when she was approximately 14 or 15, recalled meeting in her mother's office. Recalling him as originally introduced. Came off as a rich prick who would throw his weight around and talk about money. That also sounds like Trump. Atkins was a pervert and looked at blank like she was a piece of meat. Developed a romantic relationship with her mother, who he claimed he loved. Fuck. He was rude to blank and her brothers, had a short temper, was a drinker. She claimed that her... Okay, so she had corroborating people to go and talk to about these people who would corroborate the story. His accountant, black male named Cecil, last name unknown, assisted mother in fixing her real estate books so that she could embezzle funds and pay Epstein. Turned real estate commission by providing her accurate real estate books records. Oh. So her mom actually was sent to jail. So something did happen there. Like, verifiably. Again, these are declassified FBI records on justice.gov. The FBI would not write this stuff down as though it happened if it didn't. That's... Prior to blank meeting Epstein, her mother had been sober, advised that the threat must have been very real because her mother was a very strong woman and affected her substantially. After Epstein blackmailed her, began to drink alcohol again. With respect to what blank believed to be the fourth incident, two men involved, in addition to Epstein, described to be fat and disgusting. Also, quote, seemed to have money. That doesn't not narrowing it down, unfortunately. Seemed to be contact between herself and the men. And what transpired during that fourth interaction, blank did not recall names. At the time, they were not comfortable going. So, again, these are stories that have been told in interviews that have been had before. Approximately the fourth interaction with Epstein that summer, a period of time elapsed. Within the same summer, Epstein began living, staying, different residents. Showed up alone at the pool, believed that when he showed up, one of her friends, must have seen him. Blank left with Epstein, got her to leave without using violence. They went back to his house. When they arrived, it was the same kind of bullshit. Epstein asked who her friends were, if she had told her friends, if her friends wanted to come party, responded no. Epstein sent her on what she referred to as mission to find young girls who wanted to party. Other people were present, vaguely remembered other girls around and older men. Disgusting. Santa stomachs. Jesus. Heavier than the other. With respect to recognizing other individuals, stated that blank island was small. I'm assuming that's probably little Saint or Jeffrey Epstein's. Yeah. Beach near the hotels, known by locals, some vacationers to be a place to party. That's another thing you can corroborate and try and... unidentified physically. She remembered he pulled her hair, beat the shit out of me. She thought it was strange that he stomped on her big toe. He hit her with a belt or similar object. Quote, she had no idea what that was about. His abusive actions towards blank were not sexual, except he masturbated at certain points while abusing her. She did not recall having bruises after the man beat her, stated it was a very long evening that went into the morning. Fuck. At this point, her mother was not aware of the ongoing abuse by Epstein. She didn't go to hospital, did not incur any broken limbs. Took photos, knows Epstein took photos of her during sexual activity because she found images of herself in a drawer during the third interaction with him. Parenthetical, previously documented. Does that, okay, I'm unsure what previously documented means. Does that mean they have the documented photos? Because we know that any pornography that was obviously taken, any explicit abuse material that's taken, they wouldn't have, published it all. But if it's documented, then that corroborates this entire story. Shirt as very crispy, possibly blue or white. Did not recall any other men taking photographs of her, pointed that when they were with others, Epstein appeared to be the leader and others deferred to him. Blank generally only talked to Epstein. Quote, they abused me, but I didn't talk to them. Wanted to be in a good place with Epstein. Better to get people to party with than to be partied on. Him and his associates remember she once began introducing Epstein to girls she met on the beach. He and Blank seemed to come to an understanding. The situation, while still horrible, did not... so much of this, we're on page 6. Trump hasn't been mentioned at all. This is... The longer I... I vaguely knew what to expect, but the more I read, I'm like, this is... If at every point these can be corroborated and backed up with things that either the FBI has already found or information that we can still go dig up, go fucking dig up the Trump golf course or wherever the fuck it is. Down in, was it Carolina, California, wherever the fuck? I know those aren't anywhere near each other. Group settings, sex situations involving girls. She was not asked to participate. More than one occasion, observed a woman around Epstein's age, 30s, darker skin and long wavy hair. Woman did not appear to have a lot of money, nor did she appear in a relationship. May have been with Epstein in some way. The woman never spoke to him, gave off a cold feeling. Weird. She was always given alcohol and marijuana and usually coke. Drink of choice with gin and tonic. He enjoyed listening to classical music and he blared Neil Diamond. Again, those are things that we can, those are things that a random grifter, somebody on the street looking to make a buck, looking to sue somebody, the person who would make shit up would not know that stuff. One of his wives. It was his last wife, which I believe made it so that that place can't be taxed or something. There's a tax loophole for it being like a burial space or something, which is fucking insane. Placed a call to Blank and speakerphone if he remembered her having a strong reaction to one of his colognes and asked if he could tell her what the name of that cologne was. Blank responded that he did remember the incident, that he thought it was possibly gray flannel. He did not initially tell Blank why the cologne repulsed her, however. She recently disclosed details of her abuse to Blank and his wife, as well as why the cologne was relevant. Christ. Oh, there's a story behind that fucking ranch. That ranch is, to me, the smoking gun. Because that is allegedly where several bodies are buried. That is where there's like a Christian influencer thing there now. It's there's something there. Separate and possibly sixth incident when blank was 15 years old. She went to a Rick James concert with her friend and friend mother in Savannah. Epstein was at the concert and surprised her. Knew had to go with him. She recalled Epstein had a flask and got her drunk. She was also high on marijuana. Kept her isolated at the concert so that blank and blank mother left her and drove back to blank island. For a long period of time, she said that she imagined they were terrified when they could not find her. Blank could not recall the entire evening. She knew that Epstein left her at some point. She found herself walking home alone, high. How am I going to get back to the island? I've been left here and I have no way to get home. At some point, while walking around, the police picked her up. Recalled thinking her mother was going to be pissed at her because she got her ears pierced. Kept her alone in a real jail. She could not remember whether they fingerprinted her if she was just formally arrested. She recalled she ate really good fried chicken while in jail. At some point, her mother and brother picked her up and drove her home. If you're that fucked up, I bet any kind of fried chicken is gonna hit. Recalled one incident. Epstein took her off the island. Again, that's the kind of thing that there should be some. I mean, I don't fucking probably knowing cops. Like what most serial killers get away because cops fuck something up. So I wouldn't be surprised if that lapsed. Introduced to someone with money, it was Donald Trump. Blank and Epstein were with others, to include Trump, in a very tall building with huge rooms. Trump did not like, quote, from the get-go, he didn't like that I was a boy girl, referencing a tomboy. Blank could not recall the identities, and this is where we're going to get into some really rough shit, so content warning for fucking everything. Trump asked everyone to leave the room. Trump mentioned something to the effect of, quote, let me teach you how little girls are supposed to be. Trump unzipped his pants and put blank head, quote, down to his penis. Quote, bit the shit out of it. Trump struck and said words to the effect of, get this little bitch the hell out of here. Blank advised she bit Trump's penis because he disgusted her. Blank, he had money. It reeked off of him. At that point, people re-entered the rooms. No further information provided. Blank recalled a beautiful blonde woman approaching her at some point the day after her interaction with Trump. The woman said, let me give you a little tip. Let me give you a tip, little girl, about your breasts. Wear a bra every night. Those words have stayed with her throughout the years. Every time you hear Trump behind the scenes, every time you hear audio of him on a hot mic, every time you hear him being the crass, unlikable monster that he is when he feels uninhibited, when he feels like he can yell at somebody or swear somebody out, that sounds just like it. That's what that sounds like. The way that he talks so callously and crudely. Trump and Epstein sometimes used the terms fresh meat, untainted, and not jaded while referring to girls. At the time she heard it, did not understand what the term not jaded meant. She subsequently looked up the word jaded, stated she had 2 additional interactions with Trump, but she asked that the interview move on to a different subject for the time being. I think we... Like, sometimes it just sinks in that, like, damn, we really do have a rapist pedophile running the country. And Christ, man. I... Wherein Epstein and the group brought acid, excuse me, identities of additional individuals not provided. Epstein asked Blank if she knew anything about acid. She replied she did not. He asked her to try it first, then tell her friends where the party was going to be. Christ. Acid swept the island after Epstein introduced it. While she continued to be sexually abused, she began to feel Epstein trusted her. The situation was still horrific, but she began to feel important. He knew she was keeping a secret, specifically the things he said in front of her. On one occasion, Epstein asked why he does those things to me. Asked Epstein. Responded by disclosing he had been molested as a child by a boy in his family and possibly his aunt. The boy was either an uncle or a cousin. Definitely mentioned abuse by both a male and a female. As stated, Epstein was probably grooming me, got super fascinated in the sexual acts. God damn. That involved Epstein being submissive to blank. Felt relieved to be the one not being abused for a moment. Christ. God. I'm not reading that. Yeah, y'all. Nope. I'm out. I can't. Not. Epstein talked about blackmailing people in front of blank. Blank was confident Trump knew Epstein blackmailed people. She heard Epstein and Trump talking about it. Blank stated she knew Trump had illegal building permits. That is something I feel, again, is pretty obvious. There has long been suspicion to like Chicago and New York mob ties with Trump because of the building shit that he did. She heard Trump talking about washing money through casinos. Number 6 is Donald Trump's favorite number. Blank was not sure how she knew that, but she had heard it at one point say that Epstein's blackmailing of her mother ruined my family. Blank asked the agents to keep her safe, stating, throughout my life, Epstein's people have found me. They've kept tabs on me. Yeah, if y'all want to read it for yourself, I popped the link in chat. Jesus Christ. All right. Later in the interview, blah, blah, blah. In the woman's third FBI interview, about 3 weeks later, agents wrote she described receiving threatening phone calls that said she believed had to do with Epstein or Trump, as well as several incidents where she was almost run off the road by other cars. Now, I want you to think and remember these patterns of behavior that we still see with Trump. If this is true, it exactly lines up with the shit that we've heard from people who have not rolled over, like Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene, both of whom have attested that multiple times Trump or people associated with Trump have directly called them and threatened them, threatened their well-being, threatened to go after their family. Where, like, this was 2019, and what we are seeing right now completely lines up. And this isn't the first time that we've seen things like this that line up. So we have another one. So this was after that one. Interview agents asked Blank to provide additional details regarding Trump. What page is this? Page 1 of 4, so this one's shorter. Recalled her mother spent approximately 2 years in federal prison. Related to an embezzlement convictions. Epstein has a sibling. Investigation agents inquired as to what made her think he had a sibling. Blank replied she recalled there was a man, possibly a brother, that she recalled from the past. All right, I'll be right back. Before I keep reading, I need to refill my water. Numerous occasions they were threatened. Her to ask for help. She recalled she asked him why he fixed her mother's real estate books, only to later turn her mother in. Voicemail content primarily included only noises. However, during one call, man unidentified stated, "Fuck you, you better keep your mouth closed." The man subsequently hung up. Blank was threatened sometimes every 2 years, then at random times. Blank never recognized the voices, but was certain the callers were not Trump, Atkins, or Epstein. They did not have heavy New York accents. She clarified that I do think that would be a fun, if this was a lie, that would be an incredibly funny detail to add. It's like, and they had really strong, stereotypical cartoon goon accents. Epstein did not have heavy New York accent in general. However, he said certain words with an accent. Mother fielded threat calls as well, made by individuals telling her to leave the island. One threatening call, no further information. Last call, characterized as threatening, occurred approximately December to January. Message on their work landline intended for Blank man on phone stated he was either Keith or Kevin. He was calling from Blank doctor's office to check on her. Blank only listened for a second, did not hear the entire message. Blank doctor had no idea where she worked, never would have called to check on her. Daughter subsequently called the doctor in an attempt to confirm the call. The doctor's office said they did not call to check on her. Blah, blah, blah. Maybe it was the other one. How many times she received threatening calls? Hang-ups. This is all procedural shit. She did not think the callers ever said they were calling on behalf. That, like, I understand why they would ask these questions in an interview like this for the FBI, but again, low-key very funny that they ask, like, did anybody ever identify that they were calling from Jeffrey Epstein? As though they're going to be like, somebody's going to call, yes, hello, I'm calling on behalf of the Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump Pedophile Association. We just want to make sure that we can continue counting on your silence today, and thank you very much. Like, what? No, dog. We're talking about a pedophile cabal here. What the fuck? Uh, 2.5 to 3 years ago, she was driving interstate. Male driver positioned his car on her ass and slammed her car forward. Man ran through traffic circle where she blew out her tire and broke her mirror. Ran into a sign. Vehicle had struck a dark black blue sports utility vehicle. Male, shape of his body. After Blank wrecked, she had called a friend who lived nearby and told him she had no idea what happened. Blank did not call the police. To her knowledge, no police responded to the hit and run. Employees from the Chevron or Shell gas station witnessed the incident and asked her on a later date what happened to her car. No further details provided. That's a rough one. That's hard to, really hard to fucking verify. That's the kind of shit you need to, oh, girl, this is, see this shit? This is why you file police reports. All right. The woman did not have an attorney present. What? She had an attorney present for all of them. She told law enforcement agents he was uncomfortable being recorded and asked them what's the point of coming forward with allegations. The memo noted the agents encouraged her to go home and take as much time as she needed to think about speaking with agents further. All right, let's see what the third one says. So this was on October 2019, which, by the way, that third 3 year, if that did happen, it would have aligned with the 2016 election. Working with attorneys, stated she wanted to be upfront with the agents regarding her pending civil case. Conflict of interest. During the interview, Blank did not seek advice of counsel. None were present. Whether they could record audio. Advised she was not comfortable being recorded. Blank requested agents explain to her the goal and parameters of the fourth interview. She indicated she was aware I think she's still getting threatened. Like at this point, that would fucking... Like, this can't... It is too... It just doesn't... It doesn't feel fake. And I don't mean that in a, like, oh, this feels like a movie kind of way. I mean that in a, like, very... Trying to judge how somebody acts when they are genuinely paranoid. When they are genuinely worried about things. This is matching patterns of that behavior. To me. Agents explained to her the golden parameters. She asked agents what's the point. They wanted to provide her with the opportunity should she choose to accept. Also explained they wished to keep the fourth interview focused on abuse Blank endured at the hands of individuals associated with Epstein. Blank previously mentioned she had sexual contact with Trump. She previously explained the contract was facilitated through Epstein. Asked what the point would be of providing information at this point when there was a strong possibility nothing could be done about it. Agent asked Blank to go home, take as much time as needed. Blank agreed, and the interview ended. Fuck. So they never got another interview? It's unclear what became of the investigation into the woman's claims. Emails sent between FBI agents last summer and included in the DOJ files noted that one identified victim claimed abuse but ultimately refused to cooperate, although it doesn't specify if it's the same person as the accuser. So... Huh. Oh, Motoko of Dreams. We were talking about this before the election. This was the real reason Trump wanted to be president, so he could avoid going to court over this case. I did not know. I don't remember, honestly. Claims about the financier that he had abused her in South Carolina and brought her to gatherings in New York City with prominent wealthy men that matched some of the claims the woman made in the FBI interview. She does not name Trump in the lawsuit. Jane Doe 4 was, quote, deemed ineligible to receive compensation by the victim's compensation program. She voluntarily dismissed her lawsuit in December 2021. Received a financial settlement from the estate. Fuck. Not explained why the Trump-related witness interview... See, when you can do a fucking settlement, when you can settle out of court with these billionaire motherfuckers and they can just set you up for life... all you have to do is just turn your back and live free of worry for the rest of your days. Like, who could really say no? Like, yeah, you've been abused. Yeah, you've been through hell. Yeah, this could help save so many other people. But that's what, like, capital does to your mind. It's like, yeah, but what if you could just focus on yourself? What if you could just get away from it all? Oh, man. Not explained why the Trump-related witness interview descriptions were not released, but said in a statement last week it had initiated a review to see whether any documents were improperly tagged. If that happened, the department said it would release them, the statement said. Bullshit. DOJ can withhold files that are duplicates, privileged, or part of the ongoing federal investigation. Several thousand images left to repost. Department official told CNN, which can also be done Thursday. 3 months after their release, employees are still spending several hours a week. Several hours a week? Fixing redaction and posting mistakes. 1% of the 3 million documents had issues with redactions. Christ. It's unconscionable. It really is. It's just an unbelievable evil, and it hurts to think that we don't have people who are strong enough to have the conviction to say, no, you stupid motherfuckers got us into this mess. So the next time we get the reins of power, we're going to hold you all accountable and stop including you dumbasses in the conversation. And apparently, just spoke, I'm seeing somebody talk about, who is this? Oh boy. Somebody just spoke with the mother of a service member in a unit. They were given one last call home before having to turn in their phones. This told this mom they were going boots on the ground tonight. So if we think there's a... Are you fucking kidding me? All right, we got this new hotness from the admin. The cyber strategy, President Trump's cyber strategy for America. Are you ready for cyber strategy? Chat. Who's going boots on the ground? Probably our fucking troops in Iran. Or apparently there's a Kurdish invasion of Iran. Yesterday, one of somebody, Iran talking head on an interview show was asked, like, are you worried about a United States invasion on a boots on the ground action? And they were like, fucking bring it, dog. We've been ready. He basically said, Allah be praised. If you stay ready, you don't got to get ready. That's what the prophet says. Was his statement in a nutshell. Abbas Araghchi. Trump demands unconditional surrender. That's they don't have the fucking, they don't have any reason to do that. All right, let's go into the cyber strategy. This, like, look at how shitty the spacing and the God, everything out of this fucking admin. They can't even put together a nice looking. Over the past year, the United States has shown the entire world that we have the most powerful, sophisticated, and technologically advanced military on Earth. It's not even close. This includes not only our overwhelming conventional military strength, but also our unparalleled genetic powers. Fucking non-kinetic. Okay, so another thing Stephen Miller wrote for him. National cybersecurity strategy outlines my priorities. Right. This is the guy who understands everything's computer. The guy who gets in a car and goes, wow, everything's computer. Calls for unprecedented coordination across government, private sector to invest in the best technology and continue world-class innovation. AI. That's what this is. That's what the private sector means. That's what this is. This is Palantir. This is OpenAI. This is rough. This is gonna be rough for me. I'm gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Cyber tools and cyber tools and cyber tools. It sounds like a fucking an arcade game in the 90s. Like you beat 30 crazy levels using powerful cyber tools. Wow. The United States has capabilities that the rest of the world can only begin to imagine. Our warriors... Dog. Don't fucking... That sounds way cooler than what we got. We've got skinny incel twinks running shit like Doge, stealing your grandma's social security number. You cannot be describing cats like who go by names like Big Balls. You cannot be using verbiage like our warriors in cyberspace are working every day to ensure that anyone who would seek to harm America will pay the steepest and most terrible price. You cannot be talking like the MCP. You cannot be talking like you're putting our fucking digital soldiers on the game grid. Right? Like, this is fucking... What are we doing here, dog? What are we doing? Like... Oh, we have another. So what is this? And then is this the intro? I don't know. Cyberspace was born in America. They got it. Oh my God. I can't believe they're using the word cyberspace like this. Cyber patriots. I want a cyber scream. Oh my God. President Trump's actions to ensure America leads the world in finance, innovation, and emerging technology, military power, and manufacturing. That's all. It's just fucking corpo speak, Silicon Valley astroturf bullshit. That's all I can read this in. Is the most calculated, boring, informational video tone. Freedom and safety in cyberspace, however, cannot be taken for granted. Adversaries and cyber criminals exploit cyberspace to advance authoritarianism, suppress democracy, and undermine our national and economic security. Like, it's RoboCop shit. How are we... Are we the baddies? Like, that's all it is. They are talking about the things that they are actively doing right now. They're gonna invade Cyberstan. Oh no. TTBN, hello. I have no cyber mouth and I'm a cyber scream. Adversaries and cyber criminals target our families, neighbors, small businesses, farmers, first responders, patients, and senior citizens in cyberspace. They need to... You can just say online. You can just say online. You can just say online. Like, why are we pitching it like a first draft of the fucking metaverse? Why the fuck this is like 90s... The first time they did like virtual reality where it was all just like fucking flat shaded squares and spheres, and you're like, whoa, it's like you're like Lawnmower Man type shit. And they're like, one day you'll even be able to live entirely inside of the machine. Like, it, man. Look at our fucking fascist dictator overlords, dog. Look at our tech oligarchy. Trump's actions send a clear message. We will defend our interest in cyberspace. We will defend our... No, they are talking about invading cyberspace. Fuck, man. Adversaries are on notice that America's cyber operators and tools are the best in the world and can be swiftly and effectively deployed to defend America's interests. Cyber... Did I just see cyber... Oh my god. I was just skimming it and I saw the Trump administration's cyber vision and approach to the American people, to Congress. Why am I reading about Donald Trump's cyber vision? Summarized in 6 policy pillars. Are you ready for the pillars? Rainy days. That's very good. That joke isn't getting enough play, but Rainy Days says, so that I see this is when they invade Iraq, but I is tiny like an Apple product. That's pretty good. Moving forward, our resolve is absolute. We will act... Did fucking Pete Hegseth write this? Disable cyber threats. We will not confine our responses to the cyber realm. We will outcompete adversaries who sell low-cost AI and digital technology. There we go. That carry embedded censorship, surveillance, and ideological bias. So what that is just admitting to is we want it to promote our ideological bias. We don't want anybody going against our narrative. We don't want anybody but us surveilling people. Man. Pillars of action shape adversary behavior. Oh yeah, no, we're definitely. Oh, we're sharing. Oh yeah. Have a good night, Violet left. Deploy the full suite of U.S. government defensive and offensive cyber operations. We will unleash the private... Is this the fucking speech? What the hell? Detect, confront, and defeat cyber adversaries before they breach our networks and systems. This is like the tutorial for a Tron video game, is what this fucking reads like. Counter the spread of surveillance state and authoritarian technologies that monitor and... Yeah, sure. Promote common sense, regulate... Yeah, dude. That's... So, if this was written by the Heritage Foundation, that is... Which... yeah, I'd buy that. That is the most fucking thrown a bone to the libertarian class, where it's just like, no, innovators should regulate themselves. That's how you really spur growth and innovation. But what this means is that, yeah, we're gonna basically let the lobbyists and the corporations decide how to morally do their own business. We're just gonna, common sense regulation is the wildest way to say, are we going to regulate shit like, being able to use Grok to make child abuse material on a main timeline off of other people's pictures? Are we going to do anything about the targeted harassment and the vile abuse materials being made of even sitting Congress members? Nah, not really. It's where, we'll get to it when we get to it. If it comes up, if it's common sense. Fucking. Dragcat Overload, thank you for $5. I think now would be a good time to remember that Epstein stopped poll from being taken off 4chan and Trump was friends with the guy. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. Doesn't surprise me at all. Cyber defense should not be reduced to a costly checklist that delays preparedness, action, and response. We will streamline cyber regulation to reduce compliance burdens, address liability, and better align regulators and industry globally, which is a way to say grease some palms, which is a way to say we're cutting all this shit, right? Man, emphasize the right to privacy for Americans and American data. Doubt it. Accelerate the modernization. Yeah, sure. I mean, like, in fairness, I feel like that's probably where this started, was a overhaul of the government systems that, like, yeah, they probably do need fucking infrastructure refurbishing. Identify, prioritize, and harden America's critical infrastructure. Man. Galvanize the role of state, local, tribal, and territorial authorities. Sustain superiority in critical and emerging technologies. So this is why we got $5 billion more to Sam Altman. This is why you have to pay more taxes for less anything and higher gas prices and tariff. You have to supplement all of that. But Elon Musk and Sam Altman won't be paying any taxes on the billions of government contracts they have, because boy, we gotta beat China to AI for something that has no real use case. We just gotta do it. That's crazy. I love you. Aardvark, you look so cute. No, you're not Trash Goblin. But you're my Trash Goblin. Right. I love you. Text me. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Build talent and capacity. Protects the American people, the homeland, and the American way of life. Industries will eliminate roadblocks that prevent industry, academia, government, and the military from aligning incentives and creating a highly skilled cyber workforce. Ugh. Jesus Christ, dude. That's fucking bleak. That's... Oh no. Oh my God. We gotta talk about something else. We gotta talk about fucking this dipshit coming back on it. That's gonna fuck me up. I just saw something horrible on the timeline. Wasn't anything illegal, but it probably should have been. God damn, he has been pumping this shit out. $2.2K views. Pfft. God damn. Oh, he's going against Prof? Dog. Just to be here 409, I did give my cyber partner a cyber kiss. Fucking come at the king, you best not fucking miss.
It's probably a good time for me to come back. I had planned to do an unboxing video for you guys, which I hope to do still release tonight.
All right.
Probably 7 o'clock, maybe a little after this. If not, I'll release it tomorrow in the afternoon. I had some insane pulls last night on stream. I'll be streaming again tonight over on Twitch, on my Twitch channel. Unboxing Pokemon Mega Evolution, Phantasmal Flames, Lauren Eclipsed box, and a Lauren Eclipse bundle, and maybe some other stuff, depending on what got here in the mail. So I hope you'll join me for that. I'll leave the Twitch channel linked in the description. But I want to talk a little bit about something that I'm much more equipped to talk about now in 2026 than I was the first time around when I would have criticisms for kind of woke ideology in the Magic the Gathering space. It's no secret that the most popular creators in Magic the Gathering and the chosen ones of Wizard aren't just like run-of-the-mill Democrats.
Oh, buddy. Okay. Fucking step into the ring, bitch. I want to know. What does anybody know? Because I don't want to watch too much fucking content from him because I don't care that much. What kind of games does he play? What are his commanders, right? Because I'm willing to fucking bet. I'm willing to fucking bet this is like Atraxa. This is like, no, yeah, I have an Edgar Markov deck, but it only has like 2 infinite combos. It's not that big, not bad of a deal. I bet he sits down at any pot. He's like, yeah, so I brought some like real fun group hug. I got like Joda the Unifier, and I have like a Cascade deck, and it's pretty chill. It takes me like 3 turns to get it up and running. Oh. Thank you for $5, Magar. It's always cold. No, let me do Solid Snake. It's always cold in Siberia. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. Damn, the channel name doesn't lie. He does say a lot. I didn't notice that, but that is fucking hilarious. That is so funny.
Democrats or even run-of-the-mill liberals, they are far left extremists. The type of people that
okay, but hang on. I meant to bring it up, but I really think that he's going to talk about Black Aragorn. All right. Here are the couple of things I think he's going to talk about. Black Aragorn, Black April O'Neil, Nico Aris, who's a non-binary character. Maybe one of the new non-binary character from Lorwyn. Well, kind of 2 non-binary characters from Lorwyn. Woke propaganda, like the gay secret lair that Magic still does Pride stuff every year. By the way, I really want, if you don't know the Magic Pride thing this year, last year they had a gorgeous chromatic lantern with Nico, and this year they have, I think it's Nisa and Chandra kissing. What is it? It's yeah, Gilded Lotus, which is going to be in foil. I just wish that they would make these Pride promos, like they would make them borderless. I love the borderless promo looks. Like if you're going to make it a promo thing, like, you know, go all out, I guess. This is the only way you can get this card or this version of the card. Like, go for it. Yeah. Alesha. Yeah, he would fucking do. No, he would sit down at a table with like Mothman, and it's like pure Mothman mill. Like he's got Altar of Dementia and shit in there. Altar of Dementia. What's the other one? I really like? Psychic Corrosion, and there's another mill card I fucking love. Psychic Corrosion is amazing. Altar of Dementia. I think Mesmeric Orb is the one where every time you untap a permanent, you mill a card. Bought me an Asterion the Decadent today. Hell yeah. Asterion, technically my first deck was a pirate deck, but Asterion was my first like commander that I fell in love with. There's something about when you can earn like 180 life in a turn. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Didn't this happen a minute ago? This was like a week ago. Or a month. Jesus Christ, yeah. I've been waiting to get around to this, though. I just haven't had the bandwidth or time.
That promote young, healthy women to get double mastectomies. People like the single largest Magic the Gathering channel in the world promoting
totally not jealous, guys.
Very sketchy company today. And they
is it mermaids? Is it going to be mermaids? Is it going to be a very well-known and beloved trans charity that helps a lot of kids? Is it going to be mermaids? It's probably going to be mermaids.
Fundraiser, a company that promotes.
Nehemiah, I'm too autistic for card games. No such thing. No such thing. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
Promotes these dangerous life-altering surgeries and hormone treatments, which are now, we know, being discouraged by the world's largest group of surgeons came together this week and basically said, hey, let's stop doing this. We're against this.
Did they? Do you want to cite like literally? And God, he looks like just hammered shit on a dead ass. Like, man, rough business, dog.
We've had huge lawsuits, landmark.
How old is the quartering? $42. Oh, that's yeah. That's about what like the random American guy who eats nothing but junk food and doesn't take care of himself will look like at 46. This is why, hey, eat your vegetables.
Rulings for people who were talked into transitioning at a young age, and let's be honest, there's not a lot of 50-year-olds who are deciding they're trans.
Yes, there are. There are so many. There's so, like, you can only say that with that level of confidence if you know nothing about what you're talking about. The idea that there's nobody over the age of like 16 deciding to be trans, yes, there are. Go into literally any trans circles. Go into any conversations where people are being honest and open about where they're coming from. Go into these places that might be slightly cringe, where people are trying to find community because there are so many people. Those are primarily, by the way, those are primarily the demographic of people who are targeted and harassed and have their embarrassing like early transition photos, which everybody's had those. They have them shared around the internet and laughed at and mocked when they are trying to find themselves, are people who are over the age of which it is deemed acceptable to understand more about yourself, to have learned and grown as a person. It is like, what the fuck? Oh, what are you talking about? Yeah, do you know how many 40, 50, 60? I have a friend who does my nails who like is in her 40s, I think. I love that he pushes this shit on his main channel, and now that it's dying, he's shifting it here. Like being anti-trans and magic is crazy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's also fucking insane for somebody with technically 2 million subscribers over on his other channel to be, it's fucking insane for 186,000 subscribers to be filling 14K views. Like, I'll give you an example. My Floating Rocks video is probably around there now. And that's an objective failure for me. And I have like 40,000 less, 30,000 less subs than this. Angel Freak, thank you for following.
Okay. It's
also, his border just looks like shit. It looks like there's still artifacting up at the top. I don't know if that's meant to be like a stippling effect or it just looks like ass.
It's kids, it's young kids, and they are influenced like people like Tulare Community College. Now, Tulare Community...
Does he just get repeatedly punched and gets black eyes? Or is it just... His eyes always just look so... All right, so when you watch like low-budget movies and stuff and they don't have a lot of budget, sometimes for people being tired, they will make it too red. And this happens a lot when... And this happens with all HD movies, especially movies that were meant for VHS or meant for that resolution. When they go through, they're cleaned up, and it gets too high definition where you can see like makeup lines that you never noticed before. And you can see like very clearly, okay, they just like applied too much blush under their eyes. It looks like that all the time for him. And that's wild to me. Nehemiah, thank you very much for $5. Dude has the eyes of an untrained dog eyeing a piece of meat on a kitchen counter. Marionette, thank you. Hey, DD, thanks to you. I've gotten back into MTG. I set up a bi-weekly draft with some friends. Also, I made a mono-white mural deck. I say that because every time... Mono-white and red-white are two color combos I've never really fucked with until my recent, one of my favorite new goofy-ass decks has been Mog, and it's an artifact. It's a ridiculous, stupid deck that shouldn't work, but it does. All right. Miss is still yelling at me. I'm going to go refill my water and be right back, and then we will continue watching this. You're fine, Kevin. No, you're fine, my love. Oh. There we go. Oh. Imagine Commander maxing and TD comes and straight up deck mogs you. They're only... All right, so here's the thing about me. None of my actually great or good decks are my favorite decks. Like, I have decks that I'm like, oh, no, that's too powerful. Because a lot of the decks that I love are ones that I've made by hand. I haven't used any, like, EDH rec, and they're all decks that I engineer to play differently, that I can kind of adapt to different strategies each time. And so those take a lot of work, a lot of experimentation to kind of fine-tune. And it's just, they're not the ones that I play when I want to win easy. They're the ones I play when I just want to have fun. Because, like, a great example is one of my 3 now Ashnod decks. The Grixis Ashnod. I put a lot of time and work into it. And it's full of cards that are kind of draft chaff. Which, yeah, you know. Alrighty. Let's keep this going.
College is 100% well within his right to do whatever fundraiser he wants to do.
Oh my God.
He's also well within his right to promote dangerous trans ideology that is ruining young women's lives across this great nation. It's mostly young women, although also some young men. It's no coincidence that nearly 100% of the people that have gone into schools and done terrible things, or churches and done terrible things, have all been trans. It's no mistake that they continue to target people who play children's card games. Children's games.
What the fuck? Almost 100%. That is, look, I know people in his orbit and people who are fucking idiots on the internet have been making a fuss about, you know, oh, this is a trans problem with violence. Well, but it is citing almost 100% is fucking crazy work, dog. Crazy. I'll take literally any source. Also, this was a very funny frame to catch Prof on. That's funny.
Games, children's video games. There are people in the world who have what's called gender dysphoria.
And here we go. We got to couch it in the scientifically minded language that they cannot deny. And then watch, they're going to say, but most of the people who you see on Twitter or whatever, most of the people I see shared on 4chan are just perverts and What I wonder if he's savvy enough to know, have heard AGP. I kind of doubt it. But that is, man, 100% is fucking funny.
This is what an actual trans person is. And it's like 0.03% of the population.
0.03%. So 3% of a 1% of trans people have gender dysphoria. Unless he's talking about that being the population of people, that the way he worded that is confusing, but I'm thinking he's saying that.
Somewhere around 2016, the trans craze hit, and it was a social contagion. And every awkward teenage kid was being told by their woke teachers, their guidance counselors, and most devastating.
I wish, dude. I fucking wish I was told that earlier. Oh, so many people. I could have saved so much time and energy. He means, I think he means 0.03 of the population.
Big pharma, that they needed to have double mastectomies, and they needed to take hormone blockers, and they needed to pause their pregnancies.
Big pharmaceutical companies don't have anything to do with surgery, you fucking moron. Big pharma getting people to do what? They're doing a collab with big surgery? What? Those are entirely different, like, medical industries. He is just repeating the shit that he's heard elsewhere and not really doing it well, even. Like, you can tell he doesn't have it at the front. He's just, like, grasping. He doesn't have it at the front of his brain.
Doctors that this.
Oh, and by the way, if anybody wants to know what I'm drinking, I am having a nice bottle of Soylent for dinner.
Hotline that Brian from Tulare Community College is raising hundreds of thousands of dollars for would tell people, yes, there's no long-term risks in terms of gender hormones and stuff like that, except we all knew there would be, and there are factual evidence backing studies.
God damn, dude. Is he drunk? Is he drunk? Like, somebody asked, is he drunk? But, like, seriously, listen to him. This is, like, I know I was a little bit high earlier, but this is fucking stumbling.
There's no long-term risks in terms of gender hormones and stuff like that, except we all knew there would be, and there are factual evidence backing studies for that, which I'm going to talk about in this video. So Tulare Community College, the largest Magic the Gathering channel in this world, is raising money for a company called the Trans Helpline. The Trans Lifeline. Okay?
Trans Helpline, Lifeline, is raising money for the Trans Hubline. It's bigger channel than me. It's the biggest channel on the internet, and it's spreading radical, dangerous genders ideology, telling people they can have a happy life with a partner. I miss my wife. Why didn't my wife go out for pizza that one time with me? Why did I pee in the basement? Now people won't stop making fun of me for it. Why did I do this? I look in the mirror sometimes and I say, Jeremy, why? Why'd you do this to yourself? Why did you decide to go and put yourself in front of the world and not do any research and be so stupid? And then you also had a name that could easily sound like Hambone. And then you also decided to look slightly like a ham bone. Why, Jeremy? Why did you decide to make your eyes do that thing where they look like when you've been punching beef like in Rocky and it gets all weird and bruised? Come on, Jeremy, why? Why are we doing this, Jeremy? What are we doing here, man?
What is a trans lifeline? It's supposedly a number for trans people to call for support. No different than maybe Alcoholics Anonymous or whatever it is, okay? But here's the thing. These applications, these companies aren't really about saving people. They're about creating lifelong pharmaceutical Frankenstein patients for
Jesus
big pharma.
Christ, dude. How do you get this far in without a substantiated claim? Without, like, you have a window open right here. Show your work, dog. I know that Jeremy just sits down and lazily spits jargon into a camera because nobody who watches his shit can be fucked to ever look into his claims. But you have a window open. Just type it in. If it's all out there, if it's all factual and whatnot, just fucking like show your work. Prove it. Rosebud Butterfly DD, I love it when you riff like that when doing impressions. Thank you.
All right. First, let's talk about the company he's promoting and has raised almost $300,000 in a few hours. Which
Bam, bam, bam. That's right. We love prof around here.
is incredible. Too bad he wasn't raising for something that wasn't destroying young men's and young women's lives.
Like what, dog?
Let's take a look at the trans lifeline.
Oh, AI summary. Jeremy Hambley, you are human cattle. Think for yourself, my dude.
Okay. The founder in 2018, we're not talking about insane long history. And Brian is now pouring hundreds of thousands of dollars into this very same company. Okay. The founder diverted funds to unauthorized personal projects. They also had a controversial no rescue policy. Trans Lifeline has a firm policy against involving police or emergency service calls without explicit consent, believing that involuntary hospitalization.
Yeah, because trans people are at a much, much, much higher risk of being abused by the police, of being abused by the system, of having their medical cares and needs not taken care of. You fucking idiot.
Can increase
Come on, dude.
self-harm tendencies. They also had went through a major restructuring due to funding challenges and the need for sustainability. The organization relies on people like Brian from Patilarian College to pump their young kids full of hormones.
Don't phrase it that way, dude. I can't. Quartering. Jeremy, buddy, come here. I need to talk to you for a second. Oh God, just all right. Breathe that way. Don't look at me when I talk to you. Okay, what was I saying? Right. If I were like you, Mr. Quartering, and had footage online of me describing as the quartering, as Jeremy Hambone the quartering, how it is best to hide illegal assault materials on a computer because of your experience working at fucking Best Buy or whatever the fuck. If that was me, like you, Mr. Quartering, in the real world, you would never hear me utter the words in any combination, before or after, of pumping children. Jeremy, just phrasing. It's very simple. It's very simple. Think before you speak. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I believe his coffee thing is kind of not going great.
This is the thing, right? Again,
I don't know.
This
dude.
is a company.
Your video.
Founder misconduct.
Oh.
You know, they're not going to rescue anybody if you actually need help. All right.
That's not what it's. That's
this
not
is
what it.
not-
You read the, even in the dumbass AI summary, you read it, and somehow did not comprehend it. What?
You can just go ahead and look it up. Trans Lifeline fraudulent. You know.
Okay, dog. Let's do it. Fraudulent. Yeah. Why did I say fraudulent? Okay, first off, if you want to go by the AI, which you clearly do, there's no evidence is fraudulent. It operates as a well-known organization. So even your own fucking bullshit doesn't give you what you want. I'm leaning towards false transphobic propaganda. So this is the thing he was looking at, right? Is it true? The thing that he's looking at is somebody asking and people answering that it's not. No, I got their grant a few years ago. IDK what they got behind the scenes, but they definitely helped me. Name change grant, they have openings for it. I applied and won the lottery. There's one with the founders, but as far as I know, she's not involved anymore. All the people working there have nothing to do with her, are just passionate about helping trans people. So, okay, you are telling me that he did not read the thing that he is showing on stream to prove his point that directly disproves his point. God, there's nobody doing it like him. Oh, Alyssa Mercante's trans lifeline charity scam is worse than we thought. Smash JT. Wow. We got why you shouldn't donate to trans lifeline. Text scams. When was this? Hotline huge scam Founders found out, shut down the source of the Twitter bots information. Most Christian weapons. Agree with. Proceed to make fake. So this sounds like the person who was pushed out. All right. Credited by AMA. That's not. They do. Oh, this is where those things were sourced from. So his other source was also just a Tumblr. IRS exempt form. Okay, that sounds like somebody who also doesn't understand how shit works. I left them nasty Twitter messages because I almost killed myself and wanted them to feel bad. The person was the most bored, disinterested, hey, what's up, what's bothering you? Yeah, because it's supposed to be a chill conversation. I also got yelled at because I said, dude, heh. Okay, so I'm getting a picture of the kind of person behind this animus. Oh. It sent me to Kiwi Farms? Dog, the source for this shit is Kiwi Farms? That's where the other one goes too. Yeah. Dude, the sources they're citing are Kiwi Farms. This is from medium.com. So they were perpetuating the lie. So they heard the news. Yeah, it's Kiwi Farm shit. Fucking hell, dude. Oh my god. Oh, man. We need to... All right. That is what it seems like. All right, here we go. Here's September 2022. Response, deleted. Someone posted on 4chan reference. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, I don't give a fuck about whatever is happening here. The idea of covering and saying this thing is for sure. This thing is for sure fake. Look at my one source, which the conversation on this source's page does not back him up. Whether it's verifiable, different story. It just doesn't support his argument. And then the other source is AI apparently ripped from a Tumblr blog that was apparently entirely ripped from Kiwi Farms, which famously, very reliable source of information on the trans community. Famously, Kiwi Farms loves trans people, and those people can definitely be trusted and are working in good faith. Fuck, man. Krusty Krab Pizza 420, thank you very much for following. Oh, man.
There's money laundering, grooming in front of otherwise untrustworthy.
No. Oh, my God, dude. Oh, my God, dude. What, you're saying there's money laundering and grooming. This is a question. They are asking a question. You can't... Do you not know what a fucking question mark signifies?
Yeah, of course, in my opinion, it does all this stuff.
And oh, what is your opinion based on, buddy? What a valid opinion you have. Yep.
Why are we using our platform for a children's card game? Now, granted, most people that play Magic the Gathering are a little bit older. Okay, I don't want to completely misrepresent it. But why are we using a platform for a children's card game? By the way, you can see this video has 600 thumbs down. So the world is healing.
The world is healing. 600 people are mad at Prof, who is the biggest. Yeah, 600 people. Wow. That's really good job, y'all. You really showed them. I bet those... Oh, I bet they were really mad when they saw that.
To promote a dangerous ideology. Detransitioner, this is somebody who's...
Please, oh, please give me Washington Examiner of all fucking people. Sure, dude. Sure, dude. Who is it? Is it Chloe? Is it Chloe? I bet it's fucking
damage
Chloe.
Their body because someone like Brian from Tulare Community College or some school professor or some guidance counselor told them that you're not going through a weird phase. You should just have a double.
All right, here we go. Detransitioner 2 million judgments. Let's do Fox Varian. Disfigured for life. The Alliance Defending Freedom. Healthy breasts removed at 16 was awarded millions after she filed a malpractice lawsuit pushed her towards transition. Many of these victims have been sued. Been suing the people who led them down what felt like a one-way street. Now being described as a landmark. As chronicled by the Free Press. Again, just notably trustworthy sources all the way down. All the way down. Why is MTG being called a children's card game? Because they need to make it sound as, like, innocuous and predatory as possible. As though Jeremy's entire life doesn't revolve around being a guy who fucking... And, like, look, I got toys behind me and shit, but, like, who makes his life about defending toys and talking about toys and shit from his childhood being ruined. Sued her psychologist and plastic surgeon for leaving her disfigured for life. Sex and gender, Abigail Schreier. Great, yeah. All right, let's go. All right, here we go. Whatever. Oh, they just don't fucking have it, huh? Damn. Hateful. All right, I don't care that much. Diagnosed with autism. Oh, she's perfect for them. Came to a head at 15. Fox Week. Okay, 15 in less than a year. Yeah, probably needed some better instruction. Also, probably needed a parent, like to help with this. Yeah, Schreier is referenced, but not the author. Changed her name, began telling people she was a boy. Underwent a double mastectomy to remove her breasts. Very soon, she regretted the life-altering surgery. I immediately had a thought that this was wrong, and it couldn't be true, she told the Epic Times. What a fucking rogues gallery that this person is absolutely not being... I felt shame. It's hard to face that you're disfigured for life. I am sure that her parents played no role in fucking getting her all of this attention from Free Press, Epic Times, the fucking Alliance Defending Freedom. Fox's mother also opposed the procedure, ultimately consented out of fear that her daughter would commit suicide. A jury committed medical malpractice by approving and performing a double mastectomy on 16-year-old. Found both professionals legally responsible for violating the standard of care, including by failure to obtain meaningful informed consent to inform. Yeah, that is, well, that's a separate issue. Had a full grasp of Fox's psychological struggles when they plowed ahead with surgery. Okay, but why did they? She felt pressure from family, friends, and culture. What 16-year-old, what fucking teenager is like, yeah, I just felt really pressured by the culture? No, that's not them. That's the narrative they're being told. They're being asked these leading questions about, well, did you feel, was it your friends at school? Was it this cultural phenomenon? Was it, what is it, what the fuck, the social contagion? Despite the obvious red flags. 22 and no longer identifies as a boy. Jury awarded her $2 million, including 1.6 to compensate for past and future pain and suffering. Failed multiple key areas. Those failures, the jury said, amounted to a clear departure from accepted medical standards of care. Okay, so the lawsuit was not for the mastectomy. It was standards of care not being met, which is fair. And that should and could and would be applied to literally any surgery. If you are not properly informed of the risks, if you are not properly informed of like if they did not do their due diligence medically, then yes. Sure. But that also is not the same thing that they are presenting it as. What they're presenting it as is like, oh, we're going to be able to, they mutilated a body. It's like, no. The mistake was along the way. Stand along, yes, yeah, I bet you do. Rough childhood. This is the one I love, Laura, who removed her healthy breasts. God, they always describe it like that. It's so fucking gross. TTBN, the only transition culture forced on me was going from a liberal to a leftist. There you go. Just like the way that they phrase it is like, I will never have breasts. They removed her healthy breasts. It's just, it's just pedophile culture. That's what it is. It is fucking old, gross people wanting to exert control and authority over young, hot people in any way. They don't want people having the autonomy and the self-determination to transition. They want to make sure that they are still attracted to all of these young women. That's what that, like, you see when people talk about it. They went viral a little while ago. There was a woman who posted a before and after because she was happy with a breast reduction surgery, and so many men who never would have had a chance, who never met this person, who didn't know of them, their first instinct is to be like, oh, it's fucking just sad, yeah, oh, what, that's a terrible thing to do, I can't fucking believe, and like to the point where people were talking, even if they were joking, of just being like, yeah, this is why women shouldn't be allowed to vote. This is why men should make all the decisions. It's like, dog, you have no fucking idea what it's like to live with heavy back pain like that. It can be fucking excruciating. It's disgusting. Like, how do you not talk like that and realize you are the fucking pedophile? Also, if you're 2 years into being a legal adult, like, I know everybody makes mistakes when you're young, but you are 2 years into being a legal adult. Science is flimsy while the damage is not. All right, let's see.
Double mess. So you should just chop your chest off, and you'll feel better. Of course, they didn't feel better, and in fact, there was a huge study that came out of the UK, and I know how leftoids love European medicine, that said pre and post transition surgeries, the percentage at which these people were happy did not change. The percentage of what these people
that's not what it said.
Take their own lives did not change, and in some cases increased.
Nope.
Doctors used to say, well, do you want a dead kid or a trans kid?
Yeah, no, Draxus, I think he is talking about the fucking Cass report. Like, we've talked enough about the Cass report being a haphazard and incredibly poorly sourced document. It has been, I want to say, was it Sean? I think Sean put out a really good video about it.
Well, that's what they did to get these young children hooked on hormones and surgeries.
Oh man, Sukuru. I got a recommendation of the like Resident Evil 9 hypocrisy over people finding Leon hot, but gamers weird about women. If you can find a link to that, I'll check it out after this, because that sounds fucking funny.
And dilation and all this other disgusting, horrible things, so that they could be lifetime patients.
Again, dilating is only a thing that you know or is in the front of your mind when talking about trans people if you are obsessed with their genitals and spend a lot of time in places like Kiwi Farms and 4chan. Like, where people talk about, like, cope, seed, dilate trunes and all that bullshit. That's the only place you hear about dilating or a dilator, dog. The people who are obsessed with the idea that every trans person needs to literally mutilate themselves. Like, they think it is literally like Chainsaw Massacre shit. Instead of a highly evolved, incredibly complicated, amazing scientific breakthrough of medical procedure. Like, fuck, man. Just to be here for 9, what does dilating mean? So when you get SRS from MTF, male to female, you need to, because you are essentially, healing a new vagina. And so you need to make sure that the cavity can open. You need to make sure that there aren't infections. And so you have to dilate, basically. And it's not even something that you need to do forever. Like, it's after surgery care, basically.
just this week, okay, February 3rd, 2 days ago, a New York jury.
Okay, I got you. Deranged doomer. Sounds cheery. Ooh, Metal Meltdown. My boy on the Metal Meltdown getting political. Let's go. Let's go. Deranged doomer. Oh. There we go. How Leon and Resident Evil Requiem. 6.2k subscribers. I'm giving you this. Stop pretending this was good. Oh, these thumbnails are something. They sure are. Oh boy.
Handed a $2 million judgment to a woman who accused a psychologist.
Oh, people are being so weird about
rushing her into what?
RE9.
Gender transition surgery. Finding the pair liable for malpractice in a landmark case that will pave the way for future litigation. Again, there are dozens more lawsuits pending, thousands of lawsuits that will happen now in 2026 after this precedent has been set.
Oh, yeah, you know all these thousands of lawsuits. What's the Oh, interesting. Less than 1 to 3%. Results. Pooled prevalence of regret after gender assignment surgery was 1%. Overall, 33% underwent transmasculine procedures, 67 transfeminine. Prevalence of regret was less than 1% for transmasculine and transfeminine surgeries, respectively. A total of 77 patients regretted having GAS. 28 had minor, and 34 had minor regret based on Faflin's regret classification. Majority had clear regret based on Cooper and Cohen. I don't know what these classifications are. Extremely low prevalence of regret in trans patients after gender assignment surgery. Wow, that's crazy. Oh, wait, hold up. Oh, wait, 2025. Oh, this is 2025. Okay, so we got the more updated one. Released a new study. They found 99.7% of trans individuals were satisfied with their surgery. Consists of patients who underwent surgery during a 5-year period between 2016 and 2021. Only 6 patients, 0.3, requested reversal surgery or transitioned back to their assigned sex at birth. The study also concluded that an environment that normalizes authentic gender expression, affirming each individual's surgical goals without any judgment, are foundational to mitigating against regret. Oh, fucking what? Crazy. Being accepting and loving towards people and letting them be who they truly are, letting them be their most productive self makes them more likely to live happily after surgery. Oh, damn. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. I heard a statistic from a while ago that regret of gender-affirming care was less common than regret for Harry Potter tattoos. Oh, that is true. I say it as somebody with an ex-wife who has a Harry Potter tattoo. All right, let's...
Are people out there that have legitimate gender dysphoria, and it is something that needs to be treated just like any other mental health struggles. And I'm very sympathetic to that. I'm very sympathetic to mental health struggles. You know, I deal with anxiety. And people out there have depression, and they have, everyone's got their own battles, okay? And I don't think being born, you know, and having gender dysphoria is, you know, something that you should judge people for. But it's the trenders, it's the people like Brian who mainstream this stuff and say, well, you know, you're going through an awkward phase, you should probably just chop your dong off and start dilating yourself every day. The science behind this stuff is Frankenstein level crazy. And I mean, when people said he put that video out today, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that in 2026, with all the science that we know.
You couldn't believe in 2026 with all the science that we know. And I need to remember, at this point, everybody should be remembering the science he's citing, his trust me bro, is Reddit and Kiwi Farms. That's what he's He's going back to Reddit, Kiwi Farms, and a suit that wasn't even for what he was fucking representing it as. That's crazy.
No, right? All the science, like the largest group of plastic surgeons in the world have called for delaying gender-affirming surgery until 19. You know why that is? It's because they were doing this stuff to kids. Thousands and thousands of kids. And it's not gender-affirming care. It's body-destroying care.
Wow, damn, you come up with that one. It's not gender affirming care. We literate. Yeah, his heart isn't in it. It is so. Like, he always has that kind of somnambulant tone, right? Like, he always kind of sounds on the verge of falling asleep, but it reminds me of Trump, where it's just like it's going through the fucking motion. Like, it's just repeating random bullshit. It straight up is down to the dilating and his weird fixation on genitals. This is just the fucking shit you see on 4chan and Kiwi Farms. Just being, like, letting it sink in. A diet Matt Walsh? No, see, honestly, that's an insult to how much Matt Walsh hates trans people. Matt Walsh, that is somebody who genuinely loathes trans people. He cannot make sense. His whatever neurodivergency he suffers from cannot make sense of somebody like the way Matt Walsh sees it, I think, is that people are trans people are denying their innate their natural genders, their natural roles, and that's why it's bad. That it's unnatural. It's not what God intended for people, and that really fucks him up. Like, that's and it always has. Like, you can notice, go back to 2014. Before that, Matt Walsh has always had these fixations. His two biggest three. His three biggest things that he is genuine about hating: black people, trans people, a lot of like pop culture shit, but mostly indigenous people. Like, he genuinely hates all of those groups. Yeah, no, I saw the tweet about the Karen video game. God damn, Matt Walsh. Like, the person going like, fucking. So if you don't know, the tweet about the Karen video game was, there's a dumb little, indie physics game where you play as a Karen in a mall and you destroy shit. And he goes, Matt Walsh decided to go, well, actually, most of the people I've seen who've been doing this kind of thing are actually black teenagers, but nobody wants to talk about that. When, in fact, most of the white women who are annoying and are Karens are the ones holding together the fabric of society, or whatever the fuck he said. He was like, damn, dude, only Matt Walsh could be racist and defend Karens with such assuredness.
People are not happy after they get these surgeries.
We just point what, like 1%.
Don't take my word for it. What is it? The CAS report? Let me look up the CAS report. I think that was it. The CAS report findings. Yeah, no shit. Yes, that's exactly what it's called. Okay. This is what the CAS report talked about. Let's see if I can find a news summary of it. CAS report is out. Early NASA findings and recommendations. Okay, so this was in 2024. They found that external factors have influenced and stifled conversation around gender identity politics. For example, Dr. Cass suggests that parents may unconsciously influence their child's gender expression. I wanted to find this Cass report. Let's see.
God forbid I was gonna say, like, God forbid you just sit down and read it and actually go through it and comprehend it for yourself, you dipshit. And I have you thank you for $10. God mentioned I am summoned. Did you know that there are 6 to 8 genders in Jewish tradition going all the way back to the Bible, and God is described with both masc and femme descriptors? I have heard that. Yeah, I do know that one. I've always wanted to look more into the different, like, genders described in the Torah. I think it's the Torah, right?
See if this is it. Yeah, puberty blockers curb has not led to any rise in self-harm, right? So this is something that was popular. Like, well, you got to get them on puberty blockers, otherwise they're going to hurt themselves. Well, actually,
Talmud, not Torah.
Science says
that's the one.
that doesn't matter. Again, Talarian and his viewers are totally well within their rights to send $300,000 to a...
Yeah, Xenomut. That's what I'm saying. I just watched Land of the Dead because you were talking about it. It was fun. And hey, Tom Savini zombie. I forgot about the Tom Savini. God, Tom Savini has so much fun in that. I love Tom Savini. I kind of wish he did more. Cause he had a role in one of my favorite movies too, Planet Terror. He got his fucking like hand blown off. God, Planet Terror. Oh, what a film.
Company that has had suspect ownership. Again, do your own research. Do your own research. I mean,
again, fucking brilliant to be like, yeah, do your own research. Yeah, do your own research, chat. And the research that you're showing that you've done isn't research at all. You didn't even read it. What do you even say? What do you even say? Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, because he was in the other, yep, in Dusk Till Dawn. I have Dusk Till Dawn 1 and 2 on VHS too. All right, so this is him apparently getting called out for creeping on Melanie Mac.
if you're in the chat, I'm worried about where Melanie Mac is. Stop being such a fucking loser, you know?
Yeah, he's definitely not mad.
You guys know she's married and she's on her honeymoon. So if you're trying to like get a response by being a degenerate piece of shit, like know that she's my friend and it's not going to work. I suppose.
Oh, he big man.
By getting me to say that.
He big man. Okay.
I'm super pumped that we got that good pull on Pokemon because the Pokemon openings have been brutal. There's also this like weird like Jeremy's friends with a girl, so he's definitely trying to sleep with her thing. That
who would ever get that vibe from you, dude? Who would ever get that vibe from a guy who sits around in a room filled with toys and video games, but looks like you should call him Bubba? With a nice low rate. This is Bubba. Call me Bubba. Rusty nail ass motherfucker.
That is being perpetrated by only people who have never been allowed around girls. And I don't know what to tell you. You know, I'm friends with
Jugular or JV Guitar Works. Do you believe that some femboys and butch girls have been pressured into transitioning by doctors and or friends? I mean, I think there are probably cases where, so the real problem I think with trans medicine isn't that we have too much of it, it's that we don't have enough of it. We don't have enough, more often than not, when people go to seek transition care or they just ask questions, it's not that people are railroaded through it, it's that the doctors who want to give people genuinely the best care they can are completely unfamiliar with practices. Like, it is the amount of people, and so this leads to a lot of people in the community trying to step up and do DIY, which has its own problems. It's a much larger conversation than that. So I do think that, like what we were just looking at, I think there are people who do get care that isn't right for them. And I am always deeply sympathetic to that because it fucking sucks. Just as it would suck to not get the care that works for you. And I think that, like, usually it's because the doctors are unfamiliar with the standards of care, with the proper measures that need to be taken, which is what we saw with the girl who won that lawsuit. Now, as far as, like, when people talk about femboys and stuff, there is a weird 4chan contingent of people who have inexplicable animus towards feminine men, and I don't fuck with the like, oh, here's estrogen, oh, transition. If you're a femboy, transition now, you're gonna be bald by the time you're 26. Like, I don't fuck with that. I don't like that shit. I think it's fucked up. Like, if you actually believe in people being able to determine who they are and present how they want to, then don't fucking force people to do it. Like, let them decide for themselves. It's so fucking frustrating. Groypers love femboys. Yeah, well, and that's the other thing, is because there's this like feigned, people really do consider it this way, but like there's this weird online turf war where you will have these incredibly antisocial 4chan trans femme types bickering with incredibly antisocial, also transgressive, like incel femboy Nazis. And it's just like, hey, everybody here in this conversation is a fucking idiot. Just stop it. Just go about your business. Canadian Goose, do you think age-appropriate LGBTQ education would also help? Yeah, yes. I think age-appropriate education on most things helps. I think that, honestly, trans healthcare and education on it, outside of teaching kids to be empathetic, understanding, patient, and generally accepting of, and this doesn't go for trans people, but of anybody who's just different than them, I don't think there needs to be a lot of, like, medicalization talk, you know, outside of maybe in sex ed briefly. But sex ed, people talk about sex ed, though, especially like parents and these worried parents groups and these censorship lobbies, they talk about sex ed like it is a year-long class and not 3 hours one time in 4 years. Like, sex ed is, it's an incredibly brief thing. And so the idea of, like, judging that as the time that, like, oh, look, they're indoctrinated. It's like, no, nobody's going to remember this shit, dog. Like, the worst thing that happens is people come out with maybe a new attraction or a new understanding of themselves or a new understanding of somebody else, and is understanding something in the world a little bit better really that fucking terrible of a thing? Like, that's what it comes down to. It just comes down to a fear of the unknown, a fear of being educated, a fear of intellectualism at any degree. And it's very frustrating on all ends. So, do I think that people have been pressured to? Yeah, probably. I think it's wrong. I think I see people take this very serious militant line of like, oh yes, transition all femboys, all feminine men must be. But people also say it as a joke, and I don't think it's a fucking funny joke. Because if you are saying something that people militantly actually do represent as a belief, and you're just going, but it's a joke, guys. You're doing what PewDiePie did when he was like, oh, fucking gas all the Jews, and he hired people in Africa to hold that shit, or whatever it was. Like, you're just doing the thing then. You can't really say it's a joke when you're doing the thing. Ted Schilling, my dad freaked out and refused to allow me to attend my grade school sex ed because he thought it was feminist indoctrination. I was the only kid in class not there. So fucking... I think maybe I, like, was relatively normal, I guess, compared to, like, everybody else, because my mom gave me the talk pretty fucking early. Like, I was, well, and in fairness, I was a ridiculously early bloomer. Like, I started puberty when I was 10. And so, like, but my mom did sit me down and have the talk. And she actually had it was very clinical. It was very, like, curt. It was very, like, there was a book. And it was just a book of, like, medical diagrams and, like, hey, do you have any questions about this? This is where this goes. This happens here. Where this, like, it was just the exact thing that everybody says like, oh, it should be between kids and their parents. But the problem is that kids don't want to fucking do that. Like kids don't want, or not kids don't want, parents don't actually want to teach their children, which is why you get higher prevalences of STIs, which is why you get higher prevalences of teenage pregnancy. It's because kids are dumb and you need to teach them not to make life-ruining mistakes like that. And thankfully my mom did. I don't have any kids. I don't have any STDs. I'm good. I'm down. Which is also statistically kind of a miracle, but that's a different story. That's a different matter. Yeah, Shakespeare. Sex ed was like 1 or 2 days in elementary school, an awkward skip during middle school, and a learning unit in high school. Parents are weak and do not deserve. Yeah, it's like, it's so fucking easy, dude. It's so easy to not, like, it's getting mad about sex ed has always been the dumbest thing. I don't think I knew what sex was until I was 11, and my mom was always like, sex isn't a toy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, like, I grew up Christian conservative, so it was always like, oh, you got to wait till marriage. But, like, at the same time, my mom was the problem child in her family before I came along. And so my mom had a very wild teenage couple of years and knew what kids could get up to. So she was always, like, kind of hyper vigilant about that shit. And I think kind of knew what I was getting up to. Because, like, you know, parents can only do so much. What are you going to do? Yeah, Zolita. See, that's honestly Zolta. My mom told me what sex was when I was 6 when I asked where babies came from. Honestly, the healthiest way to do it. Like, the problem with sex is the puritanism, or the problem with sex. The problem with sex education is the puritanism around it, where, like, because parents feel this just locus of control, this property over their kid that they never want to let them go, that they're going to be there till the end, that they're going to take care of them when they're old and feeble, that they get to dictate everything over their lives. And it's particularly endemic in conservative Christian circles. But because of that, there is this bizarre fear of, like, once children have, and you can see it. You can see it in videos, in TV shows and movies, especially older ones, where, you know, a kid will be like 12 and they'll start talking about how, like, oh, they're interested in girls, and parents will talk to each other in these scripts about how, oh yeah, they can't stay innocent forever. Oh, they can't stay young forever. It's like, oh, they just grow up so fast. Because there is this very real connection with intimacy being this loss of innocence. And it comes from this puritanical, like, Christian family structure where having sex isn't something normal. It's something that's deviant. It's something that makes you, that soils you, that sullies you, that makes you, if you're a woman, it makes you unwanted. If you're a man, it makes you, you know, roustabout or whatever the fuck. And it's just, it's so silly. It's silly. Like, why? It's just, there are things that parents, like, you need to, like, I don't understand why. And well, because the other part of, now I'm remembering it, the other part of, like, my mom's sex education for me was also going over consent, but it was much more because I grew up in the early 2000s, so I would have been like, I don't even know, 7 or 8, whatever. And it was very much stranger danger focused. Like, it was very much like, this is how you get out of a situation. This is who you need to talk to. This is who, like, don't let anybody do this. If somebody tries to do this, like, you need to run away. Like, it was very intensive on that because it was about safety. The whole thing was about safety, to make sure I was equipped for if anything did happen, I would be able to recognize it and be safe. Like, and that is so, you know, I didn't even have access to the internet and shit. Like I've talked about this, how I haven't had, my mom just didn't, because we weren't, you know, well off, or we were pretty poor. My mom didn't have internet in the house until I turned 18 and started taking like online college courses and needed actual internet. And my mom finally got it then, but like I went through all of high school only having internet on my phone. I went through all of my childhood, and it was this weird, it was a weird life, I'm not gonna lie. I think it really informed who I am today, because I wasn't able to access all the horrible shit a lot of people from my generation did. But at the same time, it also socially detached me from a lot of that stuff. But, you know, looking back, I kind of think for the better, but also put me in a weird social imbalance with my peers, especially in high school. But yeah, didn't have a phone until I was 21. Well, see, that's the other thing, is I had a phone really, really early. It couldn't do anything. It was just like a little Nokia flip phone. But where I used to go to school, there was a Boys and Girls Club within walking distance. My mom, single mom, worked really long, really hard hours, was amazing at her job. And sometimes that entailed me hanging out at a Boys and Girls Club for a couple hours after school, you know, playing video games or whatever. And so my mom got me, I think it was a hand-me-down old phone. It was literally, you know, like black and white Nokia, to just call to let her know when I arrived and like anything I might need. And so that was kind of the start of me getting a phone. And that's basically all I had it for through most of high school. A what club? The Boys and Girls Club. Do you not, Draxus, do you not know where the Boys and... It's a rec center, basically. Like, I think you have to pay membership, but it's just kind of a community place where kids, like, they have summer camps, they have like sports and, you know, computer labs, and it's a place where kids can come under, you know, good teachers and stuff. Yes, machine piñatas. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Give me 1 second. All right, I don't want to leave this. Oh yeah, let me finish watching this.
A lot of girls, and you're allowed to watch football with them.
Do you think Hambley still thinks about the time his wife went out for pizza and he got drunk and peed all over the basement? I think he dreams that every night. I think it haunts his. I think that's why his eyes look like shit all the time, because every time he tries to sleep, that's what he sees, like Freddy Krueger. TTP and gaming. Boys and Girls Club is a front for the Foot Clan to recruit. Honestly, it kind of feel like, not gonna lie, when I watch like Turtles now, and it kind of felt like that, not gonna lie. I don't know. Early 2000s was a cool time to come up. We had fucking Adventure Quest, man. Adventure Quest and some fucking online chat room game with a fucking moon buggy and RuneScape, like first year RuneScape. Meredith Navin, thank you for $5. Terrible joke for you, DD. What is the medical diagnosis when you have too many dogs? A rover dose. Woof. Well, so Zombie Pup Procrastinator, it wasn't a club at school. It's a literal like building that was separate. Because I was church schooled until I got kicked out in middle school. Which, true story, yes, I was kicked out of church school. Like I said, I've kind of always been hey, does it surprise anybody that I'm slightly impish? that I cause problems.
And be married and not be trying to sleep with them. You guys all know I'm a boob guy anyway. It's like a totally weird fan fiction. I like my boobs, 2 scoops full. All right? So I love Melanie, but
what a weird fucking dude, man.
She's great. She's a ride or die type of person.
Okay, weird time to use the term ride or die. What a fucking strange. Nehemia, thank you for $5. Jeremy probably has some kind of Pavlovian conditioning and now can't piss without going down to the basement. Oh, man. All right, let me go to people getting mad about Leon. Hopefully there's not any spoilers here. I don't think there is. My personal opinion. All right, yeah. All right. So this is going to be, for those who don't know, there is a the topic du jour about Resident Evil 9 that dorks have become mad about because it is a just great game. It's not really woke in any of the ways that they get mad about. It's the thing I love about horror games is it's really hard to get mad about wokeifying horror games because all the shit that they're usually pissed about, like female protagonists, people of color, strong women, are defining aspects of the horror survival genre. Like, you have Haunting Ground, the entire Clock Tower series, Jill Valentine, Claire Redfield, Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3, Silent Hill 3. Like, iconic. Rule of Rose. Iconic horror maidens all over the fucking place. Parasite Eve. So it's not something that they can latch onto as easily. That hasn't stopped them from trying. The biggest thing that they are whining about is this complete misunderstanding of, and it's always funny when you see this, when you always hear somebody argue that, like, oh, well, Kratos is half naked, Kratos is shirtless, look at how ripped Kratos is. Why can't I have that? Like, look how sexualized Kratos and Batman are with their big, bulgy muscles and their massive bulges. Look at how, isn't that so, look, doesn't that make your mouth water? Why am I having these feelings? So, the thing they often misconstrue is why people sexualize characters or why certain aspects of character design are sexual versus sexualized. So, for example, Kratos, and let's pull up, because I know I'm going to have to, unlike Jeremy, I like to illustrate what I'm saying. So OG Kratos, God of War. Big bad Kratos. This is not a sexualized character. I need you to understand this. He is just a shirtless dude, ripped to the fucking gills in a loincloth, not sexualized. He is a power fantasy. Women do not look at this, by and large. Women don't look at this and go, yeah, I would like to cuddle up with that. Yeah, that looks like it would be soft. Yeah, that looks like he would care about my feelings during fucking. Like, it's not always their first thought, right? And granted, different people have different kinds of attractions. For more of that information, by the way, I remember when Thor, the images of Thor came out from God of War Ragnarok, how many men got mad about Thor because there were a bunch of women who, to talk about the different kinds of bodies and different kinds of attractiveness, there were a lot of women who looked at Thor and were like, yeah, big boy, that's for me. Yep. Not for me. Not my style. I know a lot of people who did. I know a lot of women did. And guys got so mad. Because they're like, no, women are just lying. There's no Stacy's would actually, like, this is my body type. And it's like, yeah, because you have a shit personality, dog. Like, that's what's keeping you down. It's a shit personality. Yeah, and it's because he looks like a strong man. I think it's a fucking killer design. Like they legitimately went after like massive boulder building or boulder lifting, like strongmen, like big wrestlers and shit. Lady, what do you? Oh, you have your bone down here. You silly goof dog. You silly goof dog. All right, there. What was I saying? Yeah, exactly. Kratos looks great, but isn't someone I'm attracted to. Not saying I'm not attracted to guys in good shape, but Kratos is just too much. Yeah, it's the same thing anytime, and it happens a lot, right? Where, like, Marcus Phoenix is not sexualized for having massive biceps. That's part of the power fantasy. That is part of, as you are controlling this character and you zoom in over his shoulder and you see how big and glistening the biceps are, you feel that when you feel the vibration in the controller, it's all of these subliminal things. One of the things, all right, so I will talk really quick about Resident Evil 9 and what a great job it does of putting you in the character, whether you're playing in first or third person. If you play in third person, the difference between the way Leon and Grace play are night and day. And the thing that makes Leon so fun is that you've played him now at different points in his life between Resident Evil 2 Remake, Resident Evil 4 Remake, and now this, where he is a much older, he is a fucking expert. He's a veteran. And the cool thing about that is the way the subtle storytelling of the game conveys that, where it's in little animations. Like, he does these animations when he's reloading a gun, where he will go to eject the clip, and it's just this so fluid, it's so smooth that he just goes, and the clip flies out, and he keeps it all tight. It's like it's instinctual at that point, right? And that is, it wasn't that he was, because he was a rookie in Resident Evil 2, but it wasn't that he had never fired a gun before, but you compare just the animation detail between those things. And it makes you, as a player, it conveys these things in ways that you don't even think about as you're playing this, where you are in a tense situation, you're reloading, and it makes you feel in those moments, okay, no, I got this. Okay, no, I'm equipped for this. Okay, no, I'm doing this. And it does the reverse, which is why Grace is such a great foil, not a foil, but a great kind of companion to the story, is that her animations are entirely different. She runs in a more panicked way. She panics visibly. It's this like entirely different approach, and you feel it through the gameplay as you're watching it. Yeah, Grace is like a wet behind the ears rookie FBI agent, and it's great. Like, she is very good at, kind of by the end of it, she's not like a badass. She's not like Jill or anything. But she's like, she has a really good character arc, right? Far better than Ethan did. Hello. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go give Lady some food really quick. I'll be right back. The difference in training between attributing the difference between training between Grace and Leon to their gender, that doesn't surprise me. It's because fucking Leon is like a veteran. Which they established why she's so bumbling, because she's just an anxious little bean. Leave her alone. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so they will equate something like God of War. They'll be like, oh, why don't people, like, this is sexualized, but what the hell, lady? What the hell-y? What just happened? All right, sorry. Just knocked over her water bowl. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta go clean up a water bowl.
Why'd you do that, dingus? Why did you do that? What the hell?
You're okay, baby. You're okay. Oh, baby. Come here. You're okay. Oh, that's so much water. Right, well. Can you not knock this one over, please? That's all you get. Alright, there you go. There you go. What? Yes. Good girl. Oh my goodness. I think she's autistic. Yeah, she's something. And now she's just, yeah, I don't know, maybe I think I dropped one of her like pieces of food in there and she was trying to paw it out. What were we talking about? The difference, the alternative is then they'll be like, well, why can't I have characters? And you'll never notice, or you'll notice they never talk about characters that are sexy of their own volition. They never talk about things like Bayonetta, right? The characters that they want to be sexy are always things like Eve from Stellar Blade. That's why they went so hard with her, so to speak. Is that she is just a, like, goon bait, empty-headed sex doll of a character. Like, that's what they want. That's when they say, like, what can I have sexy characters? It's always like, oh, I want to ogle and predate upon a character. Like, it is always, you'll notice, it's creepy shit they get mad over. It's like, they were mad when the Resident Evil 3 remake came out and Jill Valentine in her outfit, she had shorts instead of a skirt, so you couldn't look up her skirt, and people were mad about that. Like, people were genuinely, like, mad, like, I can't believe this Sony said Censor Station 4, right, guys? This is fucking Sony censorship. It's like, you're just gross. Like, you just want to be gross with shit. Oh yeah, Stone Control. She's such a, or Stone Corbell. She's such a weird character. She's super sexualized in her art, but has no awareness of sex. Yeah, it's not like Bayonetta is a sexual character. Onichambara, those are sexual characters. Eve from Stellar Blade walks through the world almost naked with her bits just jiggling in everybody's face constantly all the time. And it's never brought up. It is never addressed. There is no attitude. It is just a blatant fantasy. And I'm going to be so real. I fucking hate that shit. It bugs me when people like do like, oh, look, yeah, I modded Fallout 4 to make all the characters be topless and have big tits. Like that stuff is, that's too much for me. Like it's so porn-brained that it stops being sexy. Like it is just sex, just to the worst degree of normalization. Yeah, it's boring. Oh, Haiti, God. Haiti, the fucking Atomic Heart, those characters that, again, you'll notice the ones that they're like, oh yeah, no, this game is totally based. Yeah, look, the third thing down is Atomic Heart Twins. This game is totally based, it's totally awesome. And the girls in question are just literally faceless objects. Literally faceless objects. Like, you can't fucking... You don't do Angela White mods? No, I'm too old to be playing Senran Kagura games. Like, and that's the thing that I just like. It's so fucking goofy. Like, what I don't know. I don't want to yuck anybody's yum, but like, dog, what are we doing here? The twins have like 5 minutes of screen time. I've never played it, but damn, people, that's crazy. Yeah, I remember when players got mad about remake Angela. No, yeah, that was friend of the channel, Synthetic Man, who made that video on Angela Orozco being too ugly to rape. His words, not mine. And then they will tell you, they will sit there and seriously tell you that they give a fuck about like the sanctity of a game's story, or that, oh no, they totally. Sorry, let me do an actual Synthetic Man voice. And of course, it's filled with woke toucan propaganda, but that's what you expect from modern day gaming. This is why you shouldn't buy any new games. Because it's all woke and it's all garbage, even though I buy and play them all to keep making slop for incels who haven't developed higher cognitive functioning. Anyway. And scene. Yeah, it's like you don't, if you have no, I will never take anybody's opinion seriously on Silent Hill, let alone any other fucking media franchise, let alone on anything really. If their walk away from Silent Hill 2 remake was like, yeah, they made Angela unfuckable. It's like, okay, you don't understand what you don't understand the game to begin with. Zzz, the adults are talking. I don't get why Quiet exists the way she does. Honeypots are a common theme in spy stuff. Just make a spy who's intentionally sexy. Quiet is a weird one because I think that's just Kojima getting his freak on, and in a way, I respect it. Like, Quiet is so blatant in a way that I feel like Quiet is different from something like this, because Quiet also does have a like personality. Despite the fact that she doesn't say anything. She has a very fickle personality. All right, let's go back to this. So when people compare the two, I need you to understand that what they're going to hold up, because I kind of know these arguments. I've been doing this a little bit. What they are, yeah, Eva is a better sexy spy callback. You're right. Yeah. Kojima and Yoko Taro, ethical gooners. I'd throw Shinji. I'd throw Suda on there. And like, but yeah, 2B is another great example where there is, especially when you read the lore and the logs and stuff, there is a reason why the androids dress in the fucking weird, freaky way they do. Did I play? Yeah, I've played Silent Hill 2. Of course I played Silent Hill 2 Remake. Get it, Chroma. Another one I think gets a pass that is like, okay, yeah, no, that's just a character where that personality matches is like Cindy from, because a lot of people were like rolling their eyes wokely about Cindy Aram in Final Fantasy 15. And I've always been fine with Cindy because like, no, that is a fun, like down home country girl character. Like that's fucking Daisy Duke, right? What buzzwords are you hearing today? I don't know. I don't think it's going to be buzzwords. I think it's going to be a lot of calling out hypocrisy because people think Leon is daddy. But here's the thing. It goes back to what I was saying about story, presentation, narrative, all that shit. The reason that I restarted Resident Evil last night. I was playing a little bit on the couch and Koa was watching and made a joke about calling Leon daddy. And I was like, are you joining the Leon thirst train? And she's like, no. Yeah, I'm joining the Leon thirst train. And it's so like, because like Leon's not my type at all, but I get it because it's not just about like, oh, this person is physically, visually attractive, which is, by the way, the only thing that a lot of these anti-woke gooners will want. They just want physical attractiveness and no other discerning qualities. Like, we look at the girls here, look at Stellar Blade Eve. It is characters that they can goon to that do not have any thoughts of their own, that they can insert any kind of vulnerability into if they want, that they can just act like weird perverts about. That's what it is. And it comes down to Leon is like a wry, wisecracking, like good-looking tall dude who carries himself assertively and with authority. He is a just attractive person, attractive character. It's not real. And that comes through as well in the design. People have talked about how, because there were two mods that already came out, and there's a division between them, and they're both like bunny suit mods. And one of them for Leon has a bunch of extra, like it fits his frame. It adds a bunch of extra like effects and stuff on his person. Like it has like a collar and everything. And then the Ashley one is just like a latex black basic fabric, like nothing burger that is, it just makes her tits massive and hang out there. And it's like the difference between those two is that one is crafted with love and the other is just horny. Like there's nothing deeper than the horniness. People were talking about how taking Leon's shirt off, like modding it so he's shirtless, removes the horniness. Like it takes the tension away. And it's like, that's why.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of sexy. Why are we doing this?
Okay, making a joke about, like, making a joke in a horror game, especially during scenes where you feel like maybe you have to talk. I don't care. Like, I don't care about this. This is gonna be like a gotcha they're gonna do. Oh, it's like also look at like Marvel Rivals is one that I think does it pretty well. Oh, I do not, just to be here, I do not have the tits for a quiet cosplay. Straight up do not.
Okay, you're not supposed to. You're not allowed to do that. Like, you can't just do that and think that we would stay silent. Okay.
Wow.
And think I'm not gonna react to it in any sort of.
Okay, dude. Yeah, people make a joke. People are attracted to fictional characters. The problem isn't that people are attracted to fictional characters. That's normal. You're attracted to adult humans even when they aren't real. Completely normal. The problem is that you want sexuality and just blanket ability to imprint upon those people usually pretty predatory desires, but you don't want anything else. You just want empty shells to goon to.
Degenerate way. Like, let's be real now.
Women.
I think we can all agree that there's a very poisonous double standard in the gaming industry. And
you gotta slow down, dude. I'm not pausing to read all that. Also, this is another somnambulant motherfucking. I was like, oh, is that Synth? Did Synth start a different channel? Because there's another poison in the gaming industry.
Just recently, I
Fucking droopy dog ass. Just recently, I'm employed in the gaming industry. Yeah.
and many others have been blackpilled by this blatant and grossly unfair ruination in gaming. The woman
Have been blackpilled by this blatant and gross ruination in gaming. Yeah.
woman fatigue is really what I'm discussing here. But let me be clear, this isn't a
I'm sorry, did he say anti-woman fatigue? Dog, that's the gayest shit I've ever heard.
game. The woman fatigue is really what I'm discussing here. But let me be clear, this isn't a
How are you gonna sit here and be like, yeah, I'm fucking tired of these bitches. Oh, I'm so tired of these bitches. I can't. Oh, I got woman fatigue bad. Why can't I just goon like back in the day? Oh.
single issue. Gaming has a ton of issues, and I hold absolutely everyone to the same standard of scrutiny. This is one.
How dare you? How dare you use? How dare you? I'm pretty sure this is Darksiders music. Darkstalkers music.
One of many problems, and boy, I am exhausted. I really am. How long have we been constantly told and propagandized by news outlets and every single circle of online discussion that if you like an attractive female character in a game, you're a disgusting incel?
No, nobody says that. Nobody says that. You again, you noted. You already react to this guy. Have to react to the guy. Oh, you're good. You're good. I think I'm gonna. This might be my last react video of the night. You'll notice that again, we talked about games like Marvel Rivals, where nobody cares if you like. Well, you're gonna tell me that people care if no, but you know what there is in Marvel Rivals? There's a wide variety. There's a lot of people who are horny for Venom in Marvel Rivals. There's a lot of people who are horny for Psylocke in Marvel Rivals. There's a lot of people who are horny for Venom and Psylocke. There's a lot of content out there for a lot of those people. Now, the only reason I know that is because I follow Autumn Ivy on Twitter. Or Autumn Ivy's alt account. It is... Uma Musume! Is there a big Uma Musume? Oh, of course there's. What am I fucking saying? I was like, oh, I thought Uma Musume was more like wholesome. But no, that makes sense. Yeah, Celestial Nerd, the controversy that women are I think he's probably in his 50s, 50-something Leon. He's jacked unk with a jawline that can slice an iceberg. Isn't that the archetype incel? Yeah, like his natural looks maxing. Rogue's got a fat ass? Yeah. Oh my god. Like, yeah, nobody cares if the selling point is the female protagonist is hot. That's not the problem. The problem is, well, the problem used to be that those characters had no reason to be that sexy. When you look at, so I played briefly, and you forget how sexualized female character design used to be. Because it used to be like this, where every dude was just like a jacked badass, and every woman was in... Here we go. This is a great example. Yeah. Hunted the Demon's Forge. Here are the two playable characters. Man and lady. Because that used to be the double standard. You had, on the man side, you had a badass power fantasy. On the woman side, you had empty-headed eye candy. So that, like, women... And Lara Croft is another great example where Lara Croft is a character. Lara Croft is a well-known, well-defined character. That is why there are so many female fans of Lara Croft. I just fucking, speaking of well-designed female characters, I just found an account that is one of my new favorites on Twitter called, I don't think it's new, but it's one of my favorites on Twitter called The Perfect Dark Girl. And she is somebody who just cosplays Joanna Dark and collects copies of Perfect Dark games and collects like memorabilia and shit. And it's like, yeah, Perfect Dark, another thing that appeals to women, even though Joanna Dark is a sexy character, right? In both iterations. The idea that you have to have just blatant, grotesque sex appeal. Another bad one, even though I love the game, is Dark Watch, where the main character, Jericho Cross, looks like this. And the female characters, meanwhile, Tits McGee. Look at that. Her tits are wider than her hips, dog. Like, oh my God, the women designs of MK9 to MKX is crazy. MKX hit the best balance for me. Because you still have, all right. Let me show you the difference between Katana and post-woke. All right, let's go. Gotta get rid of some of these. There we go. Here's Katana MK9. And Katana MKX. Which is my favorite Katana design. Oh, I loved Katana and MKX. Amazing, amazing design. Oh. God, the default is so goated. Fine, I can't find a full body one. This'll do. Nope, it will not. Never mind. Yeah, that'll work. Will it? I doubt. Yeah, here we go. Where this is... Here is Katana MK9. Boring. The exact same outfit as several other fighters. Like, it is nothing. It's just a stripper suit. Like, there is no cohesion. There is no class. This is what, and I need you to understand, this is what they will literally pull up designs from how games used to look with women, how women in games used to look and not like now. And this will be an example they will hold up and then be like, and then they censored it with this. Which, her boobs still pushed up, her hips way exposed. It's still sexy, but it also has way more character. It has way more personality that comes through in the design, but that's not what they want. They don't want characters or personality.
Chud, who lives in his basement. This is objectifying women and we're oppressed. We're so oppressed.
Again, they just convince themselves of this shit. This is nobody actually says this. Nobody cares if you're honking off in your basement. In fact, most people accept it by this point. The problem is that now this has been the narrative for over 10 years. So you have this entire generation of incels who've grown up hearing that this is what's happening. And so they think it's actually happening without any actual proof. They just think that, oh, you're not allowed to be a man. They don't allow you to be horny for fictional characters anymore. And it's like, no, it's just people want it to be more equitable. People don't just want to keep seeing the exact same stick-thin, skinny, blonde, big-titted bimbos with no personality. And hey, by the way, those old games, still out there if you want to fucking play them. They don't, because they don't actually play the games they complain about. Danny Danzo, thank you for following. Nadisi, thank you for following.
And here's my OnlyFans account, by the way. You go, girl. You're so brave. Kevin?
I can't believe that Stunning and Brave, using Stunning and Brave jokes in the Big 2-6, huh?
You get all the ladies, don't you, Kevy?
You know, in the spirit of this video, and in spirit...
Is that not synth? Dog, why would you do this? What are you doing, bro? This is... Yeah, also, they say we no longer get hot characters, but they don't... Look, yeah, Jaree in Street Fighter 6 is out here giving an entire generation foot fetishes. You cannot be out here saying that, like, women aren't hot in games anymore. You're just not playing those games, dog.
Spirit of Resident...
Mr. Yago, what? Get you a crazy one like Jury. Also, what are we fucking shooting day for night in here? What the hell is this? Ultraviolet MS, thank you for following. All right. This just looks like it's like a Canthal tilt thing. It's like I don't know what the looks maxing terminology or whatever the fuck is, but it's like a I don't know, a fucking I don't know what I'm reaching for, but I know it's going to sound eugenicsy.
Well, I decided to, move into the house that I can afford. Because I wouldn't want to be a basement dwelling chud, So I bought a nice suit, and I decided let's take the homeless crackhead shelter down the street.
Oh, I see. He's doing it. He's doing a fun riff because you can hear stuff in the background. You can hear like loud rap music and machine gun fire. Because I'm sure this dude, who very clearly is recording this in his garage in his parents' fucking suburb, or wherever the fuck, I'm sure he knows a lot about living tough living in the inner city.
You know what? You're right. I may not have electricity. I may not have...
No, yeah, somebody noted... All right, give me 1 second. I will talk about his facial hair crime. All right, what was I talking about? Oh, yeah. Facial crimes. I've never seen somebody who said, you know what? You know who wore it well, but I might add something. What if we tried the reverse Hitler? That's what he's got going on here. Look, sometimes, I understand, some guys can't grow full facial hair. It's a low T thing. But sometimes you got to work with what you got. But when what you got is giving you this, call out of work. Okay? Call out of work.
Friends, I may not have family anymore, but at least I'm not in the basement. Open hostility, constant demeaning, and truly fueled hate towards...
I love how posted in 2016, and he's like, constant demeaning. It's so constant. Look at this example. My example is from literally a decade ago.
Men who started and built the entire hobby of gaming. I don't know, how's gaming now? Is it any better than before? Are the games better than ever? I think the industry speaks for itself. It's a case in point. Before we had a track...
Oh, does it? Before... Yes, please. Please, God. How old are you? Like 18, 19? That was supposed to be a bit, I guess. I think we found a new gold mine here, chat. I think we have something good. Yeah, BuzzFeed. First off, citing BuzzFeed. Second off, I hope, please, God, make the case that gaming was better only because of attractive characters. Let me, if I can impart some wisdom. The game I was just showing you, with the attractive characters, the characters that he would be like, yeah, this is when gaming used to be good, not now when gaming has... Hunted the Demon's Forge is a dog shit game. There's no shortage of goon bait dog shit before goon bait was a thing across the Xbox 360 PS3 era. You got shit like X-Blades, fucking Blades of Time or whatever the fuck it was, like all over the place. What about gameplay? Secondary to if the characters make their pee-pee go boing. Secondary. Shocking.
male and female characters. Who made original Leon? A man. Who made Samus? A man. But in recent years, it seems one of the...
Are you... Does Samus not appear like this anymore? Wasn't there... There was just a Metroid game that came out a couple years ago. Like, do they not have the Zero Suit ever? Is Zero Suit Samus not her own character in Smash? Like, currently? Also, yeah, only without her armor is the way that they want... Like, come on, man.
Has gone the way of the Ayatollah. Well, guess what? This is the real glass ceiling moment, gamers.
Shall prosper, especially the most oppressed group of all, gamers.
Resident Evil Requiem.
I mean, I'm literally saying right there, on the sidewalk, in the rain, in the car, on the street.
Yeah, dog, because a lot of the representations of men that people see are like you. So when they have a fictional character who's not like that, I get it. Because people like you are the alternative, dog. Also, yeah, it's very clearly a fucking joke. It's, see, again, you want to, let's compare the difference in jokes between sexualizing characters, where you have people like this and people like Synth who will say like, yeah, this character is so ugly, I wouldn't even rape her. And then you have a girl going like, oh my God, this guy is so fucking hot. Kind of a difference in the actual tone of what's happening.
In the traffic, in front of the moving cars, anywhere, at any time, at any place of his choosing. Lordy Lord! I don't even know what happened the past minute. My mind shut off the past minute. What?
Dude, my body, his choice. That's another clear joke, buddy. See, again, whereas somebody like you, I'm sure, would say, your body, my choice. Because I guarantee this dude thinks Nick Fuentes is based. I absolutely think so. Played Metroid Dread. She never shows up in a Zero Suit. She only shows up in armor. I mean, she's still in like Zero Suit Samus is still the thing in Smash. I think Zero Suit was only in. Was that a other M thing? I am far from an authority on Metroid. I'll be so real. I'm gonna need to rely on everybody else for Metroid. You can see Zero Suit Samus and Dread in her death animation and artwork. Oh, okay.
What just happened?
It's Ramadan.
I've never seen such a switch up of the century. It's really telling to see. Let's actually start with what we have been told for years and years and years as male gamers that just want something nice.
And I'm gonna be here as a formerly man-identified gamer. I'm gonna be here to shoot down all of his bullshit because I guarantee I've played more games for way longer than he has. I guarantee I have a much deeper knowledge of video games than he does. Fucking playing Pitfall on PS2, dog. I'm so curious what the fucking thought process was behind this. Are we sure this isn't Synthetic Man? Playing dog shit PS2 platformers nobody cares about and being like, man, I miss when gaming wasn't woke.
To look at, just so you know where we're all coming from. We'll start with Kotaku. Yes, Kotaku of all people.
He has the same fucking speaking pattern and cadence too. Like straight up the same like memey Reddit sarcasm dripping from everything. Is like, first we're going to talk about Kotaku. Yes, Kotaku, I know what you're thinking. And it's just like, no higher brain function.
People, notoriously good outlet for gaming information and opinions. In just
Get
2018, Miss Cecilia.
Give me, please, God, give me a game journalist difficulty joke. I haven't had one in so long. Please show me a clip from Doom 2016's game review. And he's saying, like, only in 2018, as though that wasn't almost a decade ago. At E3, Soul Calibur's objectified women felt like a relic of the past. Again, 8 years ago. That's where you're pulling from right now. You can't even... Fighting Hobbit. I miss when gaming wasn't woke. He says on part 15 of his Dr. Mudo playthrough. Oh, fucking gaming. Gaming was better before it was woke, he says, playing Okage Shadow King. Playing fucking Hunter the Reckoning. Well, I can't say that. There's a new Hunter the Reckoning game coming out. Playing fucking Ghost Hunter on the PlayStation 2.
D'Anastasio said on the subject of...
Okay, here's how I know he's not a real old head. Here's how I know he's not about this shit. Here's how I know he wasn't in the trenches. Because Cecilia D'Anastasio was a mainstay of these dorks' hatred for the better part of a decade. The fact that he doesn't know how to pronounce her name tells me it's the perfect fucking, like, 3 Inglourious Bastards meme. Wait, Joey Staley, did you not know about the new Hunter the Yeah, it fucking bizarre. So it was apparently leaked because I think somebody from Teon uploaded a unfinished build that took the place of RoboCop Rogue City on Steam, which is undoubtedly the weirdest way I've ever seen a game get leaked. Hey now, leave Okage out of this.
Soul Calibur, quote, Ivy's over-the-top appearance may have fit in quite well with the boys' club mentally of the late 1990s when she was introduced.
Brother, how are you going to be talking so slow and still mispronounce shit? How? I've never heard somebody speak as though they are sounding out every word as they read it and still mispronounce a word like mentality. That's crazy work.
Introduced in the first Soul Calibur. In Soul Calibur 6, Ivy Valentine will be as she always was, wrapped in string.
Dog, if you're taking an issue, look, I love Ivy. Ivy's design peaked in 2. And Ivy's design in 6. Why did I say Ivy? It's gratuitous. It's gratuitous. I'm not going to fucking lie, dog. It, like, let me see if I can get some gameplay footage. Yeah, there we go. Character reveal. Like, it leaves... It's hot, but it's fucking gratuitous, man. Like, balloon-breasted is a great way to describe it, actually. But, you know, I think Ivy works because she's got so much muscle. Like, Ivy is a thickums. And I mean that... heart. Like, she's, like built. She's got that, like, Ryan Keeley body, you know what I'm saying? Back in high school? Hell yeah. There we go. Soul Calibur 2. That's a lame costume. What are you doing playing with this red costume, dog? That's not the basic costume of 2, is it? No, it's not. You lose. Oh, definitive edition statue. That's different. Like, see, I feel like this is still really sexy, but it's not as... Like, I think this is the balance, right? This one, it's it's a little too goonery. It's like they are daring the ESRB to give them an M rating at this point. Anyway.
Cloth, balloon-breasted, mostly naked. She wields a snake sword that extends into a whip, a dominatrix's weapon that helped land her in an innumerable knockoff videos and pin-up images. As one of the Soul series' most recognizable
pussy shit, censoring porn. You're gonna sit here as an advocate for gooning, representing your people, the gooners. You're going to sit here and be like, I need my games to be more horny. I need to see bigger titties in my face all the time, but also I'm not going to say porn. Get this puritanical bullshit, Gen Z nonsense out of my face.
Fighters, Ivy has always looked like a caricature of a pubescent, poised, preposterously proportioned ideal video game lady.
As a former pubescent boy, yeah, dog. Yeah, dog. Fucking, you know who is that for me? God, you want to talk about insane character designs? Gloria from Metal Gear Solid, from Devil May Cry 4. Fucking bonkers. Wild character design. All of the women, except for Kyrie, were, man, Trish's design, they did my girl so rough. The 2D art doesn't do justice to how fucking massive they made her. Like, it's crazy. Again, a little fucking gratuitous to the point where it became her defining characteristic for a game. Which sucks, because Trish is a better character than that.
Oh my word.
Oh my word.
Getting ahead of myself. A lot of these articles use coded language to not come off as harsh in the...
Coded language. Let's go. Is this... Did the CIA just clone whoever the incel dipshit was, and this is just another long lost synthetic man clone? Like they all just gestated in similar test tubes, and now they finally started to emerge from the sewers like Ninja Turtles, and their first instinct is to whine and bitch about video games.
Title, such as feels out of date, male gaze. Some are just blatantly hostile. And just imagine if a man wrote stuff like this, but the second a feminist types out the rage article, it's okay. Polygon, gaming's toxic, men.
Where was this from? When was this from? What do you want to bet it was from outside of the last 5 years? Fuck. Whoa, would you look at that, 2018. Wow. So it was from 8 years ago. Again, just living in the fucking past here. I thought it was so just prevalent. I thought it was just happening all the time and we can't stop. This video is from 2 days ago.
Explained. Experts tackle with the phenomenon of angry men, trolls, racists, and misogynists who
Are we gonna read the article? I don't think they are. I don't think they're going to really talk about it because when we actually bring up the points, they kind of don't like talking about it.
Of around the gaming industry. You just know this is going to be a good one. A fair and not biased article whatsoever. Just imagine though for a second to replace some of the words in the title with the inverse of this. Gaming's toxic, women explained.
Yeah, because it's not really a problem with women sending death threats, sending rape threats, harassing anybody of the opposite gender in the space. It's not. Let's go look at gaming's toxic men explained. Experts tackle the phenomenon of angry men, trolls, racists, and misogynists who hover around the game industry. How did we get here? Oh, look, PhD candidate. Crazy. Don't believe in gender essentialism while sex is biological. I don't know why they have all these quotes. This is a weird way to fucking... Oh, come on. Anita? Man, is he even going to talk about Anita? There's no way he lets... There's no way he cites the title of an article with Anita Sarkeesian and doesn't bring up Anita Sarkeesian. Like, this will be, to me, the ultimate test of if he knows proper hater ball. If he knows proper Gamergate ball.
Experts tackle the phenomenon of angry women, trolls, racists, and misandrists who hover around the gaming industry. Well, damn, I'm reading that right now. That sounds like a good article. But you just know, a sea of women would rise up to brigade this article with death threats even. You get fired from your job and brutalized on social media, you'd probably get doxxed, dude. I'm probably...
So, again, you're like, yeah, I would read that right away. Yeah, I would read something about harassing women. Oh, that's fucking crazy. Yeah, let's read about... Yeah, I wonder. And you're like, oh, but not for... You're doing the thing. You're mad about other... And making up the idea of like, well, what if other people did this? But they're not. You're doing it. You're doing it in this video.
Gonna get doxxed for this, who knows? Because often, like shown before, women can generalize all of men, but men cannot generalize all of women. Again, another double standard.
He has yet to show where women have generalized all of men. They aren't saying... It doesn't say all of men are toxic at the top. The other thing they talked about, it didn't say all men. It's saying that it is a fantasy with Ivy that appeals to some men, that appeals to a stereotype, a caricature, which is true. This is not saying all men. This is saying toxic men in the industry. Reading comprehension. I'm gonna go on a limb here. I understand. I need chat. Hold space for me. I'm gonna say something controversial and brave. Reading comprehension, not his strong suit.
This happens in every walk of life. Every man is a rapist. Every man is a deviant.
Do you know how most people go through life not dealing with allegations of being a rapist or a deviant? Just not doing that. Yeah, it turns out when you get out of your basement and you actually interact with people in the real world, you can just like form relationships and friendships and just be chill with people, regardless of gender. Turns out, yeah, you fucking ding-dong.
Anyway, this article goes into a bunch of nonsense, truly a bunch of overblown crap, like how advertising to men is bad, meanwhile constantly men are demeaned and in modern female advertisements literally Dr. Kashana Gray is an assistant professor in the Department of Communication and Gender and Women's Studies at the...
I love how he calls out the black women. Also, is he making this video about this article from almost a decade ago? For...
the University of Illinois at Chicago. She goes on to say,
10,000 days, really? Deranged Numeracy on Twitch? No, what's he on? Is he on YouTube? Oh, he is live. Drunk time.
and so I got my...
That Constable Mila was a reference to the Claw Gang just a
I know he's honked it. I know he's honked it.
Much soul. Lead on the missing Clockwork parts. Clockwork. He was consumed with jealousy for the Cooper clan's thieving reputation. Is it inappropriate to refer to him as a monster?
Hey, Mama's based the whole time. You're right, the bouquet.
Stays alive for hundreds of years with the express intention of wiping out a rival's family line. Imagine the hatred fueling that first decision to replace his mortal body with soulless machinery. Ultimately, it did the trick. Clockwork lived on.
Whoa.
He caught up with my parents. And
I need to play Sly again.
It's there that I met my pals, Bentley.
Yeah. So, despite the game being absolute shit,
I think it was around like the dark.
The fuck are you talking about? Absolute fucking bite your tongue.
The Taken King. That's the word.
Oh, you're talking about Destiny. What the fuck?
Is when I like convinced my mom to finally let me play the game again, and so.
Dog. Like he's faking it? No, he's drunk right now. He's talking about drunk streaming. The Taken King. When was Taken King? Taken King would have been 2014. Was 2016? He was still in his mom's, living with his mom under mother authority in 2016. Man, that's crazy. Well, I want to hear.
And so one of my friends had bought me the game. He bought me Taken King with all the DLC. And so mom was kind of like forced at that point. That's kind of the idea. Because before that, I would go over to his house. I would go over to his house to play the game.
Taken King is 2015.
Like, that's the only way I could play the game. So I had to make like my whole PSN account over there. He would let me play the game.
Oh, this is sad.
Because that was the only way.
Oh, chat, this is making me sad.
Hey, Ariston. And...
Oh, yeah, no, he, TTBN. That's what I've been fucking saying. That's what I've been fucking saying. I'm gonna go back for you. He filmed a skit. Which was terrible. And this is what he looks like. Bro has the reverse Hitler. He's 23. Rough.
He got kind of tired of it, so he bought me the game.
I had to call in a few favors to get the goods on the
So mom was forced to it.
Dimitri, a sort of underworld celebrity, equally at home in
Zesty motherfucker.
and shady back alley.
So is always with art, people.
He was once a passionate young art student who worked hard to develop his own visionary style. Unfortunately, the art world wasn't quite ready for his kinetic
No.
aesthetic.
Modern art would love that. Swinging
So he
from
gave
the
him what they
top,
wanted
you know?
and started forging old masterpieces. His way of punishing those with bad taste.
So the thing is that it shouldn't escape you that so many of the games people like this fixate on are games explicitly for children. And I'm not saying, I was just like, damn, I should really replay Sly sometime. Because Sly, great fucking games. The Sly Cooper trilogy, I'll even throw in Sly 4. Great games, phenomenal. If you haven't played them, go ahead. They're on PS5. But it's always that. It's always the games either they played as a kid or games adjacent to that. You don't really see them trying out fucking Summoner on PS2. Fucking The Bouncer. You know, you don't really see them going through what would have been the blockbuster sections. That's as like, come on, man.
Dimitri now runs a nightclub on the west side.
Anyway,
Thumping music, colorful light shows,
when I
and
started to play
attempts
Destiny,
lure in chic
Doom
young
Chelchis
patrons
came
from
out.
far
That was
and
my
wide.
favorite gun of all
And it's
all
here,
Destiny.
hidden somewhere,
Jesus
where
Christ.
we'll find the plans
Okay.
to do
All right, how far back do I got to go? 10,000
I was never allowed to
days.
associate with anybody ever truly outside of the religion.
Oh, dog. We cracked the case, folks. We cracked the case. Bad childhood. Antisocial upbringing. Religious fundamentalism. Damn. Well, another one in the books, folks.
So this was kind of crazy. Ba-bum, 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 ba-bum. Ba-bum, ba-bum.
Oh, fuck. I remember this level, too. Yeah, I love Sly 2's, like, pseudo open world areas. I thought that was so fun.
You know, I don't pay attention. But, if you want me to not talk during them, I'm completely cool with that.
I'm gonna bump it up a little bit on the
Sly 4 sucks so bad. It's the cuck game. It's literally the cuck game. It's the cuck game. I hate it.
Whoa, dude.
The
What? No, like down to the voice. It's crazy, right,
So
TTBN?
I told mom, like, ow, 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 ow. Fine, whatever. How did I get the tag? How did I get detected at all? At all? By this guy, really? Get a load of this motherfucker. He won't even get hit. He won't even get hit. Anyway. So I convinced mom somehow, with enough tears at like a teenager. Enough to snooze lane. Hey, good night, Stone Wolf. You know, I appreciate you being here this whole time. You know, I want to be honest. You know, you're an OG. I really do appreciate you hanging out, man. You know. Anyway, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate your time here. You're classic. You're a classic, man.
There's no way. There's no way.
Bring him asleep.
If this was an AI, like a
So as a
deepfake
kid,
trained on
I was allowed to play any games that,
incels.
like, I could communicate with people outside the religion, right? Ever. Pick up the thing. And so when
Sly Cooper's not a hear me out. Sly Cooper is not a hear me out. Come on, roguish raccoon master thief. Like, that is not a hear me out. That is like several furries' first go to.
finally convinced my mom that Destiny was okay, that wasn't good enough. So I had to give my account to the guy who hates me so that he could play the raid for me. Because mom was like, if I dare, you know, she has a valid. It's okay when you are in this age. Yikes. It's okay if you're in this age and Discord exists, but you're like, oh, my son's gonna get raped by pedophiles. No, my mother, my nigga, you know, no. Okay.
No, he did. Holy shit. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy work for... Right in the middle of a story about his mom grounding him from playing Destiny. Chat, I think we've stumbled upon some answers to the problems, but I'm still gonna forge ahead with my due diligence. God, we had so much. We still weren't. All right, let's go.
Who knows? Because often, like shown before, women can generalize all of men, but men cannot generalize.
Wait, play that back. Oh, I already got out of it. Slow it down. I already got rid of it. I think it was Edgy Boy Slur. I think it was just him. Oh no. Whoa. Ooh. Okay. I think it was him just like No, I think what it was is instinct. I can think not instinct. I think it was reflexive, reactive. I think he just says that shit. Like it was so off the cuff that he was just like he probably just says that to himself all the fucking time.
As all of women. Again, another double standard. This happens in every walk of life. Every man is a rapist. Every man is a deviant. Anyway, this article goes into a bunch of
nobody says that. Nobody says that. Nobody says that. You generalize based on other people's criticism. But nobody actually says that all men are deviants.
Nonsense. Truly a bunch of overblown crap, like how advertising to men is bad, meanwhile constantly men are demeaned and modern female advertisements literally come. Dr. Kashana Gray.
TTBN Gaming, this is truly bonkers. He sounds, down to his arguments, the cadence, the way he speaks, he sounds just fucking like synth. This is, I'm gonna fucking pill myself on some deep conspiracy here. This is fucking insane. Like, how are there... This is get-together fund. Now there are two of them.
Is an assistant professor in the Department of Communication and Gender and Women's Studies at the University of Illinois at Chicago. She goes on to say, women have been devalued in games. We see the sexualization of them in games sometimes, where
Yeah, again, do you see the difference here? Do you see the difference here? Where one is just a screenshot of a dude in a shirt, and another, they had to make their own SFM porn. Another, they had to specifically put her in sexually suggestive poses and outfits. Do you see how they're not really the same? Not really the same, my guy.
and abuse, or they're just as a focus for the main character to have something to do. That devaluation translates to the real world, where you have very few female game developers, where they are subject to a harassing, toxic environment.
Oh, you should talk to fucking Andy Pants, because he thinks there's too many, unless that's the point he's trying to make here.
Yeah, you know what? You make a valid point. Now, of course, we should take a look at the factual.
Ooh, buddy. Oh, that's rough. Oh, that's rough. That's rough.
Information that could just be, who knows? Let's take a look at the science. What does the science say? Okay. All right. Could be a
fluke. Oh, okay. So his science is okay, but these things are talking about how the attitudes are actually affected. How playing a game does not make you more likely to sexually assault or harass somebody. That is completely separate from you choosing to be a weird incel asshole and people like you choosing to be weird incel assholes because of a game. The game is not influencing you to do that. The social strata around you is. This is not proving what you think it is.
Fluke, could be bias. All right, let's take a look at another article.
Yeah, he's going to keep doing it.
Failed to find.
And here's the other thing. You'll notice again, he's just clipping and pasting without actually reading a lot of those things. I've been streaming 6 hours, so I don't want to like do the whole thing where I look it up and stuff, but I'm pretty sure you can probably find it for yourself.
Evidence not predictive of player attitudes toward real-world issues associated with slightly lower sexist belief scores. Wow, that's interesting.
Do you want to cite any of that? Like, again, just showing out of context, I can find literally anything to support any argument out of context. But usually when you dig into it a little bit more, or you show specifically where it came from, or more importantly, why it should be a trustworthy source, that's how you make an argument actually airtight. Not just briefly spamming, hey, look, here's another one. Oh, see this? Oh, you didn't read it? Too bad. Like, come on, dude.
It's almost like the science doesn't back this all up. It's all emotional. Huh, interesting. But I want to take this as an intermission really quick to remind everyone that it's cold as shit out here. That these are fake. These aren't real people. You're not objectifying real people. Oh, and what did we say about Lost Ark, Kotaku? Let's take a
Oof. The they aren't real people argument. Do we want to chat? Do we want to place bets on where the they aren't real people? What happens to them doesn't matter argument leads to? Do we want to? We talked about chibi reviews and lolly shit before, right? What do we want to bet? Place your bets now. Place your bets now.
Look here. Even if Lost Ark offered a wider variety of clothing and armor to women, it wouldn't fix its other big problem with women. All the hyper-exaggerated fan-servicey animations. Women in Lost Ark have hips that wiggle side to side so much, so quickly, they look like they fell out of a Source filmmaker project from a decade ago. On social media, you can find lots of women who have already pointed out just how comedically bad Lost Ark's female animations look, especially when zoomed in. Are you gay? I'm just asking. It's just a question. It's okay. Come on out. It's okay. You could come out of the closet.
You again, glass houses, buddy. Pot. Meet Mr. Kettle. You're going to get along really well. You cannot start off your video talking about how women are the problem, how you're tired of having to hear from women, and then be like, oh, is this person gay? Come on, man.
It's okay. I've just asked. It's just curious. See, I included a man in this list. It's not completely isolated. Well, 9 out of 10 every article is written by a woman, so I don't know. Those statistics don't lie. Anyway, I could go on forever. Wow.
It's not a statistic. I'm going to say, those statistics don't lie. Far from conclusive, far from a scientific data set, when 2 of the articles you've been like, oh, look at all the women that are being met to my video games. All the women that are being so rude to my, because they won't let me have the big balloon boobs. And they say, which by the way, nothing's stopping you from playing these fucking games. This is just one person's opinion. This is just artistic criticism. You know what you do if you enjoy something, but somebody else doesn't? You keep enjoying it. The criticism has no effect, or should have no effect on your enjoyment. Straight up. Like, if you allow other people's criticism to interact with your enjoyment of something, if you cannot enjoy a game on its own merits, and you are constantly playing a game thinking about, this fucking stupid game, I can't believe that people gave this game of the year, and I can't. stop playing it, dude. Just play something else. Play something you do enjoy. Like, you are causing your own problems and then making these vast, sweeping generalizations about the industry. Man.
You know, you might think these people are very firm in their belief that fictional people shouldn't be sexualized because that could lead to bad stuff in real life. I bet.
No, that's not what they're saying. That's you have not presented any argument to connect these two ideas. What you have presented and said, you have shown some articles saying that women have noted toxic discourse and toxic male figures in gaming. People who will harass, stalk, and dox them. And then you were like, well, how can that be happening when all this science says that playing video games doesn't make you sexist? And it's like, okay, see, you're taking the wrong correlation from that. See, you're correct. Video games don't make you sexist. That doesn't stop people from being sexist. That doesn't stop people from stalking and harassment. Playing into these ideas where you're overgeneralizing your argument to be like, well, anytime they always get mad at me. But like, you're taking this shit so personally because you're personally invested in it. You are taking offense to it because you can see it's describing you. And you are included in this toxic contingent they're talking about. Man.
They're incredibly deeply passionate about this movement and faithful to its cause. No, back to the meat of this debate and why this is all performative, a grift, or just blatant hatred for men. And listen, before I get banned off the platform and sent into the shadow realm daring to talk about this stuff, there are good women in the industry. There's Donna Bailey. She made Centipede.
I'm a woman in IT, obviously. I'm a CEO.
Take it from her, not from me. Go watch this and make your own conclusion. A woman CEO. A woman CEO of what, dude? Maya Milusheva. Is it Maria or Maya? Maya, M-A-Y. Mia. There we go. Female CEO. A CEO of what? Omerta, City of Gangsters. Former programmer at Highmont Games. Asked by a feminist student. Why don't you hire only women? I tried hiring only women. It didn't work for my company. Yeah. She said performance matters, output matters, problem solving under pressure matters, not gender. Not okay, I see what they're doing. Yeah. Businesses survive on merit, not activism. Yeah, because guess what? There probably aren't only women available to do all the jobs and specializations. Like, why wouldn't you hire the best person for a job? Maybe that's not always a woman. This is, again, not really proving what I think you've, like, the point you've attached it to.
Quite profitable IT company. I'm a mother as well, so you would say I went through quite a lot in the IT industry. The whole thing is, girls are usually quite lazy. They're just not that good programmers. Sorry, but that's true, honestly. They just don't want to get their hands dirty to do the job. And when I tried to do some recruiting, I intentionally wanted to recruit women. And at the end, I failed to do so. Do you want to know why? Because most of those girls were usually just cheating, and they were just not good programmers at the end.
Just not good programmers. See, that's fucking crazy because I know a lot of female game developers. I know a lot of great artists and programmers. Did she only make one game? Because I keep seeing Omerta. A woman CEO. A CEO of what, dog? Is this her? Doesn't want women working. Okay, so she seems like an anti-woke pick-me type to me. Real women / real stories. IT company. Are always expecting men to do the hard yards while they go home. Very few exceptions. So that's it. That's all. Like, what company, dog?
Cool.
Oh, this is
Hi,
the same video.
My name is Maya Milusheva. I'd like to start with a short introduction about myself. I'm a woman in IT, obviously. I'm a CEO.
So that's the only thing
profitable.
about her on the internet. I'm going to say probably not a great source. Is this the same person? Nope, that doesn't even look like her. Yeah, what kind of coding? All right, here we go. Biggest communication group in Bulgaria. Is that the same person? Maybe. Media and civil society. Marketing effectiveness. Deliver both creative brands. First person bring globally acclaimed See It Be It program outside of Canada. I don't even know if this is the same person. Okay, here we go. 80 follower account from last tweeted 2015. Not a great big creative director. I'm going to say probably not. Creative director, strategic approach, Ogilvy Group, Bulgaria. Why does that sound familiar? Also, yeah, it's important to so it was a marketing firm. Yeah, this is like, it's giving Pearl Davis. It absolutely is giving Pearl Davis, but whatever. I'll let him use it for his narrative.
Anyway, Leon, this has been an insane black pill. It's been incredibly
Anyway, enough of that. Fuck, man. Come on.
All those
I did more research than you did on that clip, man.
performative articles putting men down. All of this is celebrated. No lectures on your outrageous beauty standards. Just pure horniness. Horniness on main. It's not all women. I mean, there's this guy here. He's got his pants off already. He says this. Years of women slamming us over being basement chud incels because we wanted a little sugar on screen. Because
a little sugar. Again, not gonna really show what that sugar looks like, are you? Give me an example. Hit me with both barrels. What do you got, buddy? What are your off the top of your head the things that people go, "Whoa, they got so mad at me." As 23-year-old person, presumably still living at home, who was raised in a fundamental religious group, what people are chasing you down on the street to shout at you that you're being too horny? What people are just poking you with the pitchforks and the torches? It's being like, you can't fucking goon to these fictional video game characters. Come on, dude.
we criticize ugly, gross characters that are anti-art. Where's the outrage? Just crickets over here over the Leon thing. We could
anti-art. Oh, I love this. I love this one because it's straight up TTBN in the chat. It's editing like Synthetic Man. It's talking like Synthetic Man. It's the same like verbiage, and the idea of like it being anti-art isn't when like governments are censoring things, when people get offended and don't want to have things in their content that might offend people. No, being anti-art is when titties in video games aren't as big. Sure. Is he a synth clone? More and more evidence is pointing to this, that this is we've stumbled upon some kind of bioengineering Resident Evil-esque conspiracy. I'm of course joking for the dipshits that will try and clip this and be like, "Oh, see, look how crazy they are."
go into all the other factors that have been done to the industry. The feminization of online discussion, the incredibly censored voice chat where you have to agree to talk like you're on the playground. But this right here is the...
Dog, what are you talking about? Talk like you're on the... Dude, if you think Sheva's alt outfit is good, also, those are extra outfits. I guarantee, motherfucker, you've never gotten all of the fucking emblems, the BSAA emblems, to unlock these outfits. What the fuck are you talking about? This is, okay, here's the default outfit for Grace, by the way. The default, the regular. Sheva did not look like this out of the box. I doubt he's going to show Sheva's other outfit. Like, come on, man.
Fatigue I'm talking about. Can a brother get a little jiggle? A little ass? No? I'm sick of this being done to us.
Can a brother get a... I didn't... How is it that he sounds even more white in that moment? Like, he sounds like Dave Chappelle doing a white impersonation. Like can a brother get a little jiggle? Huh? Can a brother get a little ass here? Huh? Can a brother get a little jiggle? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ooh. That's funny. Also, yeah, can't help but notice that he'll say the N-word, but not here. Like, come on. Like you really have a lot of regard or care about Sheva. You can't be talking like that, white baby.
Constantly. Of course, not all women. Yes, not all the women. Don't go after any women and stuff. Don't harass anybody in this.
Oh. So you're saying that you don't think this affects all women? You think because presumably because there's some based women out there, but you're not going to extend that same understanding, that same courtesy to the women writing about this, who also would gladly say, like, yeah, not all men. You fucking like what?
Video. But that doesn't need to derail discussion. Truly, they just can't stay in the male gaze, as they like to call it. Yet they will thirst over this.
Again, it's because of the type of character. You see, a vapid, empty-headed, boring sex doll of a character like Eve isn't the same as like a book with characters. Even as like this, I think this looks like one of those fucking it looks AI generated, but one of these like joke-ass Chuck Tingle romance books.
Digital man, constantly, openly, some of the most heinous stuff. Have you seen the books they read? Again, it's not all women. It's not all women. I'm sure you.
Have you seen the books women read? When's the last time you cracked a book, bro?
The one watching right now are the greatest woman ever. So hit me up in my DMs, all right?
When a Foyd tries to leave the table. Funny, bro. Why won't women? Why are women so mean to men? By the way, here's a joke about me. I killed you. Yeah, if you get in my DMs, I'm gonna suicide bomb you. This is funny. Don't be so offended. Why are you so offended? Comedy's legal again. Fucking Foyd. Oh, like, dog. I know you can hear the call, cause it's coming from inside the house, man.
This representation, the DEI, all of it, it's exhausting. The industry built by men for men, it's gone. It truly feels like it's gone. This hypocrisy has come to a head. It's enough. We need to drag this. Anytime somebody brings up, oh, men are incels and they want to objectify women, they look like dolls. Okay, bring up Leon. Bring up the fact that they were one of...
Because he doesn't look like a doll. The difference between Leon and Eve is so obvious, it's fucking crazy that you would try and compare the two. When people talk about dolls, they're talking about the twins in Atomic Heart that we showed earlier. They're talking about Eve. They aren't talking about characters with a lot of personality. They aren't talking about Lara Croft or Bayonetta. I even think that the criticism of Ivy from Soul Calibur, kind of fucking dumb. I think that was also an E3 preview and it editorialized article. So I don't know why you're holding these opinion pieces up as the opinion of an entire industry, because it's not. And then being like, yes, but you see, this isn't an attractive yet fully clothed man just the same as my blanket, vaguely pedophilic goon bait, just amalgam of sexy fetish stereotypes. Yes, isn't this the same as all the characters they call all the characters I like dolls? But that's offensive, because there are real women built like that with stacked fucking 34H titties and skinny size 3 waist who are able to jump off buildings and run up the side of buildings and getting kung fu sword action fights while wearing high heels. Yes, that's a real thing. Yeah, totally. But then you can like that. Like, come on, dude. Come on, man.
To go the hot uncle route. It's enough. It truly is enough. This is the poster child of all discussion now. This needs to be brought up at every turn, at every point that...
Please, I need you. Please bring it up at every turn. Please bring it up at every turn. Please have a conversation with a woman. I want you, when your mom asks you what you did today, right? When your mom says, hey, did you finally get around to applying for a job? Did you spend all day on the computer? Yeah, you spent all day on the computer again. God damn it. When your mom inevitably breaks down crying because this is, it sinks in the reality that you are what she had gestating for 9 months, that she went through so much suffering to bring into the world. I need you to ask her that question. I need you to bring that up because that is all that matters in the conversation. I want you to know how other people see you. When you tell them how important it is that you be allowed to, with no criticism, goon off to anime fuck dolls in video games, and how mad that you are that women find regular looking men attractive. It's important. That's crazy.
There's an article written about how men want attractive characters. Bring this up. Bring this up. If you make videos and you aren't a grifter, just point this hypocrisy out. Do it. Don't be afraid, because then it just gets shoved under the rug and we never get any better. Demand better.
You'll notice how like all these are young 20-somethings. These are all like teenage boys. Again, there is a link, like I was talking about earlier. There is a link between these people wanting a safer, more carefree time without any actual responsibilities. And that includes, because that also includes the responsibility of introspection, of understanding that they might be the problem in the chain, that it might be their shitty attitude that is isolating them from other people. It might be the fact that they equate these things that are so obviously not equal in any way. No, they would rather go back to a time when everything was fucking easy. I talk about this in my nostalgia video. Yeah, return. Like it's you are just looking to hide in nostalgia because it was a time where you didn't have to pretend to be an adult. Which it doesn't seem like you're doing a great job of pretending that anyway.
And have better standards. Stop negotiating with yourself. It truly is mean. This also just proves men and women want hot characters. I don't understand this big virtue signaling that gets going on.
Wow, they always bring up race. I don't know what article this is again. Freedom of speech is always a hallmark of these spaces. It tends to be a cover for both male and white privilege. Wow, they always bring up race. I wonder why. When they're talking about these transgressive online spaces, places like Kiwi Farms, places like 4chan, that's why they always bring up race. Come on, princess. I can't believe they're always bringing up waste. Sorry, I just did the speech impediment again. Wow, they're always bringing up race in these spaces. I don't know why they're always saying that white guys are racist, says the dude who literally just offhandedly says the N-word that we just showed on screen. That's crazy work, man.
This also just proves men and women want hot characters. So what's the deal with all this virtue signaling? It truly does mostly come from the feminist movement, okay? Yeah, I know I said women because there are just women that will thirst over this stuff, okay? It's just reality. It's biological. Both men and women do it. We both like attractive characters. It's natural. It's called sex drive. Whoa, are there breasts on those ghosts? Hello. Hello. Do I even want to run away? Nobody wants to play as fat, ugly, balding men. I don't want to play as that. I wouldn't find any joy in that. Or some peg-leg, pink-haired...
Concord. Can't get enough of it. Everybody loved Concord. All the reviews just ate it up. Oh, wait, no. Nobody did. Because it was a bad video game. Because it was a disaster bow to stern. Nobody liked Concord. I love when they bring up Concord like, oh, like they think it's that one fucking tweet of like, I've seen what make your booze mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer. But it's like, dog, nobody was cheering for Concord of all fucking things. What are you talking about?
Nobody wants to play this stuff. We all want hot characters, and in a serious game, at least don't make...
We all want hot characters. Natural, non-exaggerated look. What's wrong with people?
Make them blatantly ugly. I'm not saying Grace is ugly, but I mean, imagine like get a few men on the team there to be like, hey, you know what? Let's make it look a little nicer for the guys. Let's give some guys some fan service.
Again, what is the fan service part of Leon? Leon is fully clothed. In most of the game, he's wearing full body tactical gear. He's wearing harnesses. He's got fucking all sorts of holsters all over him. Like, What's the attractive part of that? It's the face. It's the personality. It's how he composes, how he holds himself. If Leon was just a big, angry rage monster, something like Kratos, that we were talking about earlier, people would not, there would not be this argument over how hot he is. If he was just another stoic power fantasy, nada. The reason why people found, same reason why people found Dante hot in Devil May Cry 5. You know, Dante, he's unk in that game. Unk as hell. But he's not chopped. He has a lot of personality. He's funny. He appears realistic. See, this is when somebody's the life of the party, when somebody's fun to be around, this is a lesson you can take from this. When people like being around someone, when they have wit, when they're nice to talk to, when they're respectful and upstanding, when they don't spend their entire life bitching about video games from a basement while hiding in their childhood, people like being around them. That's the natural social equilibrium you're seeing here.
Complaint about fan service? What is wrong with that, truly? What's your evidence that it objectifies women? It's a video game character. They're not real, and the science doesn't back this up. It's all...
You did not prove that. We've been over this. You did not prove that. But it does objectify. It doesn't matter if it's a fictional character. It does objectify women. Like what? Just the fact that people can still tell reality from fiction doesn't stop it from being objectifying women. And then when you're not allowed to objectify women, or when people call you out on it or criticize the act of constantly wanting to objectify women, then you're like, well, this is discrimination against men.
All this virtue signaling, especially when you see men talk about this stuff, they'll either not mention it or they'll glaze over it, or they just grift off it. They're just like, I cannot believe that this game is objectifying women. This is disgusting.
Again, I'll take literally one example. Just give me one example. Give me one example of this male feminist stereotype they've had of just like, I can't believe that this game is objectifying women. As a woke #feminist, I would never. Like, fuck off, dude. Come on, man.
No, he doesn't really believe that. He doesn't care about you girls. He probably just thinks that's a way to get in bed with you. There are guys out there that think that. Isn't that crazy? But we want hot characters, and it's obvious. If they celebrate hot Leon...
If you see, it's actually those, I'm an honest, completely normal person, and it's actually those guys that are sleeping with all those feministly, they're just lying to you to get in your gamer girl pants. They're actually the bad guys. I'm a good guy. I'm one of the good ones, and you girls just haven't seen it yet. Oh, those Stacys. Oh, buddy, those Stacys will come around one day, I'm sure.
By women devs,
Fucking
why shame
Judgment Day.
guys or male devs for liking hot females in games? It is just as simple as that. Well, hello everyone. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate each and every one of you. And I've been playing Requiem. I think it's, I judged it a little harshly. I'm having a little bit of fun. I've been in the hospital for a little bit here. I'm worried it's going to go downhill. I did see some of the later parts, but regardless, have a great, wonderful week. Stay positive. Never give up. We can save gaming. We can. Don't black pill. Don't do it. It's not good for you.
Don't black pill. Don't black pill. We can save gaming. We can save gaming. God. With everything going on in the world, the idea of we can save gaming being somebody's like calling in life is kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, he's probably like there is probably a little bit of like, ooh, they find Leon hot, but Mina is like, yeah, because that's a dude who takes care of himself. Like you look at that and you're like, yeah, that's bro takes care of himself. It cannot be underemphasized, or it cannot be overemphasized, sorry, that people find the ability to be stylish and take care of yourself so attractive, especially if you present as a man. Like you have no idea how much goodwill you can get with women if you are not just a man child that they have to take care of. Because that is unfortunately the baseline for so many fucking men. I forgot about the Real Game Awards. Hell yeah. Yeah, don't black pill with a YouTube name Deranged Doomer. Oh man. Just, I don't know, man. Grow up. Get some shit to actually care about, dog. I don't know what to say. Get some real problems. Where do I stand on Act Man? I'm trying to think of what I've seen from Act Man. I've seen, because who did he talk shit about somebody, but I don't remember who. Yeah, off the top of my dome, I don't know. I don't remember enough about Act Man, I don't think. Like I've seen, I know we've watched a couple videos from his. Thank you, Brutus Madison, for $10. Have a breakfast. Also, I've noticed these guys never bring up Baldur's Gate 3, a game with plenty of everything and loved by progressives. No, because it is the to them, Baldur's Gate 3 is the exception of the rule that proves the rule true, where they get to be like, yeah, it's woke, but I don't have to be woke in it, and you don't have to do other stuff. It's like, dog, you don't have to be, you control the buttons you press, homie. As true as it ever was, just the eternal. It needs to be the rallying cry. Like, you control the buttons you press. You control the games you play. If you want to play those games with big titty bitches, they're out there. Can a brother get a little jiggle? Fucking. This guy's. I think we found a rich vein of content to mine from. Oh man. All right, we are going to go say hi to Oh shit, that looks like fun. Naughty Roomba is playing the original not Armored Core, fucking what was the Steel Battalion. Yeah, before Steel Battalion Heavy Armor. Yeah, Naughty Roomba looks like they're streaming. So if you don't know, Steel Battalion is a fucking insane game with, I believe, still the largest controller ever. That is, it's a full mech control apparatus. And it's rare and hard to find, and I'm pretty sure fucking expensive as shit. Like, this is how you play the game. It was a mech sim, and Naughty Roomba looks like they're playing it. So go over. That is a fun little curio from Gaming Past. And thank you all very much. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you for sticking with me through all